咁啊佢個轆咧已經卡晒沙板啊，出晒白煙，咁唔係個 engine 有時係因為卡晒，咁你點跑啫係嘛？咁啊，所以佢都停低落嚟。咁啊，今年呢一項嘅賽事入邊咧，澳門嘅車手咧只係派咗3位，而香港有8位，中華台北有4位，咁啊，我哋中國嘅車手咧有10位咁多，咁冇所謂嘅，最緊要就哎呀呢個直頭冚埋啊！可能頭先個鏡頭就係呢個2號車啦，冇錯啦，應該就係直指埋去，應該喺呢一個上路上面嘅，咁啊呢個位置咧真係慢啲咧就好啲。太快咧就直指埋去嘅啦，大家都知道。咁因為呢隻新寶 D70咧，大家都知道咩料啦嚇，咁所以咧就真係啲技術各方面咧，真係要配搭好啲。如果唔係咧，就比較係辛苦好多嚇。好啦，呢個時間咧見到佢哋咧唔經唔覺都用咗成7-8分鐘。咁啊，暫時嚟講咧，以7號車呢個澳門嘅車手咧，阿宋志偉咧做咗比較好嘅時間咧，就3分06.038。咁啊，另外第2位咧就係嚟自中國嘅朱大維，咁啊19號車嘅已經進佔翻呢個第2位係張大勝，亦都係中國嘅車手。咁啊，即係前後2、3位置咧，暫時都係中國嘅車手。第1位咧就係我哋本澳車手嘅。咁因為咧可能咧宋志偉話當然啦，我咁熟路都會太慢，冇乜機會，冇乜可能性啊。咁啊，因為我哋今年澳門嘅車手只係得3位啫，靠你3位食苦㗎啦，真係。咁啊，冚唪唥都大包圍嘅機會。咁啊，除咗中華台北4位，香港都有8位。咁啊，見到6鑑咧，香港嘅車手都今年係揸呢個係華夏嘅呢個賽車大獎賽。咁啊，呢個新寶 D70，咁啊佢都有咁耐嘅資深歷史咧，都應該啦嚇。因為而家啲後生仔揸啲快嘅咧，佢又頂唔頂得順咧？呢個真係唔知道嚇。咁啊，當然咧，有時係各項嘅賽事唔同嘅賽事嘅比賽嘅形式，咁啊各喜歡咧，呢啲冇乜所謂嘅。好啦，睇嚟咧而家咧，佢哋已經咧用咗10分鐘嘅時間咧，基本上咧就大家呢一紮車手，我諗除咗中國車手有啲比較我哋叫三面孔啲嘅呢啲喺車手之外咧，就其他都基本好熟澳門嘅呢個東望洋跑道㗎啦。咁啊睇嚟咧呢一場嘅賽事亦都有一番嘅苦鬥㗎。咁佢哋咧因為只係得今日嘅練習，咁啊因為要到聽日仲有少少時間啊，好似係嘛？聽日都仲有時間係好彩，如果唔係啊，真係有一排搞啦。聽日啦，係喎，而家練習啫喎，聽日咧排位攞時間㗎嘛。咁啊，當然佢哋聽日仲有一節，咁但係咧就呢一紮車咧，可以話咧現時嚟講咧，基本大家都已經咧摸熟我哋北京汽車嘅新寶 D70嘅呢啲車輛，咁啊可以話咧大家咧真係要各出奇謀啦嚇。好，呢個時間我哋又交翻俾Tishman。
Thanks, Lawrence. You're watching on the screen at the moment then the fastest driver in this session so far. But bear in mind, this is free practice. It's not a qualifying session to decide grid positions. That'll be tomorrow morning. So Helder Osunsao in car number 7 is currently setting the pace. His fastest lap at the moment is a 3 minutes 2.820. That's the second flying lap that he's done. But somebody else to keep an eye on, number 88, who's been very quick in the first sector. We'll be talking about sectors in the course of the day. The first sector runs from the start-finish line to a point just before the Lisboa corner, the right-hander that takes them off the straight into the hills. So the first sector goes up to that point. The second sector goes from there all the way through to the point just beyond the Melco hairpin. It's a very long sector, and then the third sector is the rest of the lap. And so when we talk about sectors, that's what we're referring to. So quickest of anybody in the first sector so far is number 88, Chang Chen Shang. So we'll see what he is, what time he does by the end of the lap, and he goes up to 5th quickest, in fact. Kenneth Look, meanwhile, has gone quickest of all in car number 6. Kenneth Look doing a time of 3 minutes 2.820. Zhang Dasheng, number 19, 3 minutes 3.282 is second quickest, thanks to being very quick in the third sector of the lap he's just finished. Helder Sunsao, number 7, has dropped to third. Fourth is Michael John Sung, number 16, with a time of 3 minutes 6.177. Taking no further part in this session, if you're looking at the screen, you may have noticed it a few minutes ago. Number 2, Xia Yu, hit the wall not too hard. I'm sure the car will be repairable for tomorrow morning's qualifying session, but it'll deprive him of time to learn the track today. So he went into the wall, damaged the left front corner of the car, and so he will be taking no further part in the session. He had to pull off at the side of the track. But otherwise, everybody else is continuing with the session. And again, very quick in the first sector. That's the straights, really. As I say, it goes through the Mandarin corners and down the straight towards Lisboa, and also the straight that leads up to Mandarin as well, out of Reservoir Bend. And so that's where drivers, if they have high speed, can build up make up time. 31.636 for Chang Chin Shang is his time. That's quicker than anybody in the first sector. But Kenneth Look, still with the fastest time, very experienced driver at Macau. Kenneth Look, he's had success in various touring car categories over the years. Somebody else worth watching, who's raced many times in the Macau Formula 3 Grand Prix, actually, Joe Matsei in car number 18. He's 10th quickest at the moment, but I think he's what you could call a Macau veteran. He's been racing here, as I say, for many, many years. I think he's done something like 8 Macau Grand Prix in recent times. So Joe Matsei, number 10, currently, sorry, number 18th, is currently 18, is currently 10th fastest. And Kenneth Look does a time 3 minutes 2.820. He's coming across the line in a moment. Will that go quicker? Meanwhile, Helder Sunsao has come up to second quickest on a 3 minutes 3.155. So it's number 6 and number 7. Kenneth Look from Helder Sunsao. Pedro.
Thank you, Jan. Helder Assunção, piloto de Macau com o número 7, foi desalojado do primeiro lugar pelo piloto de Hong Kong, Kenneth Look, tradicionalmente muito rápido aqui em Macau, no circuito da guia, e ele próprio acaba agora de ser suplantado por David Zhu. David Zhu, com o número 1, piloto da China, com o número 1 faz 3:02:39, Kenneth Look tem 3:02:82, Helder Assunção 3:03:15 e Zhang Dacheng com o número 19 3:03:28, ou seja, os 4 primeiros números 1, 6, 7 e 19 separados por 88 centésimos de segundo. De realçar aqui a prestação do piloto com o carro número 88, Chang Qianchang, que tem neste momento o 8º lugar, mas o melhor tempo no setor 1. Depois perde bastante no setor 2, mas poderemos ver se ele vai conseguir manter a eficiência que tem mostrado no setor 1. Acaba de passar exatamente do 8º para o 5º lugar. Chang Qianchang acaba de passar do 8º para o 5º lugar com 3:04:79, 3 segundos de Zhang Dacheng, que ultrapassou David Zhu também nesta volta. Portanto, quando falta um quarto de hora para terminar a sessão de treinos livres, os treinos são neste momento, a volta mais rápida nestes treinos são neste momento para Zhang Dacheng com o número 19, depois David Zhu com o número 1 a 7 décimos, Kenneth Look com o número 6 a 1.1, Helder Assunção com o número 7 a 1.4 e depois Chang Qianchang com o número 88, mas já a 3 segundos. Portanto, 1.4 entre o primeiro e o quarto, os números 19, 1, 6 e 7 destes carros C9 a D70, que são todos iguais. A diferença está um pouco na preparação, muito nos pilotos.
Thank you。好啦，咁啊賽事嚟講咧，練習賽事啊，咁啊進行咗一半㗎啦，咁啊剩翻落嚟咧係15分鐘嘅時間。華夏賽車大獎賽咧，暫時嚟講咧，我哋見到19號車啊張大勝啦，咁啊今日嚟講咧喺佢第4個圈咧係做出最快嘅時間啦，就係呢一個3分01秒691嘅。咁啊朱大偉1號車咧就3分02秒397排喺第2位。香港嘅車手啊陸鑑呢就6號車啊，咁啊3分02秒820咧排喺呢個第3嘅位置。咁啊宋志偉啦7號車咧就3分03秒155排第4。咁啊第5位咧，我哋見到咧就係88號車嘅張謙尚，咁啊嚟自咧係呢一個中華台北嘅車手啦。咁啊喺呢一個第5個位置，咁啊3分04秒794。咁啊3分04秒嘅另外仲有一位車手啊，係3分04秒882啊，係25號車阿朱胡安，咁啊中國嘅車手啦。咁啊排喺呢一個第6嘅位置。咁啊第7位咧，我哋見到就係45號車啊，岑基堂啊，咁啊嚟自香港嘅車手啦。咁啊岑基堂咧就3分05秒890排喺呢一個咧係第8。咁啊啱啱算咧係有2部車咧係個位置咧係進佔咗上嚟，係稍為係比上一個圈速咧係更快嘅。咁啊包括咗頭先啱啱算講過啊張志強啦，咁啊66號車張志強，咁啊由呢一個第8位一路上，而家就上咗去1級，就進佔喺呢一個第7嘅位置。 咁啊亦都見到啦，阿陸鑑咧由第3位咧就落翻嚟啦，咁啊3分02秒820排喺第4。咁啊邊個上咗去啊？陸鑑頭先排第3個位置咧，就係7號車嘅宋志偉，3分02秒546進佔喺呢一個今日練習賽事裏頭嘅第3個位置。頭車仍然係19號車嘅張大勝，3分01秒691。第二就係嚟自另外一位中國嘅車手啊朱大維，咁啊時間係3分02秒397嘅。宋志偉排第3，陸鑑排第4，而25號車咧朱胡安咧排喺呢個第5個位置。咁啊第6位咧就啱啱算進佔咗上嚟嘅，就係呢個16號車嘅宋建成，嚟自香港嘅車手。咁佢時間係3分03秒385嘅。頭車嘅位置咧，由第1位去到呢個第6位咧，係分別係3分01至到3分03，大家相差咧最遠嘅距離，只不過係相差1.694秒嚇，2秒鐘都唔夠嘅時間。咁啊其實咧嗰個位置咧係經常都會變化㗎啦。咁啊現時咧係已經係剩翻落嚟係12分鐘嘅時間，將會係完成咧今場嘅練習賽事。咁啊同場咧就大家全部都係用新寶嘅 D70，咁啊所以咧咁啊我哋見咧就車型咧就冇得揀嘅嚇，咁啊尤其是佢哋個車架嘅設計咧就全部都係一模一樣嘅，咁啊亦都係咧馬力啊各方面咧大家都係一樣喎，咁啊要考嘅咧就係車手嘅技術啦，咁啊大家揸相同嘅嘢咧就咁啊速度啊彎啊嗰方面咧就係純粹係靠個車手啦，咁啊所以點解人哋快你慢咧？咁啊，基本上就係話嗰手車嘅問題啦，技術上嘅問題係車技嘅問題嚇。好啦，咁啊暫時仍然係張大勝咧喺呢一個頭車19號車張大勝，跟住1號車嘅朱大衛，咁啊7號車宋志偉排第3，陸鑑排喺第4位，咁啊阿朱胡安咧排喺呢個第5個位置，咁啊第6位就係頭先都講過啦，咁10號車係喺上一個圈啦進佔咗上嚟喺第6位嘅香港車手宋建成。第7位咧就係88號車嘅張謙常，第8位咧係45號車嘅岑基堂，咁啊第9位咧係66號車嘅張志強，咁啊第10位咧係27號車嘅余錦昌嘅。好，交翻俾阿 Teachman 先 ，Teachman。
Thanks, Johnny. Well, you can see on the screen there the pace of number 19, Zhang Dasheng. He is now the quickest, and this lap may be even quicker. He just went past Michael John Sung in car number 16 as they went through maternity. And that does give the impression of just how quickly Zhang Dasheng is going. So he has the fastest time. Last time around he did a 3 minutes 3.630, but his best lap, a 3 minutes 1.691. But that has just been beaten by a very small margin by Kenneth Look. Kenneth Look has done a lap at 3 minutes 1.609 in car number 6. And Zhang Dasheng, we've been watching on the screen for most of the lap that he's currently about to come to the end of, coming down towards Fisherman's now. He's second quickest with a 3 minutes 1.691. But in fact, the sector times on this lap for him, although he's had to pass a few cars, are not quicker. David Zhu, number 1, is third fastest, 3 minutes 2.397. Helderil Suntsao, who was setting the pace at the start of the session, number 7, is fourth fastest on a time of 3 minutes 2.546. And then fifth quickest is number 25, and that is Carlos Zhu. And he's done a time of 3 minutes 2.773. Now, as Zhang Dasheng goes through, yes, his lap time there, because he had to overtake other cars that were slower than him, holding up a little bit as he went through the hilly part of the circuit, meant that he wasn't able to set a quicker time than he had done previously. So we have 9.5 minutes of the... Oh, and suddenly a tyre. Is that a tyre that's disintegrated on car number 19? But the right-hand front tyre seems to have disintegrated and also torn away some of the right-hand bodywork, the right-hand front wing. So we may get a replay of this in a moment, but suddenly as the cameras were focused on him, problems for Zhang Dasheng, damaged the right-hand bodywork. Let's just see as he comes down the straight here now, heads down towards... There it is, suddenly on the straight. He's not made contact there anyway with any the barriers or anything like that, but the tyre looks to have disintegrated, and it's taken some of the bodywork away with it as it blew. Anyway, he kept the car under control. Zhang Dasheng then, who was the fastest, he's currently second quickest, but looks as though he's taking no further part in this session. But Helderil Suntsao is coming back. He could well go quickest in car number 7 very shortly. Pedro.
Numa altura em que faltam 8 minutos para terminar esta sessão de treinos livres e que o piloto mais rápido que tinha o número, tem o número 19, Zhang Dacheng, passou-se alguma coisa de muito estranho com o seu carro, já que na parte rápida do circuito, na reta do Hotel Mandarim, o guarda-lamas da frente do lado direito desintegrou-se, saiu do sítio, literalmente, sem que ele tenha tocado em coisa nenhuma, e ficou literalmente pendurado por cima da roda da frente do lado direito, impedindo, obviamente, o piloto de conseguir continuar a sua volta nas melhores condições. Ele, Zhang Dacheng, com o número 19, era o mais rápido, agora é o segundo, já que Kenneth Luke ultrapassou com uma diferença. Aqui nesta imagem vê-se os restos do guarda-lamas dianteiro do carro número 19, ficaram ali perdidos na pista, vai ter que ser limpa, obviamente. Estava eu a dizer, Zhang Dacheng ficou então no segundo lugar depois deste incidente, com Kenneth Luke a ultrapassá-lo com 8 centésimos de segundo de diferença apenas. Hélder Assunção, que ainda agora era quinto, já está em terceiro, 24 centésimos, faltam 7 minutos, poderá Hélder Assunção ainda, piloto de Macau com o número 7, tentar melhorar a sua posição. Depois está David Zhu com o número 1 a 78 centésimos e Zhu João Carlos com o número 25 a 1.1. Estes são os 5 primeiros. Kenneth Luke, Zhang Dacheng com o número 19, Kenneth Luke com o número 6, é melhor dizer os números porque os carros são todos iguais. Zhang Dacheng com o número 19 a 8 centésimos, com o número 7 Hélder Assunção a 24 centésimos, com o número 1 David Zhu a 78 centésimos e com o número 25 Zhu Juan Carlos a 1 segundo e 16 centésimos. Portanto, faltam 6 minutos para terminar, cerca de 2 voltas. Estes carros rodam os mais rápidos à volta de 3 minutos, 3.01, 3.02 é o tempo que estão a demorar por volta estes C9 D70, uma corrida de troféu com carros todos iguais. O único incidente importante aqui nesta corrida foi um toque de um dos pilotos, mas sem importância, o piloto com o carro número 2, que provavelmente estará em condições de ser recuperado. Foi um toque, uma saída de frente que danificou provavelmente a suspensão do lado esquerdo. E agora na reta o Zhang Dacheng com o número 19, em que o seu guarda-lamas da frente do lado direito desintegrou-se, literalmente saiu do sítio, ficou pendurado, deixou alguns restos na pista e ele obviamente não está em condição de melhorar o seu tempo. Kenneth Luke é o mais rápido, Zhang Dacheng a 8 centésimos, Hélder da Assunção a 24 centésimos, são os 3 primeiros carros, número 6, 19 e 7. Lawrence。Johnny。
OK， thank you。好啦，咁啊，我哋睇翻嘅時間啦，咁啊，剩翻係5分鐘嘅啫，咁啊5分鐘左右咧，就將會完成呢個華夏賽車大獎賽嘅練習時間。咁啊30分鐘咧就話咁快咧就過晒去啦嚇，咁啊亦都係咧見到咧就嗰個時間咧1分1秒過都好啦，咁啊但係咧車手嘅練習圈速嘅時間咧就一路咧係快嘅。咁啊，暫時嚟講啊，我哋見到啦，頭先係第4位嘅陸鑑啦，咁啊而家咧係進佔喺今日呢個練習賽事咧係最快嘅時間啦，暫時做到喺呢一個第6個圈嘅位置，咁啊做到嘅時間咧係3分01秒609，好犀利！咁啊3分01秒咧，其實咧仲有3部車嘅，咁啊除咗呢個6號車嘅陸鑑之外咧，就係19號車張大勝啊，咁啊張大勝咧就頭先我哋喺呢一個我哋叫咩啊？以前我哋就叫呢一個文華東方灣之前咧，咁佢已經係咧嗰部車咧就飛甩晒後面嗰啲沙板啊、啲擾流啊咁樣。咁啊現時嚟講咧，佢架車就已經係停咗喺個賽道上面啦。咁啊頭先都講緊佢喺呢個第2位，咁啊但係咧啱啱算有部車好快，1號車嘅朱大維3分秒003，哇3分鐘踏正，剩翻係。真係好快嘅時間嚇，咁啊亦都係咧係進入去咧係進佔咗上嚟咧1號車進佔咗上嚟第1嘅位置。咁啊陸鑑咧其實都唔慢，頭先講緊嘅3分01嘅，咁啊但係咧而家咧係3分鐘正067，哇！兩部車相差0.064秒，1號車嘅朱大維同呢個6號車嘅陸鑑。咁啊，而呢一個張大勝呢，部車雖然擺低咗，但係仍然係喺呢一個練習時間嚟講呢，係排呢個第3個位置，係3分01.691。 咁啊暫時嚟講第三，咁啊第4位咧就係25號車嘅朱胡安。咁啊朱胡安呢，就係3分01秒797排呢個第4位，哇！越做越快啊！嗰啲車呢，一路呢，係喺呢一個練習賽事剩翻落嚟3分鐘嘅，3分鐘呢，都分鐘可能一陣間仲有一個最快嘅時間出嚟。而我哋澳門嘅車手宋志偉呢，3分01秒853係排喺呢個第5位嘅。Chichma。
Thanks, Johnny. 3 minutes just over to go to the end of this free practice session for the Sun City Group Chinese Racing Cup, and we have a new fastest time. Number 1, David Zhu, who was 4th in the race last year, has gone round in just over 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 3,000ths of a second. 3 minutes 00.003 of a second, and that is only 64,000ths of a second quicker than Kenneth Look in car number 6. So David Zhu 3 minutes 00.003. Kenneth Look in number 6 3 minutes 00.067. Compare with last year. Last year in qualifying, 3 drivers got below the 3-minute mark. Ho Hon Kyong, Wang Shangwan, and Hans Lin, but none of them is in the race this year. And the fastest lap in the race was just under 3 minutes as well. So we should expect to see times below the 3 minutes in qualifying tomorrow. We're coming towards the end of this free practice session. So David Zhu with the fastest time, and could be even quicker on this lap, actually. He could get below the 3-minute mark because he's just done the absolute best middle sector on this lap. So number 1, David Zhu, coming towards the end of the lap. He's about 20 seconds away from the end of the lap with this wonderful new timing system we have this year. Same timekeeper's new system, and it really is full of information. We know that he'll be coming to the end of the lap in a moment, David Zhu, and the time that he will be doing could, as I say, be below the 3-minute mark, which would be a considerable achievement. Only 3 drivers managed it in qualifying last year. Comes across the line, and the time that he does is 2 minutes 59.420, so just below the 3-minute mark, almost the fastest lap. If you look at last year, the fastest lap in qualifying was 2 minutes 59.317, so he's only just slightly slower than the best time, the pole position time for last year's race. So David Zhu, really good time there, 2:59.420. Johnny?
OK，thank you， 好啦，咁我啱先講緊啦，咁啊整翻落嚟3分鐘咧，分鐘都會有一個比較快啲嘅時間，仲可以咧係同大家見面。咁啊冇錯啦，咁啊1號車啊朱大衛咧，哇好快啊，咁啊2分。哇，講得2分就真係犀利啦！頭先話佢3分踏正，咁啊而家嚟講咧係2分59秒420喺第9個圈，咁啊做出最快嘅同場練習時間。咁啊1號車嘅朱大衛，咁啊6監3分正咧係067咧，係暫時嚟講咧就係排喺呢個第2個位置。咁啊第3位咧，我哋就係見到咧就係66號車嚇，66號車咧就係張志強，咁張志強部車咧就3分01275。咁啊第4位咧，我哋見到咧就係朱胡安啊25號車咧3分01秒580。咁啊第5位啦，就係部車停咗擺低咗喺度嘅19號車張大勝3分01秒691。澳門車手7號車嘅宋志偉3分01秒853排第6。咁啊第7位咧就係16號車啊，咁啊嚟自咧係香港嘅車手宋建成。第8位咧，我哋見到咧就係45號車，咁啊另外啊係45號車咧就係另外一位香港嘅車手啦，岑基堂。岑基堂就排喺呢個第8，咁啊第9位咧係27號車余錦昌，亦都係香港嘅車手，咁啊排喺咧第9位啊，咁啊而家嚟講就係落咗一個位置，排喺呢個第9，咁啊第10位咧，我哋見到咧就係88號車嚟自中華台北嘅車手啊張謙尚。咁啊前10嘅車手咧分別係由呢一個最快1號車嘅朱大維啦，咁啊2分59秒420啊，係喺呢個3分樓下咧係完成一個圈嘅練習時間，係暫時嚟講咧係最快嘅時間啦。咁啊亦都係咧見到6號車嘅6監嘅3分鐘踏正嘅。咁啊跟住落嚟咧就係呢幾位車手咧分別喺呢一個第3至到呢個第6嘅位置咧係3分01嘅。好啦，咁啊今日嚟講咧喺呢一場華夏賽車大獎賽咧嘅練習嘅時間咧已經係正式係完結㗎啦。咁啊呢一場賽事完咗之後咧，就係跟住落嚟咧就首次咧係同大家見面嘅就係太陽城集團澳門格蘭披治3級方程式大賽國際汽聯3級方程式 世界盃嘅練習時間。咁佢哋嘅練習時間呢，將會係有40分鐘嘅。咁啊，稍後嘅時間呢，我哋等等賽會安排佢係幾點鐘係開始呢，係進行呢個練習先。好啦，交翻俾你 ，Prado。
A terminar, terminou a sessão de treinos livres com David Zhu, carro número 1, que estamos aqui a ver na imagem, nos ecrãs espalhados por toda a pista, aqui na parte mais rápida do circuito, mas já fora do tempo. Portanto, aqui os pilotos já abrandaram, a sessão terminou, os tempos foram cronometrados e é aquele piloto mesmo com o número 1, David Zhu, que estabeleceu o melhor tempo, foi o único a baixar daquela fasquia típica dos tempos destes carros, os 3 minutos. David Zhu fez 2:59.420. Em segundo lugar ficou o carro com o número 6, Kenneth Luke, piloto de Hong Kong, com 3:00.067, portanto 64 centésimos mais lento que David Zhu. Em terceiro, com o carro número 25, Zhu, Juan Carlos, com 3:01.26, já a 1:84. Em quarto lugar, com o número 66, Zhang Zi Qiangjian, com 1:85 de diferença. Em quinto lugar, Michael John Song, com 2:14 de diferença. Em sexto, Zhang Dacheng, com 2:27. E em sétimo, Hélder Assunção, com 2:43 de diferença para David Zhu. Hélder Assunção, que chegou a estar em segundo lugar durante muito tempo, era uma excelente posição para o piloto de Macau com o número 7, mas veio às boxes nos últimos minutos e foi nessa altura, nos últimos minutos da sessão de treinos livres, que vários pilotos ultrapassaram o tempo de Hélder Assunção, que era 3:01.85, e foram 6 pilotos que o ultrapassaram e fizeram os tempos abaixo do dele, deixando Hélder Assunção na 7ª posição. Para fechar o top 10 em oitavo, com o número 45, Chan Gai Tongeri, com o número 27, Yu Kamchong, e com o número 88, Chang Chen Chang. Portanto, sessão de treinos livres para os Senova D70 Chinese Racing Cup terminada, com David Zhu e Kenneth Luke, os carros número 1 e 6, a serem os mais rápidos e a estarem muito próximos um do outro. O carro número 1, o de David Zhu, que estamos aqui a ver na imagem, é o regresso destes carros à zona das boxes para libertarem a pista, que dentro de um quarto de hora, presumo cerca de um quarto para as 10 da manhã, vão ter um grande momento com a primeira saída das boxes e entrada em pista dos carros da corrida de Fórmula 3. Até já.
Thanks, Pedro. So you can see the session has come to an end then, normally, and the fastest time in the end went to David Zhu, with that time I mentioned, just below 3 minutes, 2 minutes 59.420 seconds. Second quickest, number 6, Kenneth Luke, at 3 minutes 00.067. And third quickest, coming up towards the top of the times towards the end of the session, number 25, Juan Carlos Zhu, with a time of 3 minutes 1.260, just 15 thousandths of a second quicker than number 66, Jason Zhang, with a time of 3 minutes 1.275. They're all very, very close these times, you might imagine, because the cars are all of identical specification. Fifth quickest, number 16, Michael John Sung, 3 minutes 1.569. And then sixth quickest, the driver who had that tyre disintegrate, as it seemed, as he was going down the straight out of Mandarin towards Lisboa. And Zhang Dasheng, therefore not able to make it back to the pit lane just yet, but I'm sure the car will be recovered very quickly before we can get underway with the Formula 3 cars. So, sixth quickest in the end, with the time before the tyre blowout for number 19 of Zhang Dasheng, 3 minutes 1.691. Seventh quickest, number 7, Helder Sunsao, 3 minutes 1.853. At eighth, number 45, Gary Sham, 3 minutes 2.237. Ninth, number 27, Yu Kam Chong, 3 minutes 2.729. And 10th, number 88, Chang Chen Shang, 3 minutes 4.712. He ended the session in the pits as well. 11th quickest, number 13, Li Cheng, 3 minutes 5.716. 12th, number 21, Huan Shengping, 3 minutes 6.784. 13th, number 22, Lam Kam San, 3 minutes 6.917. And 14th, number 99, Dixon Tang.
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. GP cars. 5 minutes to start of practice. F3 World Cup cars. 5 minutes to start of practice.
Announcement there over the paddock Tannoy that the Formula 3 cars will be coming out in just under 5 minutes' time for the start of their first free practice session. Just carrying on with a few more times from the Chinese Racing Cup session. I got as far as number 11th, fastest number 13, Li Cheng, 3 minutes 5.716. 12th, 21, Yuan Chengping, 3 minutes 6.784. 13th, number 22, Lam Kam San, 3 minutes 6.917. 14th, Dixon Tang, 3 minutes 7.271, number 99. 50th, number 9, Li Yen Han, 3 minutes 7.904. 60th, Joe Mutsi, who came into the pits, in fact, only did 5 laps altogether, whereas many drivers did 10 laps in that session, so clearly something not quite right with Joe Mutsi's car. His best lap was a 3 minutes 8.928. 17th, number 4, Deng Baowai, 3 minutes 9.300. 18th, number 23, Thomas Chan, 3 minutes 9.362. 19th, number 10, Huan Kunjiang, 3 minutes 9.853. And we'll stop at the 20th. 20th, number 14, is Kenny Chung, 3 minutes 12.793. So that's the Chinese Racing Cup cars free practice session completed, and they'll be having their qualifying session at the same time tomorrow. So the next cars coming out will be the Formula 3 cars, and as I said just now, before that session got underway, we have in the F3 cars 19 rookie drivers, 19 drivers making their first appearance at Macau. So it's going to be fascinating to see how they get on against some former winners. We've got multiple former winners as well. For example, we've got the Daniel Juncadella, who won in 2011, car number 9. We've got the winner for the last 2 years, therefore running as number 1. That's Felix Rosenqvist. He's had 2 wins here. We've also got the 2012 winner, number 29.
Attention in pit lane, F3 World Cup cars. 3 minutes to start of practice. F3 World Cup cars, 3 minutes to start of practice.
So drivers who've got multiple wins here, or at least won at least once, multiple wins in the case of Felix Rosenqvist. We've got some very quick drivers from the European FIA Formula 3 Championship who we don't have Lance Stroll, who won that championship, and he's now been signed up by the Williams Formula 1 team. Such is the strength of Formula 3 and how it's perceived. Max Verstappen came out of Formula 3 only a couple of years ago. He set the fastest lap here in the race in 2014. So there's drivers in this entry who will be drivers driving in Formula 1 in the not-too-distant future. That's the way it's likely to turn out. So we've got drivers returning. We've got lots of rookie drivers. And just to run down who the rookies are, number 2, Maxi Gunter. Number 5, Jan Mardenborough, who was second in the Japanese Championship this year. Number 6, Daiki Sasaki. Number 7, Hong Li Yi. Number 8, George Russell, who was third in the European Championship this year. Number 10, Nikita Mazepin. Number 15, Sho Tsuboi. Number 16, Joel Eriksson, who won the Masters of Zolder Formula 3 race this year, very high-profile race. Number 18, Guan Yu Zhu. Number 19, Tadasuki Makino. Number 21, Antoine Hubert. Number 22, Pedro Piquet, son of the great 3-time world champion Nelson Piquet. Number 23, David Beckman, the youngest driver here, the German driver, just 16 years of age. Number 25, Kayvan Andres Suri. Number 26, Lando Norris. Now, he's won 3 championships already this year, Lando Norris. He won the Toyota Racing Series in New Zealand at the start of the year. He won the Formula Renault Euro Cup and the Formula Renault Northern European Cup. And this is going to be his second ever Formula 3 race this weekend. He drove at Hockenheim at the end of last year. Well, in fact, there were 3 races that weekend, but this will be his second ever Formula 3 race meeting for a young Lando Norris, just turned 17 about a week ago. 28, Jake Hughes, another young British driver, making his Formula 3 debut at Macau. 31, Dan Ticktum, another young British driver, making his debut at Macau. And 33, Ferdinand Habsburg is also a rookie. So out of the 29 cars, 18 are rookies. Lawrence?
Thank you！ 哇！跟住落嚟咧，呢幾分鐘之後咧，就係太陽城集團澳門格蘭披治3級方程式嘅大賽。澳門國際呢個國際汽聯3級方程式叫世界盃賽事啊！哇！今年真係厲害啊！咁今日咧就係未趁佢哋未出賽之前咧，咁大家都知道稍後咧就係3級方程式，跟住落嚟10點30分至到11點10分咧，就太陽城集團澳門路車挑戰賽。咁啊，當然啦，今日啲全部基本係練習㗎啦嚇。11點25至11點15咧就係呢個東望洋大賽 2.0T 嘅，咁啊呢個係國際汽聯，亦都係 GT 嘅世界盃嘅賽事。咁啊呢個稍後咧 跟住13點20分，即係我哋叫做1.4個字咧，就 CTM 澳門房車杯嘅賽事。下晝2點20分咧，就係呢個嘅3方程式呢一節就排位啦嚇，好緊要噶。下晝嗰啲基本上。跟住3點45分咧，亦都係一節電單車嘅排位。咁啊，今日嘅賽事咧，基本就咁多項。好啦，而家咧，大家咧留意翻東望洋跑道。咁啊，今年嘅呢個世界盃嘅呢個3級方程式嘅國際汽聯咧，呢個一定認可嘅太陽城集團澳門格蘭披治3級方程式嘅賽事嘅車輛咧，陸陸續續咁啊，我哋叫做喺呢個大閘啊。因為咧呢個大閘一閂咧，你又唔使旨意出嚟㗎啦。咁啊，但係3個方程式咧就例外啲喺出邊嘅通道，咁但係都唔俾出嘅，因為大家都知道呢個國際慣例係咁樣，咁啊所以咧啲車手咧就全部而家咧基本上咧陸陸續續，我哋叫做係由看台開始練習嘅嚇。嗱，而家係 warm up 啫，而家咧就唔好睇佢快與慢，咁因為咧呢個時間咧快與慢都係冇乜特別嘅。可以話冇乜特別嘅資料啊，冇乜特別嘅驚喜。咁啊，因為而家嘅車嘅 engine 咧未 tune 到最高峰嘅時間咧，即係一般嘅啫。因為今年嘅第一項嘅呢個3方程式咧，就係而家係進行。咁啊，見到有一部咧就暫時可能出唔到，咁啊要睇下啲 mechanic 可唔可以幫手啦。咁啊呢個咧就27號車嘅。咁啊呢位車手咧就係嚟自呢個巴西嘅呢個卡馬拉啊，仲有幾部都未出到喎。咁啊可能咧就陸陸續續都會出嚟嘅啦，因為佢哋出車嘅我哋叫出呢個大房嘅時間咧，都仲有一段時間嘅。咁啊睇嚟咧，今年呢一個嘅國際汽聯認可嘅3個方程式嘅呢個世界盃嘅賽事嘅車輛咧，大家真係要留意啦嚇。真係同一級唔爭得好遠嘅啫，差唔多好多嘢入邊嘅 setting 咧，只係馬力咧當然冇一級嗰啲咁大咧，但係唔緊要。澳門嘅跑道只係適合我哋叫3個方程式㗎啦。好，交翻俾我哋旁文師先 ，Brado。
Bom dia de novo aqui para todos os que seguem ao longo do circuito da guia o que se passa nesta pista famosa em todo o mundo e na qual acabam de entrar os primeiros carros da corrida de Fórmula 3. Primeiro contacto com a pista dos monolugares, sem dúvida a corrida rainha deste programa e uma corrida que este ano tem 29 inscritos, dos quais 18 são pilotos que vêm pela primeira vez experimentar o sabor, o picante desta corrida de Macau, deste circuito da guia que tantos pilotos admiram e onde tantos pilotos já participaram, tendo a partir daqui conhecido carreiras espetaculares noutras fórmulas, nomeadamente, inclusive, na Fórmula Rainha, a Fórmula 1. De salientar que entre os candidatos à vitória nesta corrida de 2016 estão o piloto português António Félix da Costa, que participa com o número 29, ele foi o vencedor em 2012, e o sueco Felix Rosenqvist, que dominou por completo as edições de 2014 e 2015, portanto, as duas últimas, e já tinha sido segundo classificado em 2013. Há aqui, portanto, um duelo em perspectiva muito interessante. Veremos o que é que se passa depois em termos de prestações entre, nomeadamente, António Félix da Costa, outros pilotos também muito experientes em Macau, como o Daniel Juncadella, com o número 9, e quer o Félix da Costa, quer o Juncadella, a desafiarem Félix Rosenqvist, que vai tentar ganhar pela terceira vez, e nesse caso seria a terceira vez consecutiva, o Grande Prémio de Macau. Ele aceitou este desafio sem duvidar, de imediato, com toda a convicção, voltar a Macau, depois de ter ganho em 2014 e 2015, para tentar uma terceira vitória com o seu Dallara Mercedes, da Theodor Racing Prema, a equipa que o faz alinhar aqui em Macau, juntamente com Maximilian Gunther e Nick Cassidy, também um piloto muito rápido, este com o número 3 da equipa de Felix Rosenqvist. Portanto, uma sessão de 40 minutos, faltam praticamente 34 veremos o que é que esta primeira sessão de treinos livres, que indicação é que traz aos pilotos, sobretudo duas coisas interessantes para seguir. O que é que vão fazer os favoritos à vitória e o que é que vão fazer os rookies, aqueles que se estreiam aqui no circuito da guia do Grande Prémio de Macau. Jan.
Thanks, Pedro. So we have the session underway then, and they have yet to do anybody a flying lap. One or two drivers staying out, many coming in at the end of the first lap. Of course, the thing about Macau being a long circuit, they have lap times, well, at this stage, of over 3 minutes, but they'll be getting below that. We'll get them into the teens, 2 minutes 15, 16, 17, quicker than that probably. So at the moment, the fastest time, Kenta Yamashita. He's one of the few drivers to have completed a flying lap. He's done a best lap of 2 minutes 20.288. And then second quickest is Yi Hong Lee, number 7, 234.400. And then we've got number 15, Sho Tsuboi, 2 minutes 35.122. And then Jan Mardenborough, number 5, 236.829. Jan Mardenborough is a very interesting driver because he won his place in Formula 3 via support from Nissan, having won the Nissan International PlayStation competition. He didn't have any career in karting or anything like that, but he's been backed since 2010 as a result of winning that international competition on the PlayStation. So presumably he's been using the PlayStation to learn about Macau, but at the moment he's taking things cautiously because it's all too easy to have a mistake on the early laps of free practice 1 and end up with a damaged car, and that sets you back for the rest of the weekend. So it's very important for the drivers. I'm sure the teams have all been making it very plain to them. Don't touch the walls, keep off the walls, keep a little bit in reserve and start pushing when it really matters in qualifying, either qualifying this afternoon or qualifying tomorrow afternoon. So Kenta Yamashita is currently the fastest in car number 11, 2 minutes 18.834. Second quickest is Kenta Yamashita now, because as I was finishing the sentence, Antonio Felix da Costa, former winner, he's gone through on 2:18.834. Kenta Yamashita's time, in fact, 2:20.288. Jake Hughes now. Hughes, young British driver, making his debut in Formula 3 only a few weeks ago at Hockenheim in Germany. Also raced at the Nürburgring in Germany, but essentially has raced in the GP3 series, supporting Formula 1 Grand Prix in Europe this year. Jake Hughes, third quickest in 8, with a lap of 2 minutes 23.403. Lando Norris, the other young British driver, just turned 17, winner of 3 championships this year. Number 26, Lando Norris, 2:25.735. Then Ferdinand. It's going to be worth watching. He raced in the Euro Formula 2000 series this year, which is a kind of Formula 3 that races in Europe. And Ferdinand Habsburg, a winner in that category, the young Austrian, heir to the Austrian throne, it is said, number 33. And he's done a time of 2:27.913. Who's that coming in? Yes, Jan Mardenborough goes third quickest now. Number 5, Jan Mardenborough, 2:23.222 in car number 5. Then it's Jake Hughes, Lando Norris, Ferdinand Habsburg, Sam McLeod, making his second visit to Macau, number 32, with a time of 2:31.048. And then 8th quickest, number 27, Sergio Sete Camara, 2:33.433, with Pedro Piquet also doing a flying lap time. But Antonio Felix da Costa, who knows this circuit very well indeed, not only has he won here once, but he raced it in previous years also in Formula 3. So Antonio Felix da Costa, who's been racing in more senior categories and in the DTM, the German Touring Car Championship, in the last year or so, in fact, hasn't driven a Formula 3 car for probably 12 months. But anyway, he's settling into it straight away. 2:18.834. But Jake Hughes has just done the absolute best first sector. Jake Hughes in number 28. Of course, the first sector is mainly straights. It's through Reservoir Bend, then down through Mandarin, and down the straight towards Lisboa. That's the first sector. That Jake Hughes has been quickest of anybody in that sector so far. Antonio Felix da Costa, the fastest time in the second sector. Johnny.
Thank you。好啦，咁我哋啱啱算咧，就而家嚟講啊，喺現場咧就睇到咧就係經過咗10分鐘㗎啦練習時間啦。咁啊，今場嘅賽事啊，國際汽聯3級方程式世界盃嘅練習賽事40分鐘嘅時間，咁啊已經係過咗咧係1/4啦。咁啊，暫時嚟講咧，我哋見到啊嚟自葡國嘅車手29號車阿達哥斯達咧2分18，而家已經唔係啦。啱啱算有一個最快嘅時間，2分16秒345，係喺呢一個今日練習賽事咧喺呢個暫時嘅頭車位置啊。咁啊，第2位咧就係11號車嘅山下健太，日本嘅車手2分20秒288，咁啊幾乎咧同阿達哥斯達咧相差有成4秒咁上下嘅時間。咁啊 睇得到咧，今年29號車嘅達哥斯達咧部車咧都幾快下嚇。咁啊，由於出嚟咧只不過係2個圈嘅時間啫，但係佢已經係做到咧同場最快嘅時間，亦都係拋離咗咧其他嘅車手咧超過咧係4秒有多嘅時間。咁我今日嚟講咧就喺今場嘅練習咧就非常之標青啦出嚟嘅成績。咁啊第3位咧我哋係見到咧28號車嚟自英國嘅休斯，咁啊時間2分22秒800。咁啊，休斯亦都係跌咗一位，係喺呢一個第4位第5位添啦。咁啊上咗嚟咧，我哋見到咧21號車，咁啊曉伯特嚟自法國嘅車手進佔喺呢個第3位嘅位置，2分21秒937，又跌咗一位啦。咁而家我哋見到咧同場最快嘅練習時間11號車嘅山下健太2分15秒811，排喺呢一個練習賽事嘅頭車嘅位置。咁啊跌咗落嚟一位嘅咧，仍然係29號車嘅達哥斯達，咁啊2分16秒345。咁啊第3位咧，我哋見到另外一位車手上咗嚟啊，咁啊英國嘅伊洛特，咁啊伊洛特2分20秒933，咁啊呢3部車咧喺前列嘅位置。咁啊第4位咧係21號車嘅曉伯特，嚟自法國嘅車手，咁啊2分21秒937，咁啊呢位車手亦都啱啱算咧就由第4位跌咗落去第5位，進佔咗上嚟咧。我哋見到9號車西班牙嘅車手真卡迪拿係上咗嚟喺呢個第4個位置。好啦，又一部車咧喺呢一個水塘灣位咧係炒咗埋欄啦，直指咗埋去啊！咁啊而家嚟講咧，我哋要睇一睇咧嗰個位置啊，睇翻佢個出事嘅地方先啊！咁啊現時咧就睇唔到咧佢嗰個係邊部車？咁啊，一陣間咧，我哋再追翻佢先，因為咧佢係背向住我哋啊。咁啊，會係邊一部咧？咁啊，一陣間大家要睇一睇先啊，我都唔夠膽肯定。咁啊，現時嚟講咧就好啦。咁啊，見翻咧係呢一個前面嘅車手咧，亦都係咧陸陸續續做咧個時間咧係越做越快。咁啊，頭先我哋講過，暫時嚟講咧，第1位咧係11號車嘅山下健太啦，第2位咧係29號車嘅達哥斯達。咁啊，第3位咧就係20號車嘅伊洛特。咁啊，第4位咧係9號車嘅真卡迪拿。咁啊，第5位咧係21號車嘅曉伯特。咁啊，頭5位嘅車手咧，暫時嚟講咧喺呢完成咗第3個圈嘅練習賽事，咁啊進入第4個圈咧，仍然係呢幾位紅旗啦。咁啊，賽會咧首次係出示咧今日呢場練習賽事咧係首次咧，亦都係全日嚟講咧見到係一支紅旗。
I'm afraid Ferdinand Habsburg's got into the barriers at Fisherman's. He's getting out of the car, but I think the car's got in quite hard, so he may be a little bit shaken up. The session is being stopped. Red flag, so the session is being interrupted. And because it's free practice, the clock won't necessarily stop running, but for the young Austrian driver, big disappointment. He came here full of confidence. I hope his confidence hasn't been too shaken by this. He's climbing out of the car, and the session stopped whilst the car is pulled out of the way. But Ferdinand Habsburg very disappointed at what has happened, obviously, but he is walking away from the car. The car will need a lot of repair. Whether it'll be repaired in time for the qualifying session this afternoon, we'll have to wait and see. But for the moment, then the car's making their way back to the pit lane. The session will be resumed as soon as the race director is satisfied that the track is back to good condition after they've moved Ferdinand Habsburg's car out of the way.
Sessão interrompida, sessão de treinos livres interrompida devido a um acidente com o carro número 33, é o maior número dos carros presentes em pista. Ferdinand Habsburg bateu já aqui na zona rápida curva dos pescadores, saiu de frente, portanto foi bater na barreira do lado esquerdo e o carro ficou lá agarrado à barreira, o piloto saiu pelos seus próprios meios. Não houve problema quanto a isso, estamos aqui a ver o carro número 33 na tal posição incómoda que levou à interrupção da sessão de treinos, bandeira encarnada, e agora naturalmente vai ter que ser removido o carro com uma grua ou rebocado daquele lugar para depois a sessão de treinos ser recomeçada. Entre todos os outros, de salientar que o vencedor de 2014 e 2015 não teve ainda tempo de mostrar o que vale este ano, já que fez uma volta à pista, mas regressou logo às boxes. e, no entretanto, em pista, foram marcando posição o português Félix da Costa com o número 29, que esteve muito tempo com o melhor tempo nestes treinos, até ser batido por meio segundo pelo carro número 11 do japonês Kenta Yamashita. Kenta Yamashita, que é até agora o mais rápido, com 2:15:81, seguindo-se Félix da Costa com 2:16:34 e Callum Ilott com 2:20:93, portanto, muito longe dos tempos dos dois primeiros. Esta primeira parte da sessão de treinos livres interrompida devido ao acidente, como já referimos, deixar Yamashita e Félix da Costa com tempos muito parecidos, primeiro e segundo, meio décimo de segundo separar os dois, e depois todos os outros já muito longe vão obviamente melhorar os seus tempos quando esta sessão for recomeçada, tal como se espera que nesse recomeço, até porque agora há mais tempo de intervenção nas boxes enquanto se procede à remoção do carro número 33, o sueco Felix Rosenqvist possa também sair para a pista nessa altura e vir juntar-se aqui seguramente à luta dos três primeiros pelo melhor tempo nesta sessão de treinos livres da Fórmula 3. E de momento, enquanto a pista não reabrir, os carros estão nas boxes, vão proceder a algumas afinações, alguns acertos, portanto vai ser útil para bastantes dos pilotos. Aqui vemos o carro número 33 de Ferdinand Habsburgo, que ainda está no sítio onde bateu e vai ser puxado por uma grua para desimpedir a pista e a sessão poder recomeçar dentro de minutos. Até já.
好啦，啱啱咧就係呢個紅旗一揮之下，咁啊冇得傾啦，因為有架車喺呢個我哋叫水塘灣角呢邊嘅位置咧，直插入去，咁啊插得比較深啲，可能係而家都要等我哋嘅工作人員咧，就要將部戰車咧拱翻出嚟先得。咁因為嗰啲位置咧，基本上咧真係，如果你攞個彎太貼咧，走唔翻出嚟咧，就一定直指埋去呢個安全欄呢個位置嘅，呢個冇所謂嚇，因為最緊要，因為佢而家睇落去呢個車頭，因為我哋三方形式嘅呢個機器上面咧，嗰副 engine 咧，基本咧都係喺後邊嘅，咁喺前頭指埋去咧，即係換翻啲前架啊，睇個前輪有冇嘢啊。如果冇乜特別咧，應該都好快搞掂㗎啦嚇，因為佢哋下晝仲有一節嘅排位賽事，咁一定要快啲入翻修理廠，係同佢整翻出嚟先得，如果唔係咧就比較麻煩啲㗎啦。好啦，而家紅旗一揮之下咧，今年嘅賽事第一項嘅紅旗就係呢個三個方程式，咁因為吸引之處咧。以前未係呢個世界盃咧都咁吸引，而家咧今年升格為世界盃之後咧就更加吸引。哇！你睇啲車手年青力壯，好後生嘅真係10幾歲嘅咋，咁啊真係最緊要佢哋唔怕，最緊要夠快爽啊！即係我哋中國人叫你爽唔爽啊？爽啊！真係爽嘅，真係揸三個方程式好爽啊！好啦，而家咧就等緊大會嘅。公佈睇下幾時開翻呢個賽道，因為嗰部戰車要移走拎翻過嚟呢一個嘅維修站咧，先可以繼續餘下嘅賽事嘅。Teachman.
Thanks, Lawrence. Well, the recovery process for this car is taking rather a long time, and they decided they can't pull it out of the way, so it's going to have to be lifted up onto the back of a flatbed. As I say, the clock isn't normally stopped in the course of a free practice session when the red flag has to be shown. Whether there'll be coming a point where, because quite a few drivers have not yet done a flying lap. They went out, they did a lap, came back into the pits and gone out again, but haven't yet completed a flying lap. In fact, we've only got times for 18 of the 29 drivers. So, of course, time is vital. We have a tight schedule, but let's hope they're not going to be deprived of too much more time before the session can resume. But at the moment, the recovery of Ferdinand Habsburg's car is still underway. So the fastest time then, the Japanese Formula 3 champion making his third visit to Macau, Kenta Yamashita in car number 11. He's at a time of 2:15.811, and that compares with the fastest time in the equivalent session last year, which was set by Antonio Giovinazzi at 2:13.829. So although the car's essentially to the same specification, one would expect some improvement. They're running, of course, this year on different tyres, not Yokohama's, but Pirelli tyres being used this year for everybody. So how that's going to affect performance, well, ultimately we'll have to wait and see. But we're not getting a true reflection in this session just yet. Just give you that as a point of reference. So Kenta Yamashita, the fastest in number 11, 2:15.811. Then Antonio Felix da Costa, former winner, number 29, 2 minutes 16.345. And they, at the moment, are the only two drivers below 2:20, but that's not a criticism, just a fact. Callum Ilott is third quickest, the British driver, sixth in the European Championship this year. Car number 20, 2:20.933. Fourth fastest, another former winner, number 9, Daniel Juncadella, 2 minutes 20.964. Fifth is number 21, Antoine Hubert, 2:21.937. Sixth, number 32, Sam McLeod, 2:22.052. Seventh, number 5, Jan Mardenborough, second in the Japanese Championship, Kenta Yamashita this year. Jan Mardenborough, 2 minutes 22.183. Eighth is 28, Jake Hughes, 2:22.246. Ninth, number 27, Sergio Sette Camara, who set the fastest lap in the Grand Prix last year. The German driver, 2:22.589 is his best lap so far. But then very few have done more than one flying lap, some have done two. Number 19 is 10th, Tadasuke Makino, 2:22.774. Pedro Piquet, number 22, is 11th, 2:23.037. Alexander Sims, another returning driver, third last year. Number 30, 12th quickest, 2:23.801. 13th is number 15, Sho Tsuboi, 2:24.296. 14th is number 26, Lando Norris, 2:25.735. 15th, number 7, Yi Hong Lee, 2:26.938. 16th for the record, but won't, of course, be able to improve upon it now. Number 33, Ferdinand Habsburg, 2:27.913. And the other two drivers to have set a flying lap time, but they're not particularly quick, but then that's no fault. Just an observation. Number 2, Maxi Gunter, 2:28.331. And Daiki Sasaki, number 6, is 18th, 2:41.580. So, as I say, that means that only those drivers have done a flying lap so far. And we will just see what the situation is as regards the others. So we've got Nikita Mazepin, Chang Wing Chung, Joel Eriksson, Arjun Maini, Zhu Guan Yu, David Beckman, Kevin Andrasuri, Felix Rosenqvist and Nick Cassidy. None of them have yet done a flying lap. But all 29 cars have been seen on the track, and hopefully all but one of them will be back on the track in a few minutes' time. But we're now down to just under 17 and a half minutes, 17 minutes and 15 seconds to go to the end of the time allocated for this session, and still the car has not been recovered. It's going to take, I would say, another few minutes. There's not going to be much debris to clear up. This is their first recovery of the weekend, so perhaps they need a bit more practice before they're going to be able to do it effectively. But this is not a very effective and efficient recovery at the moment, I'm afraid. And the important thing, of course, is that no more damage is done to the car than was caused in the actual accident. And let's hope there aren't too many more situations like this, with the races having to be interrupted when we come to them. But there's a fair amount of damage you can see to the left front corner of that car. As long as the main tub of the chassis is okay, then that ought to be repairable, and it may even be repairable for this afternoon's qualifying session. Pedro?
Sessão ainda interrompida, quando se podem ver os danos causados no carro número 33 de Ferdinand Habsburg, dos rookies do Grande Prémio de Fórmula 3 de Macau deste ano. Portanto, a pista já aqui a pregar uma partida a dos estreantes. Aqui uma manobra, enfim, algo estranha e demorada para a recuperação do carro, a retirada da pista. Ele está suspenso, mas ainda não foi colocado no meio de transporte que o há de trazer para as boxes, onde, de resto, neste momento, enquanto isso decorre, todos os pilotos estão parados a proceder a afinações e correções nos seus carros para quando a sessão de treinos for retomada. O carro número 33 ainda suspenso. Agora há reboque que se aproxima para ficar na direção do carro de Ferdinand Habsburg, piloto número 33 da equipa Fortec Motorsports, um dos rookies deste ano. Curiosamente, praticamente todas as equipas têm rookies. A Theodore Racing, que inscreve Félix Rosenqvist com o número 1, tem com o número 2 Gunther. Depois a B-Max Racing Team tem os 3 inscritos, são 3 estreantes. Marden Borgo, Sasaki e Yongli Ye, o piloto chinês. Na equipa Hightech GP há 2 rookies, Nikita Mazepin, russo, e George Russell. Depois na Motopark há 2 rookies, Gunia Zhu, o piloto chinês com o número 18, e Joel Eriksson com o número 16. Na Van Amersfoort Racing há 2 rookies, Hubert e Piquet, e o piloto rápido da Amersfoort Racing é Callum Ilott com o número 20. Mook Motorsport tem 2 rookies, Beckman e Andrés Sori, e inscreve 2. A Carlin, que inscreve Félix da Costa, piloto português com o número 29, e de qual se espera aqui uma ótima prestação. Ele foi o vencedor em 2012 e este ano participou no famosíssimo e muito competitivo campeonato DTM, com corridas na Alemanha e na Europa toda. É um campeonato em que normalmente os 20 primeiros participam marcas alemãs, Audi, Mercedes e BMW. O Félix da Costa é piloto da BMW, piloto oficial da equipa BMW, e é um campeonato em cujas corridas normalmente os 20 primeiros estão no final da sessão de qualificação separados por 1 segundo separa o primeiro do 20º. Portanto, uma competição muito renhida, e o Félix da Costa fez um excelente campeonato, muitas vezes com ótimos tempos nos treinos, algumas corridas durante algumas voltas na liderança, e ele está aqui neste momento com o segundo tempo nos treinos livres, enfim, naqueles minutos que houve para participar em pista na sessão de treinos livres interrompida, como se sabe, com bandeira encarnada na sequência do toque de frente na curva à direita, na curva dos pescadores.
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. F3 World Cup cars practice session will recommence in 1 minute at 04. Practice session will recommence in 1 minute. The entire session will be extended by 5 minutes. The checkered flag will be displayed at 10:20. This session has now been extended by 5 minutes. The checkered flag will now be at 10:20. Please stand by.
E, portanto, na sequência deste acidente, dizia eu, a corrida foi interrompida, mas vai recomeçar. O carro já foi retirado. Dentro de 1 minuto vai recomeçar. Foram dados mais 5 minutos ao tempo inicialmente previsto. Veremos se vai recomeçar dentro de 1 minuto. Aqui a coisa parece ainda um pouco difícil. Não pode ser dada como pronta, não, a pista aqui neste local. Não pode ser dada como pronta, mas foi anunciado 1 minuto e que a corrida, a sessão de treinos teria mais 5 minutos e acabaria às 10h20. Salientar então, enquanto a corrida continua, enquanto os treinos continuam parados e a pista interrompida com bandeira encarnada, que o Félix da Costa tem o segundo tempo a meio segundo de Kenta Yamashita com o número 11. Félix da Costa com o número 29, Rosenqvist ainda não tem tempo. Vamos ver agora que vai recomeçar o que é que nos dá estes últimos minutos, com o Rosenqvist com o número 1 a ir desafiar os 2 mais rápidos até ao momento, Yamashita e Félix da Costa.
好啦，咁我哋見到咧就係賽事係重開啦，咁啊練習賽事咧剩翻落嚟係15分鐘都唔夠嘅時間啦，咁啊餘下落嚟嘅時間咧，佢哋將會係如果以佢哋2分零嘅話咧，我相信都起碼都可以走到8個圈㗎。咁啊，因為佢哋嘅時間咧計埋金圈一出嚟嘅話咧，將會係再次咧係熱身先啦，因為頭1個圈出嚟嘅，因為佢哋車咧都攤咗成10幾分鐘啊，好 即係會比較係全部就凍晒㗎啦，胎又凍，咁啊引擎都凍啦。咁啊現時嚟講咧，出翻嚟之後咧就捽條胎先啦嚇，咁磨一磨胎，咁易溶胎一溶咗之後咧就咁喺稍後咧落嚟嘅第2、第3個圈咧，咁將會係咧車速一路咧係會係加快。咁我哋再睇翻名單咧，就頭先呢部車咧就應該係架33號車咧，喺呢一個漁翁灣嗰度咧係直指咗埋去呢個防撞欄嗰度嘅。咁33號咧係嚟自奧地利嘅車手阿哈貝斯堡。咁佢呢部車就已經係推出咗今場嘅練習賽事啊。咁現時嚟講咧，我哋再睇翻嘅名單出翻嚟嘅車手咧，已經係咧係超過咗係有18部車係出晒嚟咧，係同大家見面㗎啦。咁當然啦，另外仲有成10部咧喺後面咧係會係慢慢咧係跟翻出嚟嘅。咁現時我哋可以見到咧喺呢一個紅旗之前暫時見到11號車嘅日籍車手山下健太做出同場練習最快嘅時間2分15秒811。咁睇睇咧，剩翻落嚟呢7、8個圈嘅時間呢，會唔會係有一個仲快啲嘅時間呢？係同大家見面啦。
Thanks, Johnny. So the session back underway. It's going to be extended by 5 minutes because so much time was lost with that recovery of Ferdinand Habsburg's car. And although the ambulance took him off to the medical centre, that's something for a check-over. We saw him walk away from the car, so no real cause for concern. I'm sure he'll be back out just as soon as his car can be repaired. Won't be for this session, of course. It may not even be for qualifying this afternoon. We'll have to wait and see. Anyway, the session underway then, and we've got 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining with an extra 5 minutes added on. Now, the drivers will clearly be keen to make up for lost time. They can't make it up completely because effectively the red flag came out when there was about 10 minutes into the session. They've got 50 minutes when the session resumes, so they've got 25 out of the originally intended 40 minutes. So they've lost a vital 15 minutes, in fact, by the time this session comes to an end. And fingers crossed, there's going to be no more cars making contact with the walls. Just to remind you then, Kenta Yamashita is the fastest at the moment, 2:15.811. All these times I'm giving you at the moment were set before the interruption because nobody's yet done a flying lap since the interruption. They're going through onto their flying laps now. Antonio Felix da Costa, one to watch. Number 29, Callum Eilert, going very nicely. Number 20, but there's some quick drivers yet to record a time, including the winner of the last 2 years, Felix Rosenqvist, has yet to set a time. George Russell, I see, is down there as well, yet to do a time. But now they're getting on with it. And although on this outlap, we're not going to be seeing anybody doing a particularly quick sector. Of course, the first sector was coming out of the pit, so that doesn't count. On this whole lap, they're now getting on to their first flying lap, and we should begin to see some improved times for quite a few drivers. Maxi Gunter, for example, Daiki Sasaki, and Dan Ticktum, in fact, quickest of anybody in the first sector. So Dan Ticktum, number 31, another rookie driver here, the youngster who had to sit out the whole of this season until the very end after he had a 2-year suspension with 12 months of that suspended, so he had to sit out this year. Still got to be on his best behaviour, but Dan Ticktum hoping to make his way from racing in 2015 in the MSA Formula in the UK. Showed himself to be a quick driver, but had some unfortunate involvements in incidents. So one to watch, number 31, Dan Ticktum. Who else is going well in the sectors? Max Gunter said, Sasaki, George Russell. Expect good things from him. The young British driver, just 18 years of age, and already a winner of the BRDC Formula 4 Championship a couple of years ago, and the Young Driver of the Year award. Daniel Juncadella, quicker than he's been previously in the middle sector. He's currently 4th fastest anyway. Sam McLeod doing a personal best in the middle sector. Daniel Juncadella, the quickest driver in the middle sector so far on this, their first flying lap since the restart. And along comes Felix Rosenqvist, and he goes 3rd quickest straight away on his first flying lap. So Felix Rosenqvist, winner last year, winner in 2014, 2 minutes 18.388. He's dropped to 4th because Daniel Juncadella, another previous winner, he goes 3rd quickest, number 9 at 2:16.672, just behind Antonio Felix da Costa, who was also a previous winner. Daniel Juncadella does the absolute best 3rd sector. That's the bit from coming out of the Melco hairpin to the end of the lap, and he's done quicker time than anybody in that sector, but not that far behind him is Kenta Yamashita, and up to 4th quickest comes the Indian driver, number 17, Arjun Maini, 2:17.254. So Arjun Maini going nicely, 4th quickest. Callum Eilert drops to 5th. So it's 11 Yamashita, 29 Antonio Felix da Costa, 9 Juncadella, Maini number 17 is 4th, 5th is 31 Dan Ticktum, 6th is 21 Antoine Hubert. 7th is 20 Callum Eilert. 8th is 32 Sam McLeod. 9th is number 1 Felix Rosenqvist. Sergio Sete Camara comes in. David Beckman, who's the youngest driver in the entry this year, just 16 years of age. David Beckman goes third quickest. Lando Norris sets the fastest time. Lando Norris, the young phenomenon from the UK. Lando Norris, 3 championships already he's won this year. Number 26, Lando Norris, has the fastest time in car 26, 2:15.658. Pedro.
Recomeçou então a sessão de treinos livres da Fórmula 3 e depois da volta de entrada em pista começaram então as voltas, uma volta apenas ainda de cronometrada, porque a primeira é de entrada em pista, obviamente, e alterações imediatas no topo da tabela, com António Félix da Costa agora a rodar em 2:14.96 e a estabelecer o melhor tempo. Ele que tinha sido relegado para a segunda e terceira posição com as subidas de Lando Norris e Ken Yamashita. Depois Félix Rosenqvist na primeira volta, que o número 1, o vencedor nos 2 últimos anos, a fazer um tempo longe ainda dos primeiros. E, portanto, veremos agora aqui nesta volta da Rosenqvist qual é o tempo que ele vai apresentar. E sim, melhora 3 segundos e tal, e fica na segunda posição, a 6 centésimos de Félix da Costa. O português Félix da Costa com o número 29, o mais rápido até agora, 2:14.96, e Rosenqvist na sua segunda volta, 2:15.62, Lando Norris, 2:15.65, Kenta Yamashita 2:15.81, Jack Hughes 2:15.85, Alexander Sims 2:16.03, David Beckman 2:16.26, Daniel Juncadella 2:16.67. E são os 8 primeiros neste momento em que na imagem dos ecrãs espalhados pela pista se pode seguir Félix Rosenqvist com o número 1, o sueco vencedor em 2014 e 2015, que estava na segunda posição atrás de Félix da Costa, passou para terceiro, porque Félix da Costa passou para segundo, porque ambos foram ultrapassados por Callum Eilert com 2:14.30, deixou Félix da Costa a 6 décimos e Rosenqvist a 1,3. De qualquer maneira, faltam 7 minutos e meio para acabar esta sessão de treinos livres. Deverá haver tempo ainda para pelo menos 2 voltas. Muito pode ainda acontecer, portanto, entre os 5 primeiros, Eilert, Félix da Costa, Sims, Rosenqvist e Lando Norris e Kenta Yamashita, os 6 primeiros. Entre estes 6, as posições podem ainda ser completamente invertidas.
OK， 好啦，咁啊現時嚟講咧，剩翻落嚟啊7分零鐘嘅時間啦，咁啊今日嚟講咧就真係過足癮啦！我哋而家咧就係喺呢個葡京灣啊嗱，又一個超值啦！咁啊因為咧又睇到呢個直指埋欄，咁啊啱啱算喺呢個彎位，咁啊現時嚟講咧見到個天秤咧就已經就埋緊去㗎啦！我相信好快咧就會係即係離開將呢一部撞咗嘅車咧係送離呢個跑道。好啦，咁啊現時咧我哋睇翻咁啊頭車做到最快嘅時間咧，英國嘅伊洛特20號車2分14秒304，跟住咧，哎呀，都未講完咋，咁啊即刻見到咧就係阿基斯啊，咁啊羅辛基斯，咁啊亦都係咧做到同場最快嘅練習時間2分14秒075，進佔喺呢個頭車位置。伊洛特就排喺第2位，咁啊第3位咧係29號車嘅葡國車手2分14秒528。達哥斯達，咁啊第4位咧，我哋見到咧就係28號車嘅休斯，嚟自英國嘅車手，咁就休斯咧2分14秒953，咁啊暫時喺呢個第5個位置。哇！另外一部車我哋見到咧，呢個都真係快啊嚇！咁啊9號車嘅西班牙車手啊，真卡迪拿，咁啊亦都係咧進佔喺呢個第2位置，2分14秒244。Teachman
Just under 6 minutes to go to the end of this free practice session. There's a car in the wall at Lisboa, which means yellow flags in that part of the circuit. Meanwhile, before that happened, he was on his way to complete the lap. Felix Rosenqvist went fastest with a 2 minutes 14.075 best lap. And occasionally you get onboard camera views on the screen. They are riding with Felix Rosenqvist. The camera's on his car, so you're getting some great TV pictures, if you can see one of the big screens, of Felix Rosenqvist in action and what it's like to be in a Formula 3 car going on the fastest parts of the circuit up to about 160, 170 miles an hour. So Felix Rosenqvist then, 2 minutes 14.075 is the fastest. He's come into the... No, he hasn't. I thought he had for the moment coming to the pits. Daniel Juncadella, second quickest, number 9, 2:14.244. Third quickest, number 20, Callum Eilert. 2:14.304. 4:29 Antonio Felix da Costa, 2:14.528. So Callum up there third, surrounded by previous winners of the Macau Grand Prix. Fifth is 28 Jake Hughes, 2:14.953, the best rookie so far. Sixth is number 30 Alexander Sims, 2:15.008. Seventh is 26 Lando Norris, 2:15.658. Eighth, number 11 Kenta Yamashita was quickest at the interruption, but he's now dropped down to eighth. Kenta Yamashita, 2:15.811. Ninth, 32 Sam McLeod, 2:16.210. And 10th is 23 David Beckman, 2:16.269. So the session has 4.5 minutes to run. Felix Rosenqvist is setting the pace undoubtedly. Most of the drivers elected to stay out on the track for as long as they possibly can rather than coming into the pits to make adjustments to make up for the lost time from that accident involving the car of Ferdinand Habsburg. So all other cars running apart from that one that's in the wall at Lisboa. We'll see whether we can work out which one that was. And it is, Tadasuke Makino, number 19. He's the one who's gone into the wall at Lisboa, so damage to his car. Ferdinand Habsburg, the one who caused the session to be stopped earlier on. 4 minutes to go. Pedro?
4 minutos para terminar esta sessão de treinos. Esteve interrompida com bandeira encarnada pelo despiste do carro 33 Ferdinand Habsburg. Felix Rosenqvist só entrou depois dessa interrupção e subiu para o terceiro lugar e logo depois para o primeiro e acaba de ser desalojado do primeiro lugar por Kenta Yamashita com o número 11 num Dallara Tomei. Kenta Yamashita, que tem estado sempre aqui a cheirar os lugares da frente. Kenta Yamashita, 2:13.54, melhor volta. Rosenqvist, 2:14.07. Juncadella, 2:14.24. Calo Mailot, 2:14.30. E Félix da Costa, 2:14.52. São os 5 primeiros, quando faltam 3 minutos para terminar esta sessão de treinos livres. Há, portanto, 6 pilotos. Félix da Costa fecha o top 6, separados por 1 segundo. Yamashita é o primeiro, Rosenqvist a 5 décimos e 28, Lando Norris a 5 décimos e 29, Juncadella a 6,97, Callum Mailot a 7,57 e Félix da Costa a 9,81, menos que 1 segundo, portanto, e 1 segundo exato para o sétimo classificado, Alexander Sims. Numa altura em que Lando Norris passa para terceiro. Jack Hughes é o melhor rookie com o número 28, ele faz parte da equipa de Félix da Costa, a Carlin, e está na 4ª posição com 2:14.15 a 6 décimos de Kenta Yamashita. Portanto, muita movimentação, como estava previsto nos últimos quilómetros, na penúltima volta. Faltam 2 minutos e 13. Quem passar agora pela reta da meta ainda fará a última volta cronometrada. Jan。
OK， 好，唔該晒嚇。咁現時嚟講咧，我哋剩翻係2分鐘嘅時間，2分鐘唔夠啊，但係個成績咧好犀利啊，嘭嘭聲係。經常係換位啊！咁頭先咧啱啱算11號車啊，阿山下健太啦，2分13秒547排喺第一，咁啊卜一聲咧已經唔夠啊羅辛基斯犀利啦！1號車羅辛基斯2分13秒113，進佔喺呢個頭車嘅練習時間最快嘅時間，2分13秒113。第二位先係山下健太，2分13秒547，2分13秒另外一位仁兄就係9號車嘅真卡迪拿呢個西班牙車手，2分13秒900。咁啊，暫時喺呢一個第3個位置。咁啊，第4位呢就係洛利斯啊，嚟自英國嘅車手26號車，2分14秒076。咁啊，2分14秒一路數啦，數到去到排到第9位啊。好啦，咁啊睇翻呢前列嘅車輛先嚇，咁啊仍然係羅辛基斯啦，跟住就係山下健太，咁啊仲有呢就係9號車嘅真卡迪拿，暫時喺呢個頭車嘅3名嘅位置。Teachma。
So we've got just over a minute to go to the end of the session. Cars going over the start and finish line now will be starting their last lap. Felix Rosenqvist has gone quickest again. 2 minutes 13.113, quicker by 0.8 of a second. There was a car that has stopped. Now it stopped just by the pit lane, well, but not in the pit lane, on the track. So it's number 3 that has. That's Nick Cassidy. Third in the race 2 years ago, but Nick Cassidy's car has ground to a halt. Well, it's not really, it can be seen by drivers coming out of our bend, so yellow flags being waved means that nobody's going to be able to finish the session at full speed, because for some reason, it's not crashed by the looks of things, it's something mechanical that's gone wrong with Nick's car. So Felix Rosenqvist, 2:13.113, has the fastest time. Kenta Yamashita, number 11, second quickest, 2:13.547. Third is number 9, Daniel Junkadeya, 2:13.900. Fourth is 26, the quickest rookie driver, Lando Norris, 2:14.076. Fifth is 28, Jake Hughes, also rookie, 2:14.158. Sixth is number 20, Callum Eilert, 2:14.304. Seventh is 29, Antonio Felix da Costa, 2:14.375. As he takes the checkered flag, Felix Rosenqvist does an even quicker time, 2:13.099. So there'll be some drivers who were partway round their lap before Nick Cassidy's car ground to a halt on the pit straight. So it may be that we'll still see some other improvements coming in. In fact, Daniel Junkadeya yet to take the flag, but he's done a 2:13.900, may be able to improve on this final lap. There's not too many, I don't think, who've got through this. Yes, Nick Cassidy, I see, was just starting another lap. He's 14th fastest, but the cars that come through the checkered flag now, I'll take the checkered flag. So Felix Rosenqvist, Kenta Yamashita, Daniel Junkadeya, on his last lap, does a 2:13.628. So that's an improvement, but he stays third. Lando Norris, I suspect, has been caught in the yellow flag zone by Nick Cassidy's stoppage. So Lando Norris, fourth fastest, number 26, 2:14.076. Jake Hughes, 2:14.158 is fifth. Sixth is number 20, Callum Eilert, 2:14.304. Seventh is 29, Antonio Felix da Costa, 2:14.375. That's an improvement, but that was on his previous lap. He come up to take the flag in a moment. Alexander Sims is 8th, 2:14.547. Ninth is 23, David Beckman, 2:14.702. George Russell on his last lap improves to 2:14.912 and is 10th in number 8. Up to 11th comes number 31, another of the young Brits, Dan Ticktum, 2:15.119. 12th, number 17, Arjun Maini, 2:15.151. 30th is 21, Antoine Hubert, 2:15.343. 14th, number 27, Sergio Setecamara, 2:15.440. 50th is 32, Sam McLeod, 2:15.616. 60th, number 16, Joel Eriksson, 2:15.806. 17th, but obviously not going to complete the final lap, number 3, Nick Cassidy, 2:15.807. 18th, number 2, Maxi Gunter, 2:15.875. 19th, number 5, Jan Mardenborough, 2:16.485. And 20th, number 18, Zhu Guanyu, 2:16.855. And just to complete the cars that have, yes, everybody's now just about taking the flag. 21st, number 22, Pedro Piquet, 2:16.896. 22nd, number 10, Nikita Mazepin, 2:17.520. 23rd, number 12, Chang Wing Chung, 2:17.576. 24th, number 15, Shou Tsuboi, 2:17.799. 25th, number 25, Kayvan Andres Suri, 2:17.925. 26th, number 7, Yi Hong Lee, 2:18.157. 27th, the car that crashed at Lisboa, number 19, Tadasuki Makino, 2:19.041. 28th, number 6, Daiki Sasaki, 2:22.083. Finally, number 33, Ferdinand Habsburg, who never really got going before he crashed at Fisherman's. Best lap to then, 2:27.913. So Nick Cassidy's car's being pushed out of the way. The session is at an end, and the Formula 3 cars will be coming out for their qualifying session. And that'll be scheduled to take place at 2:20. But it's only the first qualifying session. There will be a second qualifying session to come tomorrow afternoon, preceded by pre-practice tomorrow morning. So next up will be the free practice session for the Sun City Group Macau Road Sport Challenge, scheduled to start at 10:30, maybe a little bit late. Johnny,
OK, thank you。好啦，咁我哋啱啱算下已經係完成咗呢一場嘅國際汽聯3級方程式世界盃嘅練習賽事啦。咁啊，跟住落嚟咧，賽事嘅安排將會係太陽城集團澳門路車挑戰賽嘅練習時間。咁啊，路車嘅練習時間咧，亦都係有40分鐘啊。咁啊，所以咧，我哋要等一等賽會嘅安排，睇下幾時係開始呢一場嘅路車挑戰賽嘅練習。咁啊，稍後時間咧，再同大家見面。
Terminada esta sessão de treinos livres da Fórmula 3, o programa indica que dentro de alguns minutos, provavelmente 10 minutos, teremos a primeira sessão de treinos da Macau Road Sport Challenge. Na Fórmula 3, o carro número 3 de Nick Cassidy, na última volta, ficou parado na reta da meta. Teve que ser retirado, empurrado por elementos da sua equipa, da Theodore Racing, by Prema. E o melhor tempo nestes treinos livres foi estabelecido na sua última volta pelo vencedor do ano passado e de há 2 anos, Félix Rosenqvist. Ele andou sempre entre segundo e terceiro, primeiro, segundo e terceiro, e na sua última volta de 8 voltas, ele fez menos voltas do que alguns dos outros pilotos que fizeram 10, 11 voltas, porque ele na primeira parte dos treinos esteve na sua box, mas a segunda parte na sequência de um acidente, foi suficiente para Félix Rosenqvist mostrar ao que vem, obviamente, e estabelecer tempos sempre entre os primeiros, fixando na sua última volta, a oitava, 2:13.099 como melhor tempo, seguido de Callum Ilott com 2:13.511, portanto a 412 milésimos. O terceiro, Kenta Yamashita, 448, o quarto, Daniel Juncadella, a 529, o quinto, Lando Norris, e o primeiro rookie, 849 milésimos, o sexto, Jake Hughes, também rookie, 1 segundo e 59 milésimos.
Attention in the paddock, Macau Road Sport Challenge cars. Practice will start in 4 minutes. Please get ready. Macau Road Sport Challenge cars. Practice will start in 4 minutes. Please now get ready for your practice session.
Sétimo lugar, como ia dizendo, para Félix da Costa, 1 segundo,2. Oitavo, Alexander Sims, a 1 segundo,4. Nono, David Beckman, a 1 segundo,6. E décimo, George Russell, a 1 segundo,8. Os carros de Fórmula 3 voltarão à pista ainda hoje, perto das 2:20 da tarde, para a primeira sessão de qualificação. Aí sim já as coisas vão ser mais sérias, porque são tempos que contam, como o nome indica, para a sua qualificação. Dentro de 5 minutos foi anunciado, a pista será...
Attention in the paddock, Macau Road Sport Challenge cars, 3 minutes to start of practice. Macau Road Sport Challenge cars, 3 minutes to start of practice.
A pista será aberta em 3 minutos, foi agora anunciado, para os carros que participam nesta Sun City Group Macau Road Sport Challenge.
The next session for the Macau Road Sport Challenge will not be delayed. They'll be on the track any moment now. So if you bought yourself a program, the page you need to be on is page 66 for the entry here. And the only known alteration that I have to it is a small one. One of the Mitsubishi Lancer Evos has become an Evo 10 when it was an Evo 9 as entered. That's number 59, Wong Kwai Wah. Last year, the fastest driver in this equivalent session was Leong Yan Veng, with a best lap of 2:37.908. Essentially, this race to enthusiasts in a variety of road cars, modified a little to meet the strict safety regulations that apply to all cars used in racing these days, so they can't be driven straight in off the showroom, but only a little amount of work is done essentially in the interest of making the cars safer in the event, we hope there aren't any, of an accident, and that is a very popular category. It's evolved over the last quite a few years now, that this has been part of the Macau Grand Prix program, and in order to qualify to take part in this race, they have to compete in some races in a series that takes place at other racetracks. Obviously, they can't race here in Macau. The opening round of the Road Sport Challenge had 2 races, the first of which was won by Kin Veng, ahead of Wong Wan Long and Lai Kit Meng, who finished 5th in the race last year, Lai Kit Meng. And then in race 2, Kin Veng won again, and Wong Wan Long was runner-up in that second race, with Wong Kar Hong, who was 4th in this race last year, finishing on the podium in that opening rounds of the Road Sport Challenge, the qualifying races for the ability to take part in this Macau race. Then the second weekend, In Kin Vieng again was the dominant driver. So I think he's kind of identified as the driver we're going to expect to be seeing setting the pace. Drives number 66. It's a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9. And the car's now making their way out onto the track. Again, they got 40 minutes. Hope they will get the full 40 minutes. And it's a mixture of mainly Mitsubishi Lancer Evos of one sort or another, but there are some Nissans in amongst them as well. The GTR R34. There's a Subaru Impreza or two and a couple of Lotus Evoras. So those are the cars now making their way out onto the track. And as I mentioned, Leong Yan Veng was fastest in this equivalent session last year with a best lap of 2:37.908. And in the qualifying session, Leong Yan Veng set a time of 2:33.422. And then the race itself was won by Leong Yan Veng. And the fastest lap in that race last year was by the winner at 2:34.426. So I'll just give you those few stats to give you an impression of the sort of times we should expect to see during the course of this session, about which Lawrence is going to tell you something.
Yes, thank you 好，咁啊，眨下眼咧就40分鐘嘅呢個路車嘅練習咧，哇！路車你睇下啲顏色就知咧，真係路車好正啊！大家都改到，哇！有咁正得咁正啊！好啦，咁啊，大家要留意住入邊嘅車輛咧，真係好多款式，包括係有30嘅呢個 EVO 嘅10仔、9仔，即係我哋叫即係10號嘅型號啊、9號型號等等啊。咁啊，日產嘅 GTR R34啊、33啊。咁啊，仲有 Impreza 啊等等，咁啊，今年係呢個喺路車入邊咧，大家可以慢慢欣賞到。咁啊，喺呢個賽事而家進行緊嘅咧，當然啦係一個練習賽事，咁但係佢哋都有成40分鐘，咁啊可想而知咧，啲車手已經急不及待咧喺我哋嘅車房咧已經，哇！一開車房即刻湧晒出嚟先，咁啊見到大部分嘅車手咧已經咧冚唪唥喺晒呢個跑道上邊。咁大家都好熟悉嘅車手，有澳門啊、香港啊、中華台北啊、日本啊等等嘅車手咧，咁啊亦都係同場角逐。咁啊入席嘅車手只係得一位，亦都係往年嘅，咁啊揸呢一部嘅 GTR 嘅34 R34嘅。咁啊呢位車手咧，舊年咧亦都係僅輸俾阿梁恩榮嘅啫。咁所以咧，今年佢再度過嚟，咁啊睇下可唔可以咧係呢個木下光宏咧，就係今年亦都再嚟咧，睇下可唔可以同阿6號阿梁恩榮哋啊，真係要鬥練啊嚇！咁啊舊年嚟講咧，佢係啱啱輸咗少少，即係唔係太多咁，但係有咁嘅經驗之下咧，今年咧佢哋睇法咧都會係呢個會穩陣啲啦嚇，因為咧舊年係已經輸蝕咗少少啫。唔緊要，最緊要係今年咧繼續啊！咁啊睇嚟呢紮車手咧已經咧開始係做佢哋嘅我哋叫做做時間啦。咁啊當然1、2個圈係冇任何嘅時間可以出到嚟，即係唔係太靚嘅，因為架車啱啱喺 tune 好之後，而家落場先至係繼續再 tune 翻個車頭咧。睇嚟咧要等一陣嘅時間，起碼都要幾個圈，唔怕大把時間，有成40分鐘嘅時間。咁啊，佢哋而家咧只係啱啱落場用咗3、4分鐘，因為咧第一個圈咧亦都唔會太快。咁啊睇嚟咧過咗10分8分鐘之後咧，開始佢哋嘅呢個戰車咧係 tune up 咗啦。咁啊睇嚟呢個時間咧先會再快㗎。咁啊同場角逐咧仲有蓮花啊、富士啊等等係呢一紮車喺入邊㗎。咁啊睇嚟咧今年呢一個路車嚟講咧相當之熱鬧啊！咁啊，各隊嘅車手已經可以話咧，就將自己嗰部戰車已經咧 tune 到咧最高嘅境界。咁啊，我哋咧大家拭目以待啦。而家都係30零分鐘，仲有30零分鐘話嚇，用咗幾分鐘啫。好，交翻俾我哋嘅葡文咧 ，Berto。
40 minutos de treinos livres para estes carros que participam na Macau Road Sport Challenge. Já lá vão 5 minutos, faltam 35. Os carros estão em pista. A maior parte dos carros são Mitsubishis e Subarus. Os Mitsubishi Evolution, o Evolution 9, o Evolution 10, alguns Evolution 7 e os Subaru Impreza STI. Portanto, trata-se de uma corrida em que a maior parte dos carros são, na verdade, Mitsubishis e Subarus. Depois há um ou outro Nissan e uns 3 ou 4 Lotus Évora. São os carros bastante diferentes, todos os outros serão facilmente identificáveis. Não é uma corrida de troféu, uma vez que os carros não são todos da mesma marca, mas há, obviamente, um grande número de Mitsubishis e um grande número de Subarus e, portanto, um interesse acrescido para a luta entre pilotos com carros da mesma marca, do mesmo tipo. E depois a luta, obviamente, pelo melhor tempo na classificação destes treinos, deste primeiro contacto com a pista. O ano passado foi o carro número 6 de Leong Yanveng, um piloto de Macau, que ganhou a corrida e costuma ser um dos pilotos rápidos nesta modalidade. Nesta corrida há 36 inscritos, 15 são de Hong Kong, 15 são de Macau e depois os outros são de Taiwan, há um do Japão, etc. Mas, portanto, 30 em 36, metade para Macau e para Hong Kong. Leong Yanveng com o número 6, como eu tinha dito, o vencedor do ano passado num Mitsubishi Evo 9, fez 2 voltas e nesta segunda volta já estabeleceu o melhor tempo, com 5 segundos de vantagem sobre o número 7, Lei Kitmeng, e 9 segundos sobre Chiu Yufeng, com o número 18. Portanto, os 3 mais rápidos até agora, 6, 7, 18. Leong Yanveng traz a responsabilidade de defender a sua vitória do ano passado, mas está aqui a sair-se bem já com o lugar mais rápido, com o lugar da frente, o tempo mais rápido, 2:40.207 para o carro número 6, seguem-se o carro número 7 e o carro número 18. Lawrence。
OK， 好啦，咁啊現時嚟講咧，我哋見到咧就係呢個路車挑戰賽嘅練習時間。number 8。係啦，冇錯啦，我哋見到咧就係阿黃家康啊，呢部車咧就指咗埋欄，咁啊啱啱算咧就係喺呢個我哋嘅衝線灣嘅位置啊，水塘北角位嚇，咁啊啱啱算我哋嘅面前嘅啫，喺呢個彎位直指咗埋欄啦，紅旗。咁啊賽會咧再次出示咧今日第2支紅旗，因為佢成架車咧係喺呢一個水塘北角灣咧撞咗埋去之後咧係左邊半邊身啊，咁啊全部咧係爛晒啊！咁架車咧橫行喺呢個賽道，賽會出示今日第2次嘅紅旗。好啦，個現時嘅時間交翻俾 Teacher 先。
Thanks, Johnny. Well, we've got another red flag, I'm afraid. This time, well, you're getting a replay on the screen of how the accident happened to car number 8 it is, Wong Kar Hong, who was 4th in this equivalent race last year. Well, he's going to have a lot of repair work done on his car if he's going to finish 4th this year, or better. So I'm afraid Wong Kar Hong, the recovery team, quickly into action here. So it shouldn't be a long stoppage. There's nothing like the one we had in the Formula 3 session. So hopefully the car will be lifted out of the way very quickly. There may be, there's some flames, that's why they're rushing to it with the fire extinguisher to put those flames out. There may be some liquid will spill, coolant or oil onto the track. And there may also be some extinguishment on the track that will now need clearing up. But he just went into the corner too fast, as you saw the screen just now showed, and hit the barriers, pushing a little bit too hard too soon. Of course, damaging the car like this in a free practice session when you're not trying to set qualifying time for the grid position isn't a very good thing to do. But they're robust cars, these. This is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 10 of Wong Kar Hong, which has caused a stoppage. We haven't had too many lap times so far, but we have got a few. Number 6, Leong Yanveng, the fastest, 2 minutes 40.207. From number 7, Lai Kit Meng, 245.514. Third, number 18, Chiu Yufeng, 249.250. And fourth is number 59, Wong Kwai Wah, 250.364. Fifth, number 12, Hosai Art, 253.615. Sixth is 77, Su Hien Hong, 256.557. Seventh is 36, Lo Kai Fung, 257.588. And the others with times, number 29, Ip Hun Hu, 258.432. Ninth is 95, Tam Kar Chun, 259.953. And a very slow lap so far by number 28 because he's not really got going. So the sling around the car that's being pulled out of the way as a dejected driver makes his way back, Wong Kar Hong, to his pit, to the paddock. Completely unhurt, but clearly not at all happy about what's happened to the incident. And well done to the recovery team. They've done a very good job there of getting that car out of the way pretty quickly. So we should have the session underway. Because it's again free practice, I don't think anything's going to be added on this time. They had 5 minutes extra added on to the Formula 3 session, but the interruption was much longer. So this ought to be just continued. We've got the just under 30 minutes remaining of the session, and it'll be underway, I would have thought, just as soon as the track has been swept clear of any stuff that shouldn't be there, like a liquid or extinguishant or bits of debris, but I don't think much fell off the car. So back underway very soon. So the car's all lined up in the pit lane and we'll be ready to go. We'll get a shot, no doubt, of what's happening at... Yeah, so you can still see quite a lot of marshals working away.
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. Macau Road Sport Challenge cars. 1 minute to restart of practice session. 1 minute to restart of practice session.
So the paddock tannoy has announced 1 minute to the restart of the session. There's still lots of marshals beavering away with brushes and brooms and things, getting the extinguisher, but that's the last corner of the lap, so they've got plenty of time to finish the job, about 3 minutes in fact. So back underway, Lawrence, very soon.
Thank you。咁啊，而家咧就見到咧就啱啱出事嘅呢個位置咧，哇！我哋啲工作人員好快啊，真係快靚正，快啲整好佢先。大會亦都啱公佈咧，1分鐘之後就會再重開呢個跑道啊。咁啊，啲車手咧已經咧亦都埋晒 pit 入邊咧，係等緊啲 mechanic 再出車睇有冇其他嘢要補充，冇咧就嗱已經排緊隊添啊，好多已經排緊隊預備咧，稍後呢個。再出嚟呢個車房入邊，佢哋而家咧排緊隊咧，就係有啲未必一定要埋 pit 嘅，有啲咧就喺呢個我哋叫做係輔助線嘅位置咧，就慢慢向住綠燈等待出發嘅啫。嗱，冇錯啦，因為前邊咧，大家如果喺鏡頭望到嘅話咧，喺個大電視望到咧，前面一路直上去咧就有眼燈嘅，有紅色同埋綠色嘅啫。紅色當然唔準行啦，綠色一開咧，即係話大會重開呢一個賽道啦。咁亦都有啲車手咧，將嗰部戰車咧推埋去自己嘅位置入邊咧，係進行再要調校少少嘢。一陣間亦都會跟住咧就會出嚟，冇錯啦。綠燈一出咧，就已經表示話咧，車手繼續可以落場係進行呢一個練習。咁啊，而家啲車手咧已經咧陸續如貫咁樣入翻我哋呢個東望洋跑道入邊，係進行呢一個嘅跟住落嚟仲有26分鐘左右嘅呢個練習時間。咁啊睇嚟咧，佢哋今次嘅練習咧，亦都係因為剛剛呢個皇家康8號車咧，就喺呢一個嘅漁涌灣呢個位置，啱啱喺我哋嘅起步點嘅最後嘅位置，就指咗埋去咧。呢個位置咧就可以話相當之危險嘅，因為所有車咧喺嗰度咧都要片過嚟㗎。咁啊，所以一定要移動咗呢部壞車先得。咁啊，而家咧啲車手咧已經咧冚唪唥陸續個，哇！經過晒葡京灣等等，向住呢個嘅呢個我哋上面咧呢個嶺南啊、卓公庭啊、葉德利先生住所附近啊，上邊嘅呢個火藥局啊等等，咁一路係咁拱埋去㗎啦。咁睇嚟啲車手咧就因為大部分呢一紮車咧雖然你話有位日本嘅車手，但係佢都好熟咯。舊年佢都有參加嘅，咁啊今年咧佢對澳門嘅呢個東望洋跑道一定好熟悉。 咁啊呢場賽事入邊咧，主要基本咧就澳門同香港，咁啊有啲係加拿大籍啊、中華台北籍啊等等，咁亦都好熟澳門呢個跑道嘅。咁睇嚟咧，佢哋喺無論喺上路、大直路、大灣等等，咁佢哋咧都已經咧基本上都問題唔大。好，交翻俾我哋旁文先
Retomada a sessão de treinos livres desta Macau Road Sport Challenge. A intervenção foi bastante rápida para retirar o carro que teve um acidente com o carro número 8 de Wong Ka Wong, mesmo na última curva do circuito que dá acesso à reta da meta. Foi uma remoção relativamente simples, limpeza da pista e os carros puderam voltar à sessão de treinos. Faltam 25 minutos para terminar esta sessão de treinos. Aqui a imagem que podem ver nos ecrãs gigantes espalhados pela pista tem seguido o carro número 7, o piloto de Macau, Lei Kitmeng, dos poucos que não utilizam um Mitsubishi ou um Subaru. Trata-se na verdade, de um Nissan GTR. Numa altura em que a prova foi interrompida, os pilotos tinham apenas percorrido uma ou duas voltas, não mais que isso, e portanto tempo completamente insuficiente para estabelecer hierarquias fiáveis. De qualquer modo, o vencedor do ano passado, o piloto com o carro número 6, Leong Yan Weng, um Mitsubishi Evo 9, tinha já feito o melhor tempo, mas todos os outros atrás de si estavam muito longe, a 5, 10, 13, 18, 20 segundos, imenso tempo de diferença entre os outros pilotos e Leong Yan Weng, provavelmente uma situação que vai ser corrigida agora durante estes 20 minutos que faltam para terminar a sessão de treinos da Macau Road Sport Challenge. O piloto mais rápido tripula um Mitsubishi com o número 6 e com o número 7 o Lei Kitmeng é o tal piloto com o Nissan GTR. Depois com o número 18 o piloto Chiu Yufong tem outro Mitsubishi. Este Lei Kitmeng com o número 7 é um outsider das equipas Mitsubishi e Subaru, mas a mostrar-se capaz de defrontar qualquer uma delas e de se situar entre os mais rápidos. Pelo menos nesta altura ele mantém a segunda posição nesta sessão de treinos livres. Johnny.
好啦，咁啊，而家嚟到呢個路車挑戰賽啊，咁啊下一 part 嘅時間啦，因為咧頭先係由於8號車手啊黃家康啦，咁部車咧就指咗埋欄啦，亦都係橫行喺個賽道，咁啊跟住咧亦都係需要到賽會嘅工作人員咧用埋滅火筒啊，咁啊所以現時嚟講咧，就喺呢個賽事重開之後咧，剩翻落嚟咧就22分鐘左右嘅時間，咁啊將會係餘下嘅練習賽事啊。咁啊暫時見到啦，6號車啊梁恩榮咧做到最快嘅時間2分40秒207，跟住排第2位7號車嘅李傑明2分45秒514啊，相差都已經係比較遠啦。咁啊18號車嘅朱曉峰咧，咁就排喺呢個第3嘅練習時間啦，呢個位置啊排第3，咁啊2分49秒250。哇，相差好遠喎！咁啊，似乎咧，我哋見到梁恩榮部車咧，真係咧今日好快啊！咁啊，第4位咧就係59號車嘅黃桂華，咁啊時間係2分50秒364㗎啦。咁啊，去到第5位咧，已經係個時間比較慢啲㗎啦嚇。咁啊，12號車嘅何世亞，咁啊何世亞咧時間係2分53秒615。咁啊，77號車嘅蘇盈康2分56秒557。咁啊2分57秒咧就係36號車啊！我哋見到啊盧啟峰，咁啊盧啟峰咧就係排第7位2分57秒588。29號車啊葉賢浩2分58秒432。咁啊第9位咧就係95號車嘅譚家俊，咁啊時間嚟講咧就係2分59秒953。咁啊跟住落嚟呢啲車咧都已經係相差個距離非常之遠啦，個時間啊，尤其是個時間啊。咁啊現時嚟講咧，就出喺賽道上面咧，唔係有咁多部車咧係出嚟嘅啫。咁啊啱啱算喺賽事重開之後咧，就頭10幾架車咧，就係已經咧係有記錄啦，可以係睇得到。咁啊仍然係以6號車梁恩榮2分40秒207喺呢個頭車位置，李傑明2分45秒514排第2。 咁啊，李傑明呢亦都係落咗個位置啦。咁啊，1號車嘅黃雲龍呢係上咗嚟第2位，2分41秒604。咁啊，李傑明排喺呢個第3位。咁啊，第4位呢，盧啟峰排喺呢一個時間係2分46秒263，排喺呢一個第4個位置。咁啊，18號車嘅朱曉峰啊，咁啊，澳門嘅車手，咁啊排喺呢第5位。咁啊，黃桂華呢就排喺呢個第6位，係59號車啊。咁啊，66號車嘅吳健榮，澳門嘅車手呢，就排喺呢個第7嘅位置啦。何世亞就排第8，咁啊12號車，咁啊第9位呢係17號車嘅黎桂康，個時間係2分55秒455。咁啊，第10位先啦，數埋呢個呢，就係87號車嘅吳嘉文，香港嘅車手啊。咁啊，時間嚟講呢，就係2分55秒664。咁啊，蘇盈康啊排11，咁啊2分56秒557，相差好短嘅時間。但係似乎呢2分56秒嘅車呢，同呢一個頭車啊，阿梁恩榮做嘅時間2分40秒207呢，就相差得比較係遠啲啦。咁啊，比較接近佢嘅呢，就係排第2位1號車嘅黃雲龍，2分41秒604，相差1.397秒嘅。咁啊，頭2部嘅車呢，都係喺呢一個賽道上面嘅。現時呢，喺呢一個紅旗之後嘅賽道重開呢，咁啊已經係陸陸續續呢，係進行咗係有3個圈左右嘅練習嘅時間。咁啊，分別呢就係6號車嘅梁恩榮、1號車嘅黃雲龍、7號車嘅李傑明、36號車嘅盧啟峰、18號車嘅朱曉峰呢，暫時嚟講呢係1至到5位嘅。咁啊，時間以梁恩榮2分40秒207，暫時係做到呢同場最快嘅練習時間。Teacher。
Thanks, Johnny. So we've been watching well, not now, but we were watching number 6, which is the fastest car. Last year's winner, Leong Yan Veng, setting the pace, 2 minutes 40.207. But on the lap that we chose to watch him, he was on the TV monitors. He was, in fact, stuck in traffic, and so he was some 10 seconds slower than his best time. But anyway, he's no longer the fastest because just going through there, number 7, Lai Kit Meng. Lai Kit Meng has done a 2:39.467 best lap in car number 7. That's the Nissan GTR R34. And he's ahead, therefore, now. And also going up to the top of the times now goes number 36. And that is number 36, Lo Kai Fung, with his Evo 7 Mitsubishi Lancer. So he's done a 2:39.082. Lai Kit Meng, a 2:39.467. Leong Yan Veng, number 6, is third, 2:40.207. Wong Wan Long, number 1, is fourth, 2:41.604. Fifth is number 18, Chu Hu Fong, 2:41.643. And sixth, number 66, Kin Veng, who we expect to see at the top of the times based on how he's gone in the qualification races earlier on, not here at Macau, but on other Chinese circuits. He's done a 2:48.039 at the moment, number 66, but I suggest that is a car on which to keep an eye. So Lo Kai Fung, 2:39.082 is the fastest. Second, number 7, Lai Kit Meng, who's been quicker than anybody in the first sector of the lap that he's currently on. We've got 17.25 minutes to go. And who are we watching on the screen? Number 2 there, Xi Rui Lin. But there is number 77, which is Su Yen Hong's Subaru Impreza. Number 77, and he at the moment is 6th quickest. He should go up to 6th quickest, number 77. There on the screen you can see number 6 now, 3rd quickest, Leong Yan Veng, behind Lo Kai Fung, number 36, number 7, Lai Kit Meng. Johnny?
OK，thank you。咁啊，現時嚟講啦，我哋見到咧就係我哋中文嗰邊咧停一停啫，咁啊好快脆咧，就已經咧見到一啲好快嘅新嘅時間出嚟。咁啊分別做到嘅車手咧就係30號車嘅盧啟峰，咁啊2分39秒082喺呢個頭車嘅練習時間。咁啊排第2位咧，亦都係咧另外一位車手咧，其實佢今日咧都一路咧都係好快啊。咁啊只不過咧就啱啱算咧佢做到一個自己同場最快嘅時間呢，咁啊但係呢，就俾30號車嘅盧啟峰咧啱啱好咧就冚過佢嘅。咁啊盧啟峰2分39秒082，另外一位車手7號車嘅李傑明2分39秒467。咁啊第3位呢，就係6號車嘅梁恩榮2分40秒207。黃雲龍1號車2分41秒604，咁啊啱啱算咧入咗撇啊！好啦，跟住排第5位呢，就係18號車嘅朱曉峰2分41秒647。好啦，咁啊賽道上面見有 架咧係壞咗嘅車啦。咁啊95號車嘅譚家俊香港嘅車手啊，我話呢個7代嘅街霸，咁啊暫時嚟講咧就架車係擺低咗㗎啦。咁啊喺呢個文華東方灣轉咗彎之後咧就拍咗埋欄。唔係撞車，係架車咧係拍咗埋去啫嚇，咁啊停低咗，咁啊可能咧係機械故障。好啦，跟住咧就排第6位啦。我話呢個車手真係犀利啦。咁啊頭先2分56秒幾嘅，咁啊77號車嘅蘇盈康，咁啊佢個時間嚟講咧2分47秒271進佔咗上嚟喺呢個第6嘅位置。黃桂華59號車2分47秒898排第7。咁啊第8位呢，就係66號車吳建榮，另一位嘅澳門車手吳建榮2分48秒039。第9位10號車李慶新，中華台北車手，時間2分48秒453。咁啊跟住落嚟第10位呢，都已經係俾佢拉開咗好一個距離㗎啦，一個比較遠嘅距離啦。咁啊就係87號車吳嘉文，咁啊時間嚟講呢，就係2分52秒049，咁啊相差咧頭車爭成13秒，幾乎14秒啊，好犀利！好啦，嗱梁恩榮咧就同場一個最快嘅時間，6號車梁恩榮2分35秒594進佔喺呢個頭車嘅位置。其實盧啟峰都唔慢，36號車2分38秒669，咁啊排喺呢個第2、第3位咧仍然係啊李傑明啊2分39秒467呢個7號車。咁啊，黃雲龍咧排喺呢個第4位，咁啊第5位咧18號車嘅朱曉峰，咁啊第6位咧77號車嘅蘇盈康，第7位59號車嘅黃桂華，第8位66號車嘅吳建榮，咁啊第9位咧係10號車嘅李慶新，咁啊第10位咧就係87號車嘅吳嘉文嘅。咁啊現時嚟講咧就睇睇剩翻落嚟嘅時間咧。13分鐘有多，咁啊應該咧可以咧係見到咧一個更快啲嘅時間啦。希望可以喺呢個練習賽試咧係可以俾大家睇到啦。現時暫時喺呢一個練習賽最快嘅時間2分35秒594，6號車梁恩榮做出嚟嘅時間。Brad。
13 minutos para terminar esta sessão de treinos livres da Macau Road Sport Challenge. Os 6 primeiros neste momento são pilotos de Macau. O mais rápido é Leong Yanveng com o número 6. O número 6, Leong Yanveng, num Mitsubishi. Depois, entre os 4 primeiros, há 3 Mitsubishis e o único que se intromete nesta luta mitsubishiana é o Nissan do piloto com Lei Kitmeng, também de Macau, com o número 7, Nissan GTR, que está neste momento na 2ª posição. Portanto, o Nissan, que já há pouco tínhamos visto e referenciado na última intervenção, na verdade a ser capaz de se situar aqui entre os Mitsubishis e de fazer sombra a alguns deles. Neste momento só Leong Yanveng é mais rápido que Lei Kitmeng com o Nissan. Número 6, Leong Yanveng, 2:35:59. Depois, a 2 segundos, Lei Kitmeng. Com o número 36, a 3 segundos, Lo Kai Fung. Com o número 1, Wong Wanlong, a 6 segundos. Com o número 18, Shu Yufong, também a 6 segundos, mas mais 3 centésimos. E em sexto, com o número 77, Su Yang Ong, a 11 segundos já. Portanto, aqui nestes tempos de treinos livres da Macau Road Sport Challenge, não há entre os primeiros pouco tempo a separá-los, há diferenças substanciais, apenas entre o 4º e o 5º há 3 centésimos de segundo, mas o segundo está a 2 segundos do primeiro, o terceiro a 3, o 4º e o 5º a 6, o sexto já a 11, o 7º a 12, o 7º, o 8º e o 9º a 12, e o top 10 fecha com o Xiaowen, com o carro número 87, que é o piloto de Hong Kong, também é um Nissan, mas já a 16 segundos de Leong Yanveng, que se mantém com o melhor tempo ao fim de 7 voltas cumpridas, 2:35:59 para o número 6, seguem-se o 7, o 36, o 1, o 18 e o 77. Ian.
Thanks, Pedro. So, a very impressive lap by number 6, last year's winner, Leong Yan Veng, at 2:35.594, which is very little slower than his fastest lap in winning the race last year. He just brought his car into the pits. That's number 6, the car of Leong Yan Veng, Mitsubishi Evo 9. And he is a couple of seconds, 2 seconds quicker than the next best. It's his number 7 still, Like It Meng, on 2:37.634. Third is 36, also in the pits currently, Lo Kai Fung on a 2:38.669. Fourth, number 1, Wong Wan Long, 2:41.604. Fifth, number 18, Chu Hu Fong, 2:41.643. Sixth is 77, Su Yen Hong, 2:47.271. 7:59, Wong Kwai Wah, 2:47.898. Eighth, number 66, Ng Kin Veng, from whom we expect something quicker, 2:48.039. Ninth, number 10, Brian Lee, 2:48.453, and 10th, number 87, Wu Chia Wen, 2:52.049. But of those top 10, currently 6 of them are in the pits. But we've still got 9 3/4 minutes to go to the end of this free practice session for the Sun City Group Macau Road Sport Challenge. Remember, this is not the session that decides the grid positions for their race. This is the chance to give the drivers an opportunity to familiarise themselves or relearn the circuit, because quite a few of them have raced in this race on a number of occasions in previous years, and it's a question really of seeing how much more quickly they can go than they have done in previous years. And in the case of Leong Yan Veng, he's going a good deal more quickly at this same stage in the proceedings, still with the qualifying session and the race to come. So Like It Meng going very quickly, and in the first sector of the lap that he's on, he's not finished it yet. He's coming to the pits at the end of that lap, in fact. But up to third quickest goes number 1, Wong Wan Long, third quickest now on a 2:38.030. Johnny?
Thank you。咁啊，時間咧1分1秒過啦，咁啊剩翻咧8分零鐘，咁啊即將係會完成咧今場嘅路車挑戰賽嘅練習賽事啊。咁啊暫時嚟講咧，梁恩榮咧仍然係2分35秒594喺呢個頭車嘅練習時間。咁啊以你最叻咯，係啦冇錯啦，梁恩榮係6號車。咁啊而家咧佢部車咧就喺呢個 pit 站裏邊啦。咁啊當然啦，一定要有好好嘅師傅啊作呢個調教啊。咁啊現時佢部車咧就同場真係 fit 啊，睇得到噶。咁啊2分35秒594，咁啊拋離咗咧，排喺呢個第2位啊。第2快嘅時間就係7號車李傑明2分37秒634。咁啊李傑明咧同佢相差有2秒啊，有多2秒多少少。咁啊暫時嚟講係呢兩部車啦，6號車嘅梁恩榮，7號車嘅李傑明。咁啊跟住落嚟排第3位咧，我哋見到1號車嘅黃雲龍2分38秒030。排第3位，咁啊第4位呢36號車盧啟峰2分38秒669，咁啊第5位啦，我哋見到呢就係朱曉峰啊18號車2分41秒643，咁啊第6位啊，咁啊10號車李慶新，咁啊時間嚟講啦2分45秒155。第7位係77號車嘅蘇盈康，係你啊 Mr. Lee 我哋見到咧就係李傑明咁啊7號車，咁亦都係咧喺呢個修理站裏邊啦。好啦，跟住咧頭先講到排喺呢個第7位77號車蘇盈康2分46秒809，咁啊第8位59號車黃桂華時間2分47秒898，第10位。第9位先應該係講翻第9位咧，就係66號車嘅吳建榮2分48秒039，跟住落嚟咧第10位87號車吳嘉文。咁啊時間嚟講咧就2分52秒049嘅。咁呢一紮車手嚟講咧，喺啱啱算係完成咗係6至7個圈左右嘅練習時間咧。佢哋個排位咧基本上冇乜太大嘅變動。咁就係話咧頭幾位嘅車輛咧個時間咧係個圈速咧係不斷咁提高，仍然以6號車嘅梁恩榮喺呢個頭車嘅位置2分35秒594嘅。
Thank you, Johnny. Obrigado, Johnny. Faltam 6 minutos. 6 minutos para terminar esta sessão de treinos livres. Leong Yanveng já está na box há uma volta, há mais de uma volta. E, portanto, não vai voltar à pista. Ele tem o melhor tempo, tem 2 segundos de vantagem sobre ele que tripula o Mitsubishi, sobre o Nissan de Lei Kitmeng, com o número 7, que também já está parado na boxe. No entanto, o Lei Kitmeng está sob ameaça do carro número 1 do Wang Wanlong, que esse continua em pista. Ele fez uma excelente volta na sua sexta volta, 6 de 7 voltas, o carro número 1 do Wang Wanlong, e ficou a 4 décimos de segundo de Lei Kitmeng, com a terceira posição. Portanto, mantém-se Leong Yanveng com o número 6, parado já na boxe, com 2:35:59. Depois, Lei Kitmeng com o número 7, também está na boxe, já não voltará à pista, presumivelmente com 2 segundos de diferença para Leong Yanveng. Depois, em terceiro, com o número 1, Wang Wanlong, 2.4. Portanto, apenas 4 décimos de segundo separam Wang Wanlong de Lei Kitmeng. Em quarto está o carro 36 de Lo Kai Fung, a 3 segundos. Em quinto, Chu Yufeng, a 6 segundos. Em sexto, Li Ching Isbrian, a 8 segundos. Em sétimo, Luciano Castilho Lameiras, a 10 segundos. Ele que tem o número 33, é também um Mitsubishi. Em oitavo, com o número 77, um Subaru de Su Yengong, a 11 segundos. Em nono, Wang Kuaiwa, com o número 59, um Mitsubishi, a 12 segundos. E a fechar o top 10, o número 66, Qin Veng, com o número 66, aqui é o Mitsubishi também, e 12 segundos. O top 10, portanto, com 10 pilotos separados por 12 segundos. Há diferenças grandes entre estes carros e estes pilotos nesta corrida Macau Road Sport Challenge. Para já, com andamentos semelhantes, os carros 6, 7, 1 e 36. Leong Yanveng, Lei Kitmeng, Wang Wanlong e Lo Kai Fung. Entre estes 4, pelo menos a avaliar por aquilo que foi possível fazer nesta sessão de treinos livres, que não é a classificação, obviamente, é apenas uma primeira oportunidade de entrar na pista, de conhecer o carro, de relembrar a pista, tomar o feeling à pista e ao carro nesta edição deste ano. É sempre uma sensação única e uma oportunidade muito esperada pelos pilotos de Macau, obviamente, que conhecem muito bem este circuito. Mas há já algumas indicações, e as indicações são estas: os 2 primeiros, Leong Yanveng e Lei Kitmeng, separados por 2 segundos. Depois Wang Wanlong, que continua em pista, ao contrário dos 2 primeiros, a melhorar volta a volta. Agora na 8ª volta tirou 2 décimos ao seu tempo e está apenas a 1 décimo de segundo do segundo lugar, Wang Wanlong, e a manter a diferença na 4ª posição, Lo Kai Fung. Faltam 2 minutos e meio para terminar esta sessão de treinos livres da Macau Road Sport Challenge, em que Leong Yanveng, com o número 6 e um Mitsubishi, tem 2 segundos de vantagem sobre o Nissan de Lei Kitmeng e 2 segundos, ponto 1, sobre o Mitsubishi de Wang Wanlong. Yan.
Thanks, Pedro. So, 2.5 minutes to go to the end of the session, and even when there were about still 7 or 8 minutes to go, 2 or 3 of the top drivers had decided they'd done enough for the purposes of the free practice session. It's the battle for pole position for the best places on the grid that'll really matter in the qualifying session tomorrow, this time tomorrow morning. So, as it stands, Leong Yanveng with a very impressive 2:35.594, which is over 2 seconds quicker, just over 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. Looks like he'll end the session at the top of the times, car number 6. It's mainly Mitsubishi Lancer Evos in the top 10. We've got 1 Nissan and 1 Subaru, but otherwise, as things stand at the moment, it is Mitsubishis that are in the top 10 times. Second quickest, number 7, in the exception, one of the 2 exceptions, the Nissan GT-R R34, is Lei Kitmeng with a 2:37.634. He's also in the pits. Third quickest, number 1, Wang Wanlong. He is still circulating. Don't know that he's going to improve on this lap, though. His best so far, 2:37.702, just 68 thousandths of a second slower than Lei Kitmeng. And then fourth fastest, number 36, Lo Kai Fung, on a 2:38.8 238.669. And as he completes the lap, Wong Wan Long does in fact go slightly quicker. He stays third, 237.702. So 237.702 is the best lap for Wong Wan Long. Lo Kai Fung fourth on the 238.669. Chu Hu Fong 241.643 is in the pits, therefore not going to improve his time, obviously. Sixth, number 10, Brian Lee, 243.658. Seventh, also in the pits, number 33, Luciano Castillo Lameras, 246.580. Eighth is 77, Su Yen Hong in the Super Impreza that's in the top 10 with a 246.809. Ninth, number 2, Xi Rui Lin, just arrived in the top 10 last time around, 246.881. And 10th is number 59, Wong Kwai Wah, with his Mitsubishi Evo 10 and a time of 247.898, which means that at the moment, not in the top 10 even, is the driver who won the most races at Zhuhai on the way to qualifying to take part in the Macau Road Sport Challenge, Sun City Group Macau Road Sport Challenge. So only 11th quickest, actually, number 66, In Kin Veng. And he's also, oh, he's just gone out of the pits, but I don't think he's going to be able to get a flying lap in because the checker flag should be out by now and all the cars have slowed down, making their way back to the pit lane. Johnny.
Thank you。好啦，嗱，咁啊，見到咧啲車都已經係開始收晒油啦嚇，咁啊慢晒啦，咁啊啱啱好啦，咁啊已經係正式係完成咗今場嘅路車挑戰賽嘅練習時間，咁啊已經係全部完成晒啦嚇。咁啊以呢一個6號車嘅梁恩榮2分35秒594喺呢一個練習最快嘅時間。咁啊第二位呢就係7號車嘅李傑明2分37秒634。咁啊第三位呢1號車嘅黃雲龍2分37秒702，排喺第三位。第四位36號車阿盧啟峰，咁啊時間嚟講呢係2分38秒669。咁啊跟住呢就係朱曉峰啦，咁啊18號車排第5位2分41秒643。咁啊第6位呢係10號車嘅李慶新2分43秒658。咁啊第7位呢係33號車嘅林家俊，咁啊時間呢係2分46秒580。咁啊2分46呢仲有2部車㗎，咁啊包括咗呢排喺第8位77號車嘅蘇盈康2分46秒809。第9位2號車謝瑞麟時間係2分2號車謝瑞麟時間係2分46秒881。去到第10位呢，就係29號車嘅葉賢浩，咁啊時間係2分47秒149嘅。咁啊前10大嘅車手呢都已經喺晒度啦，咁啊基本上呢全部應該有7至到8位呢係呢一個澳門嘅車手，咁啊中間呢就係夾住呢有2位呢就係香港嘅車手。咁啊現時嚟講呢，今場賽事嘅練習呢已經係全部完結㗎啦。咁完成咗路車挑戰賽之後呢，稍後嘅時間將會係太陽城集團澳門東望洋大賽 2.0T 嘅練習時間。咁啊睇睇個時間嚟講呢，30分鐘有40分鐘嘅時間係俾呢一個呢係東望洋大賽 2.0T 嘅練習嘅。好啦，咁啊稍後時間呢，我哋再同大家見面。
Terminou então esta sessão de treinos livres da Macau Road Sport Challenge. Foi a quarta prova a estar em pista em sessões de treinos. Começámos às 7h30 da manhã com a sessão de treinos da 50ª edição do Grande Prémio de Motociclismo. Depois Chinese Racing Cup, os carros de Fórmula 3 e a Macau Road Sport Challenge. Nesta sessão de treinos, Leong Yanveng fez 2 segundos a menos que todos os outros. O segundo foi Lei Kit Meng a 2.040. O terceiro Wong Wanlong a 2.108. O quarto Lo Kai Fung a 3.075. O quinto Chu Yufong a 6.049. E o sexto Li Ching Xin a 8.064. Portanto, há quase sempre 2 segundos de diferença entre os pilotos mais rápidos, aqui os 6 da frente que foram referidos. Apenas uma situação de tempo muito próximo entre o segundo e o terceiro. Nas últimas duas voltas, o primeiro e o segundo estiveram parados nas boxes e o terceiro, Wang Wanlong, esteve sempre em pista, fez 8 voltas, mais uma volta que o segundo melhor tempo e mais 2 voltas que o mais rápido, e aproveitou exatamente essas 2 últimas voltas para se aproximar do segundo tempo, tendo ficado muito próximo de Lei Kitmeng. Lei Kitmeng a 2,040 do mais rápido e Wang Wanlong a 2,108. Portanto, 1/10 segundo a separar o segundo e o terceiro classificados desta sessão de treinos da Macau Road Sport Challenge. Dentro de cerca de um quarto de hora, teremos em pista a 5ª sessão de treinos, esta dedicada aos carros da Corrida da Guia, carros de turismo da Corrida da Guia. O horário prevê que às 11h25 eles estejam muito perto de entrar em pista a essa hora para a sua primeira sessão de treinos. Pela minha parte, até já.
Attention in the paddock, Macau gear cars, 5 minutes to start of practice. Macau gear cars, 5 minutes to start of practice. Attention in the paddock, Macau gear cars, 3 minutes to start of practice. Macau gear cars, 3 minutes to start of practice.
好啦，咁啊，仲有3分鐘咧，就即將係開始太陽城集團澳門東望洋大賽 2.0T 嘅練習時間啦。咁啊，稍後嘅時間呢，將會係 2.0T 嘅練習。咁啊，3分鐘之後，咁啊，而家咧2分零鐘嘅啫，好快脆咧可以見到咧呢一紮車咧係出嚟同大家見面啦。咁啊，我哋見到咧就佢哋參賽嘅車輛係非常之多嚇，咁啊亦都係咧品種都好多。咁陣間咧佢哋一路出場嗰陣時候咧，我哋再同大家咧係介紹啦，係咪？見到邊部咧就介紹邊部啦嚇。好啦，咁啊現時嘅時間咧就交翻俾阿 Teachman 先啦 ，Teachman。
Thanks, Johnny. So the cars coming out in a moment will be for their first free practice session for the Sun City Group Macau gear race for 2-litre turbocharged cars. If you have a program, page 44 is where the entry is. And having switched to this so-called TCR category from the World Touring Car Championship after 2014, 2015 was the first year these cars came to race at Macau, and there was a good entry. There's an even better entry this year, a very, very strong entry indeed, and a championship to be decided as well. The two drivers in contention for the championship this year, James Nash, the young British driver, and he drives car number 54, the Seat Leon SEQ, and he has 262 points. Stefano Camini, the Swiss driver, in the Volkswagen Golf GTI, car number 1, he won this race last year. Stefano Camini on 245 points, has a bit of ground to make up, but it's possible if James has bad luck that Stefano Camini could win the championship, but James has the points advantage. And also, with an outside chance of the championship just about, is car number 3, the Spanish driver Pepe Oriola, on 229 points. Close, but I don't think with a realistic chance of taking the title. Jean-Carl Vernet drives the second of the Leopard Racing Volkswagen Golf GTIs, car number 2, teammate to Stefano Camini. And there may well be some team tactics involved there. So that's the championship situation. But of course, this is the Macau gear race, which has been a major part of the Macau Grand Prix race weekend for a very long time, run to a different type, varying touring car categories in the last 2 or 3 decades. And an interesting new entry this year is Adam Morgan, who races a Mercedes A-Class in the British Touring Car Championship. Adam, good to see his second name's got in there as well, but we all know him as Adam Morgan, car number 4. entered by Star Racing Team with the Mercedes C260. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes. It's, as far as I'm aware, Adam's first visit to Macau, but he's a quick driver in the British Touring Car Championship, and it will be interesting to see how he gets on with this Mercedes. There's a load of good drivers here. Gianni Morbidelli, former Formula 1 driver, driving car number 10, has regularly raced at Macau, raced in Formula 3 in the past. The cars making their way out onto the circuit. It's a 30-minute free practice session, not the 40 minutes that the road sports cars had earlier. This is just 30 minutes, but they do get a second free practice session tomorrow before they have their qualifying session, and then they get 2 races on Sunday. Other drivers to watch out for. Andrea Bellicchi, driving one of the 2 Alfa Romeo Giuliettas, very successful driver over many years. Andrea Bellicchi in one of the Mulsanne Racing Alfa Romeo Giuliettas, number 23. And lower down, yes, interesting to see as well how the British driver Josh Files, he's become Joshua Luke Files, but we all know him as Josh Files in the UK. Raced recently in Renault Clio's in Italy, in the Italian Clio Championship, won the British Clio Cup a few years ago. And Josh Files driving car number 50, the Honda Civic. 54, James Nash I've already mentioned. And Pepe Oriolo, we've mentioned, number 74. Tiago Monteiro, we saw him in the World Touring Car Championship. Honda's now driving the TCR Honda Civic Type R, number 81. So those are some of the names to watch out for. 30 minutes of free practice. There on the screen you see number 2, Jean-Carl Vernet. Second he was a few years ago in the Macau Grand Prix itself.
Thank you。好啦，咁啊現時大家咧喺賽道上面咧都可以見到晒啦嚇，咁啊東望洋大賽 2.0T 嘅參賽嘅車輛咧，亦都係出嚟咧係進行呢個有30分鐘左右嘅時間嘅練習。咁啊現時嚟講咧，就係大部分車咧啱啱算咧係出咗賽道嘅啫。咁啊我哋咧係一路見到啦，就有好多嘅 Golf GTI 啦，咁啊仲有咧有啲 Honda 嘅 Civic 啊，咁啊包括仲有啲 Ceed 啊，咁啊仲有 Citroen 啊，咁啊呢一紮車咧Alfa Romeo 都有嚇。咁啊喺呢度咧嚟講咧，陸陸續續咧係一路出場咧係同大家見面㗎啦。咁啊首圈嚟講咧，當然就係要進行呢一個熱身啦，人啦。車胎啊都要進行呢個熱身嘅，咁啊稍後嘅時間咧先至會咧係逐樣快嘅嚇，咁啊稍後嘅時間嚇，咁啊現時嚟講咧就我哋見到咧就佢哋呢一紮車已經喺呢一個松山上路嘅方向啦，咁就一路咧一步跟一步啊，咁啊亦都係黐得都幾貼下嘅，咁我相信咧就熱完新圈。呢個第一個圈之後咧，跟住落嚟2、3圈咧開始咧佢哋會快㗎啦，因為個練習時間嚟講咧係30分鐘，咁啊而家嚟講咧就已經消耗咗咧係3分鐘嘅時間嚇，咁啊我相信咧係嚟緊翻嚟嗰陣時候咧，咁佢哋呢一紮車咧就將會係陸陸續續咧係爭取時間咧，係希望喺呢一個練習賽事裏頭咧做一個係自己理想嘅時間啦，咁啊順便咧亦都可以咧係check 部車有冇咩問題出現嚇，咁啊如果係有嘅話咧，可以係即時咧進行呢一個調校嘅。咁啊車輛咧而家就係啱啱算咧就經過咗呢一個海角遊雲，亦都係咧去到咧就係我哋嘅著名嘅彎位啊，呢個法甲灣。咁啊法甲灣之前呢，一條好長嘅黃線啊，咁啊所有嘅車輛咧唔可以咧喺呢個法甲灣咧係超越爬頭。咁啊要一架咧係一步跟一步咧係喺呢一個咧落轉呢個法甲灣嘅。咁啊而家我哋呢度咧就係見到呢一個漁翁灣啦啱啊，亦都係啦，就係跟住落嚟咧就係水塘北角啦。咁啊而家嚟講咧現時嘅時間咧，我哋見啲車左搖右擺咧，咁佢都係咧係為着咧係將呢個胎咧係捽興佢捽熱佢啊，咁啊。胎一熱一溶咗之後咧，咁佢貼地性能係非常之好啊！咁啊跟住落嚟咧就開始做時間啦。嗱，我哋見到咧幾部車咧都會係咧個時間係突然間咧嚟到我哋面前咧就即刻加速走啊！咁啊包括咗咧我哋見到咧就係喺頭車就應該係個74號啊，其實都唔可以話佢係頭車嘅，因為咧佢哋係啦每部車咧係獨立咧計佢嘅圈速嘅時間。咁啊見到咧現時喺前面咧就係西班牙車手啊奧拿74號車嘅呢架 Ceed 啦，咁啊後面咧就係54號車啊拿殊，咁啊英國嘅車手另外一部 Ceed。咁啊喺呢一度咧，就兩部車咧就走出嚟啦。咁啊去到呢個葡京灣，向呢一個咧係加斯灣進發，咁啊向呢個松山上路啦。 咁啊，而家啱啱算經過咗呢個加斯灣位咧，跟住就上路啊。咁一條係好長斜嘅路面，咁啊呢一紮車咧就已經係向呢一個嶺南灣進發啦。咁啊，跟住落嚟呢個彎位，我哋可以見到咧，就係嶺南灣啦。咁啊，跟住咧轉咗卓公亭之後咧，就係喺呢個松山上路咧，迂回曲折啊，好多個彎位。哎呀，啱啱算啊，呢一度就係雙龍灣啦，全部停晒。應該一架11號，一架97號。咁啊97號車咧，劉錫輝咧，咁啊應該係紅旗啦，冇錯啦。咁啊賽會係出示咗紅旗啊。咁亦都係咧今日嚟講嘅第3次，因為有車咧係原地掉咗頭啊。咁啊逆線啊嚇。咁亦都係咧就我哋見到啦，97號車係劉錫輝啦。咁啊仲有咧就11號車嘅許家泰，許家泰架車係走得出嚟嘅。咁換言之咧，可能咧就嗰個賽事呢個意外引起咧，就應該係97號車劉錫輝啊。咁啊喺呢一個咧入呢個雙龍灣嗰陣時候咧撞咗埋去，跟住反翻轉個方向咧停擠喺度嘅。Teachman。
Johnny Edgar Lau, I'm afraid, has spun round up on Moorish, number 97, with the Seat Leon. The red flag being put out, I'm afraid, to stop the session because the track is effectively blocked and you can't really easily reverse out of that situation. He was going rather quickly, it seemed, for such an early stage in the session because he had set until Stefano Comini went quicker the fastest first sector on their out lap, so or their first flying lap. Just getting a replay there, he clipped the barriers and the car spun round 180 degrees, ends up pointing the wrong way. Quite a few other cars. It's a blind corner, of course, from the point of view of the other drivers, and no doubt there were yellow flags being waved, but it has meant the session has to be stopped whilst that car is pushed out of the way. So not a very good start to the session to the weekend for Edgar Lau in the number 97 Seat Leon. So Stefano Comini, Jean-Carl Vernet, the quickest, or certainly Stefano Comini is the quickest in the first sector on what was meant to be their first flying lap, but now they've got to go back to the pit lane and start all over again. This is free practice, so the clock ticks down. Shouldn't take the marshals too long to push that car out of the way. There is a little slot just at that corner where it can be pushed out of the way, although it needs a fair few there. Not the lightest of cars, these. Oh, and it looks as though it's not pushable. There's some damage, something rubbing on a wheel perhaps, that means they can't push it, and so it's going to need a tow. Getting a replay once more of how it happened, just not allowing for the narrowness of the track and the width of the car. So we don't have any representative times. This is the third free practice session in which very early on a driver has hit the wall. It just shows how, unless you're careful in the first few laps, the Macau circuit can bite you. So little bogies are being brought into action to help move Edgar Lau's car out of the way. Shame about this. A very full entry. It's going to be, just looking ahead to the races themselves, very, very hectic indeed. But qualifying works in a way that gives them the top 12, I think it's going to be, for a shootout to decide the front positions on the grid, rather than have to contend with a very crowded track. Cars, very smart, these cars, aren't they? The TCR cars. And plenty of them, which was the thinking behind the TCR series, which is now a series that takes place in different regions around the world. There's the European series, the international series, there's a nation series, and it has proved to be very attractive to a number of manufacturers. Seat in particular, they've abandoned the World Touring Car Championship to race in the TCR series. Citroën hedged their bets. They've been the dominant manufacturer in the World Touring Car Championship. Honda, lots of Hondas. Volkswagen have been brought in, which they weren't involved in the World Touring Car Championship. It's good to have them in. Alfa with the Giulietta, a couple of Giuliettas. One to be driven, as I mentioned, by Andrea Bellicchi. And the Mercedes, it's good to see, and one Ford Focus as well. So good variety of manufacturer and a very attractive collection of cars we have, even if at the moment we can't see them going around the track. But they've got the Volkswagen, the Seat, I mean, onto some bogies, have they, so they can manhandle it out of the way. And we should have the session resumed very soon. Johnny?
Thank you. 好 好啦，咁啊，我哋見到咧就啱啱算喺雙龍灣啊，劉石輝嘅97號車咧，就係直指咗埋去欄邊啊，佢用咁發尾啊，咁啊左手邊尾咧就鎖死咗個胎，咁啊而家咧就橫行咗喺呢個賽道上面，咁啊所以賽會亦都係咧今日嘅第3支紅旗就為佢而出啦。咁就現時嚟講咧，見啲工作人員咧都已經係將呢一部車咧係推開咗，移離咗呢一個賽道啦嚇。因為頭先佢鎖死咗胎咧，工作人員要攞啲工具啊，將部車咧係升起啊，咁啊用呢啲活動輪咧就將佢咧係移離咗呢個賽道，咁啊再加埋吊車就將佢咧係成部車咧係移咗埋去一邊。咁啊現時咧工作人員都清理緊咧呢個賽道上面嘅碎物嘅，咁啊應該係冇乜大問題啊，因為我見工作人員咧都已經係開始係離開咗啦呢個賽道。係啦，咁啊，我相信咧賽事好快脆咧，就係將會係重開啊！剩翻落嚟嘅時間咧。
Attention in pit lane, Macau gear cars. Practice session will restart in 1 minute. Macau gear cars. Practice session will restart in 1 minute.
好啦，1分鐘之後咧，澳門東望洋大賽 2.0T 嘅練習時間咧係再試咧係。賽事重開，將同大家係見面嘅。咁啊喺呢一個賽事嚟講呢，我相信就因為練習嘅時間雖然個時間唔係太多，咁啊但係呢出嚟呢，大部分嘅車手只不過係完成咗佢哋嘅第一個圈嘅熱身，咁啊跟住呢已經係停咗呢一個賽事啦。咁啊現時嚟講呢，佢哋係將會係進行呢一出嚟都要再重新係再熱身啦，咁啊同埋捽下啲胎先啊，跟住落嚟呢先至係會做時間。咁啊，所以現時咧，我哋都冇佢嘅最快嘅時間啦，或者係咧邊幾位車手咧係稍為做嘅時間係標青啲，喺呢一個練習賽事咧喺呢個前車嘅位置。咁啊，但係咧而家嚟講咧，賽事重開啦，咁啊應該咧剩翻落嚟有18分鐘左右嘅時間咧，應該係會係睇到咧一啲好啲嘅成績出嚟。好啦，咁啊應該咧就係見到車手已經係預備啦，咁啊亦都係咧好多咧喺呢一個咧起步區咧已經係預備咧係等綠燈咧一開咧，咁啊即刻咧係出去咧進行呢個熱身。爭取時間啦，咁啊希望咧係盡量咧係利用餘下落嚟嘅18分鐘都冇嘅時間啦，唔夠嘅嚇，咁啊係進行咧佢哋嘅練習，咁啊一嚟咧可以測試下自己部車啦，咁啊二嚟咧睇一睇今日嘅練習時間咧，咁啊對佢哋聽日嗰個排位咧係非常之有利嘅。Brad。
Obrigado, Johnny. Depois de uma interrupção, então, devido a acidente com o carro número 97, que ficou a bloquear a pista lá em cima junto ao ramal dos Mouros. Alguns minutos de pausa e o recomeço desta sessão de treinos da corrida Macau Guia Race 2.0T, motores 2 litros turbo, carros da categoria TCR. Uma grande maioria destes participantes com mecânicas idênticas, uma vez que se trata de Volkswagen Golf GTI e de Seat Leon SEQ. São carros do mesmo grupo de fabricante, o grupo Volkswagen Audi, que fabrica também a Skoda e os Seat. Para além destes Volkswagen GTI e Golf GTI extremamente competitivos, diga-se de passagem, há o interesse em seguir as prestações de 2 Citroën Elysée, que são carros idênticos aos de fábrica do WTCC, e a equipa West Coast Racing, que inscreveu 3 Hondas Civic, uma para o Mikhail Gratchev, com o número 8, outra para Gianni Morbidelli, com o número 10, e outro para o piloto português Tiago Monteiro, com o Honda Civic número 81. Entre os Golf GTI, Stefano Comini com o número 1, Jordi Oriola com o número 6, são alguns dos favoritos. Veremos qual a adaptação destes carros e destes pilotos ao circuito da guia nesta sessão de treinos. Há pouco não houve tempo para tirar nenhuma conclusão, já que o acidente verificou-se logo na volta de lançamento. E, portanto, agora sim, espera-se que a sessão continue sem incidentes e de modo a que os pilotos comecem a poder fazer algumas voltas seguidas e comecem a poder tirar algumas conclusões sobre as suas prestações no circuito de guia. Esta vai ser agora a primeira volta lançada para todos. Passa Stefano Comini com o número 1. Da Leopard Racing Team, o Volkswagen Golf GTI, são estes azuis, claro. Desta equipa faz parte Jean-Carl Vernet também. E depois também em Volkswagen Golf GTI, mas da equipa Liqui Moly, Jan Chokwai, com o número 3, Jordi Oriola com o número 6 e David Kayaya com o número 7. Estão inscritos, na sua maior parte, carros da marca Volkswagen e Seat, depois alguns Alfa Romeo Giulietta, os Citroën Elysée, que já referi, também os 3 Honda Civic da equipa West Coast Racing. São carros extremamente competitivos, muito rápidos. São carros que participam em corridas deste género em vários países. Tem sido uma modalidade que satisfez bastante as pretensões dos construtores e que encontrou, portanto, provimento em campeonatos internacionais e campeonatos nacionais. Daí também haver aqui várias equipas e vários pilotos com diferentes nacionalidades. A grande incógnita é, na verdade, perceber qual é o tipo de andamento dos pilotos da frente. Nomeadamente, estamos aqui a seguir nos ecrãs 2 carros da equipa Leopard Racing Team e também ver o que é que os Honda Civic, com pilotos muito experimentados do WTCC, como é o caso de Morbidelli, de Gratchev e de Tiago Monteiro, conseguem fazer isto numa altura em que há aqui um carro que bloqueia os outros, mas conseguem passar pelo lado direito depois da curva Melco. Veremos se o carro foi abaixo, ele consegue tirar dali o carro sozinho ou se terá que ser ajudado. De qualquer maneira, esta volta já foi prejudicada para todos os pilotos que tiveram que passar por aquele piloto mais lento, quase imobilizado. E, portanto, esta volta, em termos de tempo, para esses já não vai dar. Quando aqui no Hotel Lisboa temos uma travagem mal sucedida e um piloto que fica numa má posição. Jan.
Yeah, we've got a car coming very slowly. That's the Mercedes, is it? Going slowly out of Melco Hairpin down towards Fisherman's. Hopefully it's going to be able to coast out of the way. We also had a spinner at Lisboa. So the session resumed with time reduced because of the stoppage. 12 minutes remain. Fastest time on the basis of just one lap so far. This is a replay we're seeing on the screen at the moment of how the two leading Volkswagens, numbers 1 and 2, Stefano Comini and Jean-Carl Vernet, got boxed in behind that very slow car coming down from Melco Hairpin. So at the moment, the fastest time has been done by Gianni Morbidelli in the number 10 Honda Civic Type R at 2:40.829, but we don't really have any representative lap times yet. Josh Files is second quickest, number 50, Josh Files in his Honda Civic at 2:42.041. Then Tiago Monteiro, also in the Honda Civic, number 81, third fastest on a 2:42.089. Fourth fastest is number 74, Pepe Oriola in the Seat Leon, 2:42.157. And I see that number 6 is being driven by Jordi Oriola. Number 6 is Jordi Oriola, not Tim Zimmerman. Shot on the screen there, just how hot brake discs pads can become. And so Pepe Oriola in the number 74 set at the moment is fourth fastest. On this lap has done the absolute best first sector. We've got 10 and 3/4 minutes to go now, just to carry on with a few more of the times. Fifth quickest is number 9, Attila Tassi with his Seat Leon, 2:43.212. Sixth, number 70, the young Slovakian driver, Maciej Homola, 2:44.284. Seventh is 54, the championship leader, James Nash, 2:45.908. sorry, James is 245.437. Jean-Carl Vernet, number 2, 245.908. Ninth, number 1, Stefano Camini, 246.649. And 10th is number 62, Dusan Borkovic, with his Seat Leon at a time of 247.392. Those are the top times at the moment, but on this lap, Stefano Camini, we'll just see him to the end of the lap. He comes out of Fisherman's now in the number 1 Volkswagen Golf. Right behind him is his teammate number 2, Jean-Carl Vernet, who I see has been told in the programme as being 49 years of age. Well, in fact, he's 30. I don't know quite where they got that date of birth for him from, but anyway, Jean-Carl Vernet, just 30 years of age, goes quickest, 246.671 for the number 2 Volkswagen Golf. The number 1 car, Stefano Camini, just ahead of him on the track, 237.097. But Pepe Oriola looks as though he's going to go quicker than the pair of them, because Pepe Oriola has done the absolute best first and second sector times. So the number 74 Seat looks as though it could well go quickest of all at the end of this lap, coming into and out of our bend, up towards the timing line, kissing the Armco. Pepe Oriola goes across the line, and the time that he does is a 235.922. That's more like it. Pepe Oriola, 235.922. Johnny?
Thank you，好啦，我哋見到啦嚇，開始佢哋咧就即係着晒火啦，咁啊而家咧就熱晒身咧，之後咧嗰啲時間咧真係叭叭聲咧，每個圈都變緊啦。咁啊其實咧就係講一陣間咧嗰個位置咧已經係好快咧咁啊跳動晒。好啦，咁啊暫時我哋見到咧74號車奧拿啊，咁啊揸嘅 seat 咧，而家嚟講咧做到從場最快嘅練習時間2分35秒922，咁啊喺呢個頭車嘅位置，第二位2號車嘅和尼，咁啊揸架 Golf GTI 嘅，咁啊2分36秒671排喺呢個第2個位置，咁啊另外一部 Golf GTI 咧就係1號車進佔喺呢個第3位置，可米尼，咁啊2分37秒097，咁啊第4位咧就係10號車呢架本田嘅思域，咁啊10號車係莫比迪利，咁啊嚟自意大利嘅車手排喺呢個第4個位置，咁啊第5位咧我哋見到81號車嘅蒙地路，咁啊嚟自咧葡萄牙嘅車手，咁啊亦都係咧揸架本田嘅思域，咁啊排喺第5。咁啊第6個位置咧就係50號車嘅費勞斯，另外一架本田嘅思域啊，咁啊嚟自英國嘅車手，咁啊排喺咧呢一個第6嘅位置啦。咁啊而家嚟講咧，咁啊頭幾位嘅車手咧分別係揸呢一個 Golf GTI 啦，咁啊 Seat 啦，咁啊仲有咧就係呢個 Honda 嘅思域。咁啊現時咧呢一紮車手咧做出最快嘅時間仍然係74號車。我哋見到奧拿揸架 Seat 咧係做到同場暫時嚟講練習時間最快嘅時間2分35秒922。Brado.
Obrigado, Johnny. Portanto, uma interrupção nas voltas rápidas dos dois pilotos da Leopard Racing Team, Comini e Vernet, que apanharam o Mercedes quase parado de William Locke, mas na volta seguinte fizeram já uma volta limpa e vieram colocar-se de imediato nos lugares da frente. Depois Pepe Oriola ultrapassou os dois. Aqui é o carro número 35 de Rafael Galeano, um Seat Leon em dificuldades, vai recuperar e recomeçar a sua volta, não ficou parado na pista, mas dizia eu, Comini e Vernet estiveram à frente, logo a seguir Oriola, o Pepe Oriola, num Seat Leon, o primo do Golf GTI, roubou-lhes meio segundo, mas na volta imediata Vernet e Comini voltaram a bater Oriola e voltaram a instalar-se no primeiro e no segundo lugar. Portanto, são os dois Golfs azul claro da Leopard Racing Team, com o número 2 Jean-Carl Vernet, com o número 1 Stefano Comini. Logo a seguir Oriola no Seat e depois 2 Honda Civic, o de Morbidelli em quarto lugar e o de Tiago Monteiro em quinto, separados por 3 décimos de segundo. 3 décimos de segundo separam os dois melhores Hondas, o de Morbidelli e o de Tiago Monteiro. E em sexto lugar, com o número 54, James Netsch no Seat Leon. Portanto, 2 Golf GTI da equipa Leopard Racing a rodarem em 2.35.3, 2.35.4, Pepe Oriola em 2.35.9, Gianni Morbidelli em 2.36.0 e Tiago Monteiro em 2.36.3. Jan?
Thanks, Pedro. So Rafael Galeano not having a very good time. He's had a couple of spins already on this lap. Rafael Galeano, number 35, not driving a Honda as shown in the programme, but driving a Seat Leon TCR. So number 35, Rafael Galeano, in all kinds of strife. Meanwhile, the two Volkswagens, the two Leopard Racing Volkswagens at the top of the time, Jean-Carl Vernet continuing to shadow his teammate, Stefano Comini, the championship runner-up at the moment, but he's setting slightly quicker time. So Jean-Carl Vernet, 2:35.379. Stefano Comini, 2:35.464. So there's nothing to choose between the two of them. There's Galliano having his second incident of the lap. Pepe Oriola, number 74, could well be quicker, except that he could get caught up in Galliano's little moments here, because Pepe Oriola did the absolute best first sector on the lap that he's on. Now, whether he's going to get held up in the middle sector, we'll have to see by that instant. But he's currently third quickest on a 2:35.922. And then fourth fastest is Gianni Morbidelli, number 10, 2:36.062. Fifth, number 81, Tiago Monteiro, 2:36.303. Sixth is James Nash, number 54, 2:37.191. Then Josh Files going well on his first visit to Macau, number 50, on a 2:38.448. Eighth is number 3, Andy Yan, 2:39.164. And ninth, number 77, Sergei Afanasiev, 2:39.271. 10th, number 70, Maciej Hamola, 2:40.393. So those are the top 10. This is the first of two free practice sessions, so it's not going to be deciding grid positions yet. There's Pepe Oriola coming to the end of the lap. This could be the lap that puts him to the top of the times once more in the number 74 Seat. He goes over the line and goes quickest at 2:35.008. A very quick time at this stage of the proceedings, but we've got another car. That's number 17 that's spun. That's Terence C with his Seat Leon. So Terence C trying to do it. Yeah, and I think he's going to get out of the way just in time, but it's obviously got in the way of number 14. That's Wei Chao Yin, but he's not made contact, so that's all well. Pepe Oriola still setting the pace. On this lap, he set the absolute best first sector. Johnny.
Thank you，我哋見到74號車嘅奧拿西班牙嘅車手咁嘅揸架咧 ，Sit 啊，就而家嚟講咧，有一個比較快啲嘅時間啦，2分35秒正啊，008秒。咁啊，非常之快嘅時間，暫時喺今日練習咧係呢個頭車，跟住第二位咧就係2號車嘅和尼，2分35秒379。咁啊，第三位咧係1號車啊，咁啊第三位咧我哋見到係1號車嘅可米尼，咁啊2分35秒咧係464。咁啊2、3位兩部車咧就係架 Golf GTI 嚟嘅。咁啊第四位咧就係10號車嘅莫比迪尼揸架本田嘅思域。咁就時間2分36秒062，進佔喺呢一個第4個位置。好啊，另外一部思域啦，咁啊81號車嘅蒙地路，咁啊時間2分36秒303，排喺第5位。咁啊第6位咧就係拿樹啦，咁啊54號車嘅拿樹咧，一部 Sit 嚇，咁啊就係排喺呢個第6個位置，2分37秒191。第7位咧，我哋見到係50號車嘅費勞斯本田嘅思域，咁啊亦都係咧時間唔差啊，2分37秒645，排喺呢個第7嘅位置。咁啊第8位咧係3號車嘅殷卓偉，咁啊嚟自香港嘅車手啊，揸架 Golf GTI，咁啊亦都係做到都叫做幾理想嘅時間啦，2分39秒164，排第8位。咁啊第9位咧77號車嘅阿法耶夫，咁啊俄羅斯嘅車手，咁啊嚟揸架 Sit 㗎，咁啊亦都係咧排喺呢個第9位，2分39秒271。咁啊第10位咧，數到第10位就係70號車嘅霍姆拿，咁啊嚟自咧斯洛伐克嘅車手啊，咁啊亦都係咧揸架 Sit。咁啊，其實咧係睇翻前面咧，就包括咗 Sit 啦、Golf 啦，仲有就係呢個 Civic 啦。咁啊係呢3大車係咧喺晒呢個前車嘅前列嘅位置啊。好啦，我哋見到咧就係呢一個74號車啊，阿奧拿翻嚟啦。咁啊頭車翻，咁啊睇睇個時間先啊。咁啊時間嚟講咧都做唔到一個係俾佢喺第6圈做出嚟最快嘅時間，2分35秒008咧，就暫時嚟講佢都係做唔到一個更佳嘅時間。咁啊啱啱算完成呢個圈咧係2分41秒006。咁啊時間嚟講咧都係慢咗啲㗎啦。咁啊開始咧就係接近呢一個咧練習賽事嚟講咧，剩翻咧1分鐘都唔夠嘅時間。頭車74號車嘅奧拿，跟住排第2位2號車嘅和尼，第3位1號車嘅可米尼，咁第4位咧係10號車嘅莫比迪尼，第5位係81號車嘅蒙地路嘅。
A confirmar-se nesta sessão de treinos livres as primeiras impressões que deixámos há pouco da luta entre irmãos. os dois Golf GTI, os dois Seat Leon, intermetendo-se entre eles os dois Honda Civic. Portanto, nesta altura, os 6 primeiros abrem e fecham com dois Seat Leon, seguem-se os dois Golf GTI e a seguir os dois Honda Civic. Pepe Oriola voltou, portanto, ao primeiro lugar, batendo os tempos de Vernet e Comini, 3 décimos a menos do que Vernet e 4 décimos a menos do que Comini. Depois, 1 segundo a menos que Morbidelli, 1.2 a menos que Tiago Monteiro e 2.1 a menos que James Nash, com o outro Seat Leon a fechar os 6 primeiros. No top 6, portanto, 2 Seat Leon em primeiro e sexto, 2 Golf GTI em segundo e terceiro e 2 Honda Civic em quarto e quinto. Entre Morbidelli e Monteiro há 3 décimos de segundo. Depois seguem-se em sétimo lugar, houve uma troca, porque Afanassiev, com o número 77 e que tem um Seat Leon, veio ultrapassar o tempo de Nash e Monteiro e, portanto, subiu para o quinto lugar. Quinto lugar para Sergei Afanassiev, que é um piloto que está inscrito também pela Kraft Bamboo Racing, a mesma equipa que inscreve o Seat Leon de Pepe Oriola e de James Nash. Portanto, James Nash passou para 7º lugar, com esta intromissão de Sergei Afanassiev para 5º. Tiago Monteiro está entre os dois, em 6º, mas tem estado a fazer uma volta rapidíssima e passou para primeiro. Tiago Monteiro é o mais rápido neste momento no Honda Civic, ultrapassa Pepe Oriola com 2.34.63, deixa Oriola a 3 décimos, Morbidelli a 4, Vernet a 7, Comini a 8, Joshua Files a 1, Sergei Afanassiev a 1,4 e James Nash a 1,9. Tiago Monteiro em Honda Civic é o novo tempo mais rápido desta sessão de treinos do Macau Guia Race. Jan.
So some very quick laps at the end there. The checker flag out now for the end of that first free practice session for the Macau Gear race. And whilst we're looking on the screen at some damage to the front of car number 17, that's Terence C's Seat Leon. Let's just tell you, Tiago Monteiro set the fastest time as he took the flag of the session, 2:34.636 for the Portuguese driver, former Formula 1 driver, Tiago Monteiro. Second quickest, the Spanish driver, Pepe Oriola, number 74. In his Seat, Tiago Monteiro driving a Honda, Pepe Oriola in a Seat, 2:35.008. Third quickest, number 10, another former Formula 1 driver, Gianni Morbidelli, with his Honda Civic Type R, 2:35.077. Fourth fastest, number 2, Indy Lights champion of a couple of years ago, Jean-Carl Vernet, 2:35.379, ahead of the runner-up in the championship at the moment, number 1, Stefano Camini, 2:35.464. Sixth, excellent final lap by Josh Fars. He's a bit of a dark horse, I suspect, Josh Fars. His first outing in the championship. We know he's quick in Clios, Renault Clios. Number 50, Josh Files. Sixth fastest time in his Honda Civic, 2:35.706 on his first visit to Macau. Seventh quickest, number 77, the Russian driver, Sergei Afanassiev, 2:36.116. Eighth only at the moment, the championship leader, number 54, James Nash, 2:36.586 in the number 54 Seat Leon. Ninth is Andy Yan, number 3, with his Volkswagen teammate in, well, not exactly a teammate, no, Liqui Moly Team Engstler he is, Andy Yan, number 3, at a 2:37.941. 10th, number 7, David Kayaya, with his Volkswagen Golf, and he's done a time of 2:38.913. 11th, number 70, Matej Homola, 2:40.393. See the Mercedes there, number 99, in trouble again. But just going on with the times. 12th, number 8, Mikhail Grachev, 2:40.549. 13th, number 12, Sunny Wong, 2:40.551. 14th, number 28, Kevin C, 2:41.108. 15th, number 9, Attila Tassi, 2:42.771. 16th, number 68, Tang Chi Lun, 2:43.752. 17th, number 11, Alex Hui, 2:43.868. 18th, number 83, Tin Sritrai, 2:43.990. 19th, number 48, the Finnish driver, Antti Buri, 2:44.028. 20th, number 62, Dusan Borkovic, 2:44.045. See if we can catch up with the rest. We've got time before the next session starts. The number 23, Alfa Romeo of Andrea Bellicchi, 21st, 2:44.357. 22nd, number 35, Rafael Galliana, who we saw having one or two incidents in the course of a lap just now. 2:44.957 was one when he didn't have problems. 23rd, number 14, is Y Chao Yin, 2:45.526. 24th, number 22, is the Czech driver, Petra Fulin, with the other Alfa Romeo, 2:45.863. 25th, number 99, the Mercedes that seemed to preceded fits and starts, William Lock, 2:48.103. 26th, number 20, Lu Honkai, 2:48.450. 27th, number 6, Jordi Oriola, replacing Tim Zimmermann in one of the Liqui Moly Team Engsler Volkswagen Golf GTIs, at a time of 2:48.956. 28th, number 21, is Zhang Yaqi with the Linky Racing Audi A3. It's mainly Volkswagens, the VAG group. We've got the one Audi and a time of, for that car, number 33 of, can't find it at the moment, 2:50.525. 29th, number 17, Terence C, 2:53.656. 30th, number 78, Kenneth Marr, 2:55.960. 31st, number 27, William O'Brien, 3 minutes, 0.075. And 32nd, number 65, Douglas Koo, 3 minutes, 6.448. No completed laps by either number 33, Zhang Tengyi, with the other Audi, or number 97, Edgar Lau, who we saw go off and cause the red flag early on in that 30-minute session. Now, the next cars out on the track will be coming out at 12:30, will be the GT cars for the FIA GT World Cup. Again, it's free practice for them, and it's 12:30 when they come out. So after you've heard from Lawrence, Johnny and Pedro, we'll... Johnny says Lawrence, you can probably hear that. So over to Johnny. Then the next cars out, the GT cars at 12:30.
Thank you。好啦，咁啊現時嚟講啦，啱啱算係完成咗我哋今日啊一場精彩嘅練習啊，咁啊東望洋大賽 2.0T 嘅練習。咁啊稍後嘅時間呢，將會係跟翻呢個時間表呢，喺12:30分將會係澳博澳門 GT 杯國際汽聯 GT 世界盃嘅練習時間。咁啊啱啱算啦，去到最後啊一個圈嘅練習時間，81號車嘅蒙地路呢係做咗有一個最快嘅全場嘅時間啦，2分34秒636，咁啊揸架康達思域係喺呢個頭車嘅位置啊，以練習時間嚟計數啦嚇。咁啊第二位呢就係74號車嘅奧拿啦，咁啊揸架 Seat 啦，咁啊時間2分35秒008。咁啊第三位呢就係10號車嘅莫比迪利，2分35秒077。咁啊莫比迪利呢就另外一部康達思域嚟嘅。咁啊排喺呢個第3位，咁啊換言之啊頭1、頭3嘅兩位嘅位置咧係揸架思域啦，咁啊喺第2位咧阿奧拿咧就揸架 Seat 嘅，咁啊第3位咧就係2號車嘅和尼揸架 Golf GTI，咁啊第4位啦。第4位係2號車嘅和尼，第5位咧係1號車嘅可米尼，亦都係咧一架 Golf 嘅 GTI。咁啊第6位咧係50號車嘅費勞斯Honda 嘅思域啊，咁啊時間2分35秒706，排喺第6嘅位置。咁啊第7位咧係77號車嘅阿法耶夫，咁啊一部 Seat 嚟嘅，咁啊時間係2分36秒116。咁啊第8位咧係54號車嘅拿樹。另外一部 Seat 啦，咁啊時間嚟講呢，就係2分36秒586嘅。咁啊第9位呢，就係3號車嘅恩卓偉，咁啊另一架嘅 Golf GTI 啦，咁啊恩卓偉嚟講排喺呢個第9嘅位置，3號車2分37秒941。咁啊第10位呢，就係7號車嘅卡積亞，咁啊 Golf GTI， 咁啊時間嚟講呢，係2分38秒913。咁啊首先恭喜蒙地路先啦，咁啊81號車嘅思域呢，咁就2分34秒636，暫時喺今日呢一場嘅練習賽事做出最快嘅時間。好啦，咁啊稍後時間我哋將會係同大家繼續係評述嘅呢，就係澳博澳門 GT 杯國際汽聯 GT 世界盃嘅練習時間。咁啊佢嘅練習時間30分鐘。咁我相信呢，稍後時間啦，因為我哋而家距離咧呢個正式係開始呢一場練習咧，都有成20分鐘㗎，咁啊所以要暫時停一停先，咁啊睇睇咧我哋葡文嗰度咧係有冇嘢補充先嚇 ，Pedro。
Obrigado, Johnny. Neste pequeno intervalo, até as coisas começarem na pista, isso será ao 12h30 para o treino dos carros da Taça do Mundo FIA GT, uma prova espetacular com carros, na verdade, de sonho, carros extremamente bem preparados, extremamente rápidos e lindos, além do mais. É uma corrida em que a Mercedes vem defender a sua supremacia do ano passado, com Van der Zandt e Maro Engel, os dois pilotos da Academia AMG, e é uma corrida onde estão presentes 2 Ferraris 488 GT3, 2 Lamborghini Huracan, 7 Audi R8 LMS, 3 Mercedes GT3, 6 Porsche 911 GT3R, um Bentley Continental e, portanto, isto diz tudo sobre a qualidade do plantel e, portanto, sobre a enorme expectativa que rodeia, obviamente, esta corrida, uma das 3 que faz parte da competição internacional de uma Taça do Mundo da FIA, da Federação Internacional do Automóvel. O título da corrida é exatamente FIA GT World Cup. Começará ao 12h30, dentro de cerca de 25 minutos. Até já.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Macau GT Cup and GT World Cup cars. 10 minutes to start of practice. Macau GT Cup and GT World Cup cars. 10 minutes to start of practice. Attention in the paddock. Macau GT Cup cars and GT World Cup cars. 5 minutes to start of practice. Macau GT Cup and GT World Cup cars. 5 minutes to start of practice.
Well, we'll be seeing these magnificent GT cars out on the track for the first time in the weekend for their first free practice session in just about 3 minutes' time. The entry, if you have a program, is to be found on page 34. Need to explain there were two GT Cups being competed for. There's the GT World Cup, which is for manufacturers, and we'll come to which of the manufacturers' entries in a moment. There's also the Macau GT Cup. Now, the manufacturers' entries and the significance of the drivers being graded is that only platinum drivers, which is the top grade you can have in GT racing, are able to drive in a manufacturer's GT World Cup car. And we'll go through those in a moment. And then the other drivers, where they're gold or silver or bronze, in descending order, make up the rest of the field, the racing for the Macau GT Cup. But the manufacturers' team, Mercedes, represented by number 1, Mauro Engel, winner for the last 2 years, and Renger van der Zande, driving number 2. So they're both manufacturers' drivers, representing Mercedes. Mauro Engel, a platinum driver, but Renger van der Zande, surprisingly, is only rated at gold, one step down. Then we've got the Lamborghini number 5 of Mirko Bortolotti. That's one of the Lamborghini cars, and the other one that's in the manufacturers' cup is being driven by local hero Andre Couto, who does much of his GT racing these days in Japan, and he's rated as gold, and Mirko Bortolotti rated as platinum, former FIA Formula 2 champion, amongst other achievements. Then we've got the 2 Audi representatives in the Manufacturers World Cup. That's number 7, Eduardo Mortara, multiple winner of this race over the years as well, in the Audi, and his teammate is Laurens Vantour, another very successful driver we've seen also. I think he finished second here, didn't he, in the Macau Grand Prix a few years ago. So number 7 and 8 are also representatives of a manufacturer, in this case Audi. And then the final manufacturer represented is Porsche, with cars numbers 911 and 912, interestingly enough, old Porsche type numbers. 911 is Earl Bamber and Kevin S.
Attention in the paddock. Macau GT Cup and GT World Cup cars. 1 minute to start a practice. Macau GT Cup and GT World Cup cars. 1 minute to start a practice.
So just to finish, the 2 Porsche World Cup drivers, number 911 Earl Bamber and number 912 Kevin Estre, former French Porsche champion. So they are. Everybody else is graded either gold, silver, or bronze, and is as per program, per the page in the program, page 34. So they'll be coming out for 30 minutes, and because these are very valuable cars and very quick, powerful cars as well, let's hope there's no problems. 2 particular interesting cars to keep an eye out for. Adelie Fong, the Hong Kong driver, in number 10, the Bentley, the only Bentley here, and Nicky Katzberg in the BMW M6, the new for this year GT3 BMW, very different from the Z4. the M6. Nicky Katzberg, number 9, I think making his debut at Macau, but a quick driver in GT cars for many years now. And we've also got another of those. We've got a Z4 BMW actually in the hands of Ricky Capo, number 17, from Australia. Richard Lyons will be quick in the Porsche number 88, the Porsche 911 GT3R. And we have a couple of Ferrari 488 GT3s, I think I'm right in saying, making their debut at Macau, number 89, driven by Hiroki Yoshimoto. And the other one driven by the Thai driver, Passin Lathoris, number 50, who's raced Ferraris, not a 488. They're going out onto the track. The yellow Bentley, a spectacular sight anyway, and if you paint it bright yellow, it looks even more spectacular. It's going out onto the track now. Lawrence.
Thank you。咁啊，而家咧睇到咧就剛剛落晒喺個車房出嚟嘅，就係呢一場嘅澳門 GT 杯國際汽聯 GT 嘅世界盃嘅賽事。咁啊呢場咧可以話真係千萬嘅賽事啦。咁啊因為入邊嘅呢啲車系咧，基本上咧全部都係可以話係叫用名車嚟代表，因為入邊包括有梅賽德嘅。呢個梅賽德斯即係我哋叫 Benz AMG 嘅 GT3 啦，有林寶堅尼即係 GT3 啦，有呢一個嘅 Audi 嘅 R8 啦，有呢個 Bentley 嘅Continental 啦，咁另外咧就係有其他有寶馬都有幾款喎，有274啊或者係呢一個嘅M6嘅都有，當然啦保時捷啊911啊。GT3R 啊 ，GT3R 啊，呢啲冚唪唥咧，可以話同場角逐。咁啊，雖然咧車種唔係話太多，咁都成10幾20部咁，但係呢啲車咧全部都係價值連城嘅。咁大家咧就淨係睇車啊，真係有排欣賞啦。咁啊呢紮車咧可以話咧係顏色非常之鮮豔嚇，尤其是而家呢兩部暫時係1、2號車，我哋叫1、2號車咧，呢兩部 Mercedes 嘅咧，基本上咧就係綠色同埋黃色好搶眼嘅。佢係唔係話深綠嘅，係一個淺綠，好 sharp 嘅綠嚟㗎。咁其他啲 R8啊等等啊，林寶堅尼啊，咁啊反而咧就今年嘅賽事入邊咧就唔見係有呢個法拉利喎有一部係50號嘅呢個法拉利488。都係 GT3 呢個泰國籍嘅車手咧，泰籍車手嘅呢個拉科華斯啊，咁啊佢呢部咧就法拉利，仲有一部咧就係89號嘅日籍嘅車手呢個係 Hiroki， 咁啊吉田大樹，咁啊都有2部法拉利，其啲基本咧保時捷同 R8啊或者係林寶堅尼比較多啲咁多嚇。好啦，咁啊而家啲車手咧已經陸續咧。開始係有，因為佢哋有30分鐘嘅時間，咁啊睇嚟咧，佢哋呢1-2個圈咧都係最重要，都係將自己部戰車去點樣去提升最快嘅位置。咁啊，而家大家如果喺大型光幕望到呢個1號車就係晏高，咁啊晏高咧可以話咧喺澳門啊叫做識途老馬都冇乜所謂啦，佢已經好熟澳門呢個東望洋跑道啦。好啊，呢個時間咧我哋交翻俾葡文斯文。部門嘅我哋阿師啊 Pedro。
Obrigado, Lawrence. E estão em pista os carros da prova FIA GT World Cup. Alguns dos carros mais espetaculares desta modalidade estão presentes aqui no circuito da guia, nomeadamente a equipa Mercedes, que vem defender o seu título, o domínio, a supremacia demonstrada no ano passado com estes mesmos 2 pilotos, Mauro Engel e Ranger van der Zande, e também outros carros da categoria FIA GT, como os Lamborghini Huracan, com o número 5 e 55. O 55 é o piloto de Macau, André Couto. Depois, muitos Audis R8, LMS, incluindo o do Sr. Macau, um dos Sr. Macau, que será o italiano Eduardo Mortara. Um Bentley Continental que está pintado de amarelo, é um carro espetacular em qualquer cor, mas este ano de Adderley Fong, com o número 10 e pintado de amarelo, é na verdade um carro espetacular que sobressai no meio dos outros. E a armada Porsche com os 911 GT3R entre eles Daryl Young e Earl Bumber, o piloto da Nova Zelândia que ainda ano passado ganhou na sua categoria as 24 horas de Le Mans. Volta de entrada em pista e agora sim a primeira volta cronometrada a contar para os treinos livres desta corrida de FIA GT World Cup, Taça do Mundo FIA GT, apenas meia hora de treinos livres e o primeiro Mercedes vai cortar aqui a linha de meta e vai ter um tempo cronometrado já, que abaixo de 2 minutos e 30, seguramente, 2:25.8 para Mauro Engel, 2:26.0 para Van der Zande, 2:26.7 para Mortara no Audi. Earl Bumber no Porsche em quinto lugar com 2:28.6, Laurens Vanthoor com o Audi também, tal como o Mortara, poucos décimos de segundo do seu companheiro de equipa. André Cotto com o Lamborghini Huracan, com o número 55, a fazer o sexto tempo para André Cotto. À frente de Mirko Bortolotti, que está aqui, o piloto italiano, noutro Lamborghini Huracan, mas a fazer quase um segundo a mais nesta primeira volta, bem entendido, do que André Cotto. Portanto, quando faltam 23 minutos para terminar esta sessão e os pilotos percorreram apenas uma volta com tempo contado, Mauro Engel e Van der Zande, os dois pilotos da Mercedes, nos dois primeiros lugares separados por 14 centésimos, depois a 89 centésimos Mortara no Audi, Vanthoor em Audi a 1:25, Earl Bumber no Porsche a 2:82 e André Cotto no Lamborghini a 2:89. Jan.
Thanks, Pedro. So the Mercedes setting the pace, the different sounds. We're getting the V8 engines, the V10 engine in the Audis and the V12 as well. So it is in the Ferrari. So we've got some superb sights and sounds as these glorious GT cars take to the track. The fastest at the moment after one lap, Mauro Engel in the number 1 Mercedes, 2:25.864. But we're just watching Earl Bamber in the 911 Porsche, number 911. He's done the absolute best first sector. Now, just to remind you about the sectors, the first sector runs from the start-finish line to a point just before the Lisboa right-hander. In other words, it includes the 2 straights. The second sector is the whole of the hilly section, all the way to the exit of Melco hairpin. And then the third sector is the rest of the lap. So the second sector is much the longest and the slowest, relatively speaking. But Earl Bamber in the Porsche now really pressing on. He's done the absolute best first and second sectors. This is free practice, but they want to sort of throw down the gauntlet and show the other manufacturers what they're up to. And so Mauro Engel completes his second flying lap and does a 2:22.692. But waiting for Earl Bamber to come through. He'll do so in about 10 seconds. We'll have the Porsche across the line, driven by the young New Zealand driver, who's won here in the, yes, he goes quickest. He's won here in the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, which he won a few years ago. Earl Bamber, a 2:20.224. And of course, Earl was one of the winning drivers in the Porsche that won Le Mans last year, along with Nico Hülkenberg and Nick Tandy. So Earl Bamber, winner of Le Mans, 2:23. Sorry, his best lap at 2:20.224. 2:20.224. He's getting down to Formula 3. Not many Formula 3 cars went quicker than that in their first free practice session. Eduardo Mortara, multiple winner here in GT in the Audi, as well as a double winner of the Macau Grand Prix as well. Probably the most successful international driver ever at Macau, Eduardo Mortara, the Swiss-Italian, number 7, 2:21.579 for Audi. Mauro Engel in the Mercedes number 1 is third, 2:22.692, followed by his teammate Renger van der Zande, number 2, 2:23.610. Laurens Vanthoor in the other Audi, number 8, 2:24.376 is fifth. Sixth is Kevin Estre in the number 912 Porsche, 2:24.446. And then we've got the first of the cars running in the Macau GT, number 99, and that is Daryl O'Young. Daryl O'Young in the number 99 Porsche has done a time of 2:24.519, followed by Andre Couto in the number 55 Lamborghini, acclimatizing himself to the car, I suspect, rather than to the circuit, because he knows that like the back of his hand. Another former winner of the Macau Grand Prix, Andre Couto, 2:25.090. Nico Müller, interesting to see how the young Swiss driver goes, number 15. And he has done a time at the moment in his Audi of 2:25.102. And 10th at the moment is Marchi Lee, another Macau veteran number 16, Marchie Lee, in his Audi Hong Kong, entered Audi R8 LMS with a time of 2:25.502. Now on this lap, Earl Bamber is not as quick in the middle sector as Eduardo Matara. Eduardo Matara is really an ace round Macau, and I think this lap is going to see him go to the top of the times in the number 7 Audi. So Eduardo Matara behind Earl Bamber on the track. There's the number 911 Porsche coming into our bend. Behind him is the Audi. Eduardo Matara does the fastest time, 2:20.198. Earl Bamber doesn't improve, in fact, on that lap. Eduardo Matara then 26 thousandths of a second slower than, 26 thousandths of a second quicker than Earl Bamber, with Mauro Engel improving his time, 2:21.880. Lawrence Van Tol, 2:22.021. Kevin Estra, 2:22.131. Wenger van der Zande down to 6th. Then Marchie Lee coming along up to 7th quickest, number 16 in the Audi R8. So Mortara and Bamber, 26 thousandths of a second between them. Johnny.
Thank you。好啦，咁啊現時嚟講，我哋見到咧7號車嘅莫塔拿啦，呢架車咧就非常之快啦。咁啊架 R8咧就現時嚟講咧喺今場嘅練習賽事咧首先啦嚇，咁啊佢做到係同場最快嘅時間啦，2分20秒198，排喺呢個頭車嘅位置。咁第二位咧就係911號車阿班博，哇！班博咧呢架波子嚟㗎，咁啊2分20秒224，咁啊同頭車相差0.026秒。咁啊嘅距離啊，咁啊排喺呢個第2位置，咁啊跟住落嚟咧，第3位咧就係1號車架 Benz 啦，咁啊阿晏高2分21秒880，咁啊排喺第3，咁第4位咧就係8號車嘅雲科爾，咁啊雲科爾一部咧係架寶馬 M6 嚟㗎GT3，咁亦都係咧走得幾好啊今日啦，咁啊而家嚟講咧喺呢個第4位2分22秒021。咁啊，第5位912號車嘅阿斯提，咁啊一部波子911啦，咁啊亦都係咧幾好啊！佢個拍檔咧就排第2，班博，咁佢咧就係排喺呢個第5嘅位置，2分22秒131。咁啊去到第6位咧就係2號車呢架 Benz 啦，咁啊就係咧2號車嘅雲迪新特啦，咁啊時間啦2分22秒215，排喺第6嘅位置。第7位歐陽若曦，咁啊99號車揸架波子咧就2分23秒226。咁啊第8位咧就係16號車嘅李英健，咁啊揸架 Audi R8啦，咁啊亦都係咧今日嘅成績都時間都幾理想啊，2分23秒511。咁啊相差係好少嘅啫，其實頭幾部車每部車之間嘅距離係非常之短嘅。好，跟住落嚟排第9位88號車查理萊昂斯，咁啊嚟自咧英國嘅車手啊，一部保時捷嘅911咧就排喺呢一個第9嘅位置，2分23秒635。第10位係10號車嘅方俊宇，香港嘅車手揸架 Bentley GT3咧，咁啊排喺呢個第10嘅位置。咁啊2分24秒687。咁啊其實咧咁樣睇翻落嚟咧就喺呢一個頭10位嘅車輛咧都係即係每款車咧都係有啊喺呢一個排名裏邊嘅。咁啊包括咗啲 Bentley 啊、寶馬啊、保時捷啊、Benz 啊、Audi R8啊咁啦，咁啊喺晒前面啦。好啦，咁啊現時嚟講頭車仍然係以呢個7號車莫塔拿暫時喺呢個第4個圈第4個圈做出嚟最快嘅時間。2分20秒198，喺呢一個頭車嘅位置。咁啊啱啱算咧第5圈嘅時候咧，佢嘅時間只不過係2分24秒323。咁啊個車速已經係開始咧有少少慢咗落嚟。咁啊睇睇後面阿班博啊，咁啊仲有咧就係佢阿班博嘅拍檔阿斯提咧，係會唔會咧係有一個咧更快嘅時間做出嚟，可以咧係直接威脅咧呢一個7號車嘅莫塔拿。
Obrigado, Johnny. Quando faltam 16 minutos para terminar esta sessão de treinos, é o tal senhor Macau, que eu referi há pouco, Eduardo Mortara, que tem o melhor tempo nesta sessão de treinos, 2:20.198. Nos 6 primeiros há, portanto, este Audi de Mortara mais um outro Audi, o de Laurens Van Tor, os 2 Mercedes, o de Mauro Engel e o de Roger van der Zande, e 2 Porsches no segundo e terceiro lugar, Earl Bamber e Kevin Estre. dois Porsches aqui a mostrarem-se extremamente rápidos e muito próximos do tempo de Eduardo Mortara, nomeadamente Earl Bamber, que está na segunda posição a apenas 26 milésimos de segundo. Depois Kevin Estre no outro Porsche a 9 décimos de segundo, Mauro Engel no Mercedes a 1.6, entrou agora Ederly Fong com o seu Bentley Continental para o quinto lugar a 1.7, Laurens Van Tor no outro Audi, companheiro de equipa de Mortara, o R8 LMS, a 2.5, Van der Zandt no outro Mercedes a 2.7, Richard Lyons com o carro número 88, que é um Porsche 911, no oitavo lugar, e isto numa altura em que o Bentley de Ederly Fong, que tinha acabado de entrar nos 6 primeiros, tem ali uma situação de despiste e fica a bloquear a pista. Bandeira amarela, e não sabemos se será necessário interromper esta sessão de treinos. Young.
Thanks, Pedro. So, yeah, you saw on the screen just now the Bentley blocking the track. Ederly Fong, who'd actually done the absolute best first sector on the lap, that he's now ended up with a spin up in the hills. So, Ederly Fong, I'm afraid, causing a blockage. I hope they're strong. That's the heaviest car in the entry, and it looks it. Anyway, it's being lifted by a strong harness out of harm's way. I don't think there's too much damage to it. So, it'll be hopefully fixed for the second session, if it's damaged at all, for the second free practice session, which comes tomorrow morning. So meanwhile, Eduardo Mortara has got into the 219s now, 219.492 in the Audi number 7. Earl Bamber in the number 911 Porsche, second quickest, 220.224. Mario Engel's Mercedes, number 1, third on a 220.790, which he's just done. Laurens Van Tor in the second of the Audis, number 8. Fourth fastest, 221.140. Then we've got the second of the Porsches, the number 912 car of Kevin Estre, 221.194. Sixth quickest is the Bentley, not that we'll see any more of it in this session. Ederly Fong doing a 221.935 in the first non-manufacturer entry. And then coming into the pits, actually, number 2, Renger van der Zande, 7th quickest in the number 2 Mercedes, 222.215. Eighth is the number 88 Porsche of Richard Lyons, the Craft Bamboo racing car. Richard Lyons, 222.502. Marchie Lee is 9th in the number 16 Audi from Audi Hong Kong, 222.885. And 10th, number 99, Darrell O'Young with his Porsche. Darrell O'Young at 222.975. After that, we've got Nico Müller, number 15, is 11th quickest in his Audi from Phoenix Racing. 223.769. Mirko Bortolotti, number 5 in his Lamborghini, is at the moment 12th fastest, 224.695. But I'm pretty sure, yes, it is the Italian driver's first visit to Macau, so he's still feeling his way around the circuit. So the session not having to be stopped because of that spin by the Bentley. There we get a replay of it. Tail came round, biffed the barrier. Tough old car, that Bentley, or tough new car. And although when it spins it blocks the track, out of harm's way it now is, and the session can continue. And we have just 12 minutes to the end of this first free practice session for the Macau GT Cup and FIA GT World Cup. Johnny.
Thank you。好啦，咁啊現時嚟講咧，就啱啱算啦喺呢一個對上一個圈啊，咁啊10號車嘅方俊宇咧，呢架 Benny 咧就指咗喺呢個雙龍灣嗰度，就先蹦尾就再蹦頭，咁啊而頭先咧就橫行喺個路面，咁啊跟手咧梗係啦，我哋現場嘅工作人員。係專業噶嘛，咁啊即刻咧就將部車咧係移離咗呢個賽道，咁啊賽事咧係得以咧係繼續咧係順利進行嘅。好啦，咁啊講翻咧現時嚟講咧，啱啱算喺第6個圈嘅時候咧，見到莫塔拿呢個 R8咧，亦都係做出咧係又一個係新嘅時間啦。咁啊2分19秒492係仍然喺呢個練習賽時排喺呢個頭車嘅位置。咁啊第2位咧係911號車阿班博，咁啊揸架保時捷咧2分20秒224喺呢一個第2嘅位置嘅。咁啊1號車嘅晏高啦，跟呢架 Benz 咧就2分20秒790排喺呢個第3位置。咁啊第4位咧係8號車嘅雲科爾嘅奧迪 R8啦，咁啊亦都係咧2分21秒140排呢個第4位。好啦，另外一架保時捷912號車呢個阿斯提咧，咁啊阿班博嘅 隊友啊，咁啊排喺呢個第5個位置，2分21秒194嘅。咁啊，第6位呢，就係啱啱算撞咗車呢架 Benny 啦，10號車嘅方俊宇，2分21秒935。咁啊，第7位呢，係2號車嘅雲迪辛特，咁啊一部呢係 Benz， 咁啊亦都係咧排喺呢一個第7嘅位置，2分22秒215。咁啊第8位呢，係88號車。呢個查理啊，咁啊嚟自英國嘅車手，一架保時捷，咁啊時間嚟講啦，2分22秒506排喺第8位，咁啊第9位呢係16號車嘅李英健架奧迪 R8啦，咁啊時間係2分22秒885，第10位99號車嘅歐陽若曦，時間2分22秒975嘅，咁啊前列嗰紮車手呢，嗰個時間呢都好快啊，咁啊而且呢每個圈呢個練習時間呢都係一路係提速㗎，咁亦都可以呢預言呢應該係稍後嘅時間應該會呢係仲有一啲呢係更快嘅時間呢可以係同大家見下面啊，咁啊希望阿莫塔拿啊，咁啊仲有阿班博啊、顏高啊呢一紮車手嚟講咧，希望佢哋啊係可以咧係繼續嚇，咁啊將呢一個咧係時間咧係繼續係提速。好啦，啱啱算啦，我哋見到就係8號車啊。雲科爾上咗嚟喺今場練習賽嘅第2個位置，2分19秒。嗱，2分19秒一共有2部車啊，咁啊就係7號車呢架奧迪 R8嘅阿莫塔拿啦，2分19秒492排第1位，第2位係佢嘅隊友8號車雲科爾，咁啊亦都係一架奧迪 R8啦，咁啊時間嚟講咧係2分19秒682，換言之咧係頭1、2位咧係2部車嘅2部都係奧迪嚟㗎，咁啊跟住第3位咧係一部保時捷，第4位咧一部 Benz， 去到第5位咧仍然係保時捷咁啊呢一紮車手嚟講咧就仲有咧剩翻落嚟約莫係8分零鐘嘅時間，咁啊應該可以走到3個圈左右啦。咁啊睇一睇咧，佢哋個時間會唔會咧係有一個更好嘅速度俾我哋睇一睇到先。
Algumas alterações nos lugares da frente em termos de tempos nestes treinos livres. Na verdade, Mortara continua a ser o mais rápido, mas atrás dele houve algumas trocas de posições, também algumas idas à boxe. Aliás, neste momento, quer Mortara, quer Earl Bamber estão nas boxes. Mortara e Laurens Van Tor, nos dois Audi, ocupam primeira e segunda posições. Depois, Bamber em Porsche e Maro Engel em Mercedes e Kevin Estre em Porsche. Portanto, há um Mercedes de Maro Engel a separar os dois Porsche 911. A seguir, Nick Muller, Ederly Fong no Bentley, que se despistou. O carro foi retirado de imediato. Os treinos estiveram parados 72 minutos, sem serem interrompidos, e portanto ele já não pode defender o seu tempo aqui, mas de qualquer maneira está no top 10, tem o 7º lugar, à frente do Mercedes de Renger van der Zandt, que é o 8º e que está a 3 décimos segundo de Ederly Fong. Também na boxe esteve André Couto, há cerca de 5, 10 minutos esteve na boxe André Couto, depois saiu da boxe, fez a curva de entrada, fez a volta de entrada em pista e na volta seguinte não melhorou o tempo que trazia de trás, que é de 2:25:09. Ele está inclusivamente um pouco, 1,3 segundos mais lento do que Mico Bortolotti, que é o seu colega de equipa com o Lamborghini Huracan nesta corrida da FIA GT World Cup. Portanto, agora é a vez de Van Tor estar na boxe e de Bamber e Mortara terem saído e estão na volta de reentrada em pista e mantêm-se os tempos entre os 5 primeiros. Relembrando, os 2 primeiros são Audis, o 3º e o 5º são Porsches e o 4º é um Mercedes de Mauro Engel. Ian.
Thanks, Pedro. So the Audis at the top of the times now. Number 1, Eduardo Matara, ahead of number 2, his teammate Laurens Van Tor. Their respective times only just under a fifth of a second apart. Eduardo at 2 minutes 19.492. Laurens at 2:19.682. Bamber for Porsche is third in the number 911 car, 2:20.224. Then we've got Mauro Engel's Mercedes, number 1, 2:20.790, fourth fastest. Fifth fastest, the number 912 Porsche, Kevin Estre, who's been the quickest in the first sector of anybody on this lap that he's on. number 912, 220.935, maybe about to be improved upon, depending on how he gets on in the hilly section of the circuit. And at the moment, focusing on the BMW number 17 of Ricky Capo. That's one of the older BMWs, it is now. The BMW Ricky Capo, the Z4 there. We've got the number 912 Porsche. He's done a personal best in the middle sector, so this could be a very quick lap indeed by Kevin Estra. Does he go quickest of all? No, he goes up to third quickest, though. So he goes ahead of his teammate Earl Bamber. So 912 now ahead of 911. Estra a 220.091 on that lap, 220.224 for Earl Bamber. Mauro Engel down to 50, the better of the two Mercedes. Nico Muller is up to 6th now, number 15, Nico Muller's Phoenix Racing Audi, 6th fastest, 221.868. Then Adelie Fong, obviously taking no further part in the session. The Bentley, though, now 7th. And then after Adelie Fong, 8th is Renger van der Zander's Mercedes, number 2, 221.972. He's been in the pits, he's back out on the track. Richard Lyons in the number 88 Porsche is 9th, 222.385. Marci Lee is 10th. Mirko Bortolotti, gradually, as he learns the circuit, improving his times in the number 5 Lamborghini. Mirko Bortolotti now 11th fastest. Daryl Young, number 99, is 12th in his Porsche. 13th is the number 11. The number 11 Audi of Cheng Kong Fu, Frankie Cheng as he used to be known. A change there, do we? Yes, Renger van der Zander moves up to 6th ahead of Nico Muller. Renger van der Zander brings the number 2 Mercedes up to 6th quickest. And on this lap, Nico Muller has now been the quickest in the first sector. So Nico Muller in the number 15 Audi. Another driver, I think, making his debut at Macau. The young Swiss driver, 221.868 is the time he did last time. He hasn't got to achieve much of an improvement to move up. Daryl Young, meanwhile, moves up to 6th quickest now. Number 99, Daryl Young in the Craft Bamboo Racing Porsche 911, 6th fastest. Johnny.
Thank you。好啦，我哋見到咧莫塔拿咧就個時間咧同佢個拍檔啊8號車嘅雲科爾啦兩個咧嗰個時間都係做到2分19秒咧，就仍然喺呢個頭1、2位。咁啊反而咧我哋見到咧就排3、4咧就調轉咗個位置啦。咁啊見到咧912號車嘅阿斯提啦就進佔咗上嚟呢個第3位2分20秒091。咁啊第4位係佢嘅拍檔啦。911號車嘅班博2分20秒224，咁啊第5位先至見到咧1號車嘅晏高，咁啊2分20秒687，哇好犀利啊！頭先咧去到成11、12位嘅歐陽若曦99號車啊，而家進佔咗上嚟喺呢個第6個位置2分20秒719啊！咁啊第7位咧係88號車嘅查理，咁啊呢架保時捷咧亦都走得唔錯啊！咁啊現時嚟講咧2分21秒476進佔喺呢個第7嘅位置，第8位係2號車嘅雲迪新特，時間係2分21秒856，2分21秒仲有2部車，包括排喺呢個第9位15號車嘅尼高梅拿，咁啊2分21秒868，第10位係10號車，呢架車當然啦頭先就發生意外，已經唔喺呢個賽道上面。但係佢做出嚟嘅時間呢，方俊宇做出嚟嘅時間仍然係保持咗呢，係可以喺呢一個第10個位置2分21秒935。換言之喺近呢2、3個圈呢，嗰個速度嗰方面呢，就頭1、2位嘅2部奧迪 R8呢，亦都係呢係冇乜太大嘅進展。咁啊反而呢，見到呢啲保時捷啦，咁啊仲有1號車晏高，仲有就係歐陽若曦呢，都已經係開始係發力啦。因為時間嚟講呢，剩翻2分鐘都唔夠。咁啊如果要做一個比較快啲嘅圈速嘅話呢，現時嚟講呢，真係要珍惜呢個時間啦。好啦，咁啊睇睇莫塔拿啦，咁啊雲科爾啊。晏高啊，咁啊，仲有咧阿斯提啊、班博啊呢啲揸車手咧，會唔會一陣間咧剩翻落嚟唔夠1分半鐘嘅時間，係可以做一個更快嘅車速俾我哋睇一睇 ？Pedro。
Obrigado, Johnny. Faltam poucos instantes para terminar esta sessão de treinos, menos de 2 minutos. Mortara e Vantor nos Audis continuam em primeiro e segundo. Kevin Estra e Earl Bamber nos Porsches em terceiro e quarto. Mauro Engel no Mercedes em quinto. O outro Mercedes está apenas em oitavo lugar, o de Van der Zandt, e depois em sexto e sétimo estão o Porsche de Daryl Young e o de Richard Lyons. Portanto, há aqui até o oitavo lugar 4 Porsches, 2 Mercedes e 2 Audis. Em relação a André Couto, ele voltou a entrar na box depois de ter estado 3 ou 4 voltas em pista em que não melhorou o seu tempo de 2:23:95 e voltou a parar na box. Nesta altura deverá já não sair de lá. De salientar também que esta primeira sessão de treinos livres mostra uma menor adaptação a este circuito dos Mercedes deste ano, que não são os mesmos do ano passado. Os do ano passado eram os SLS e estes são os AMG GT3, são carros diferentes e, portanto, há aqui algum trabalho de preparação e de adaptação da equipa Mercedes AMG Driving Academy para permitir que estes dois carros sejam tão competitivos aqui no circuito da guia como foram o ano passado e possam, talvez na sessão de amanhã, que há mais uma sessão de treinos durante a manhã de sexta-feira para a FIA GT World Cup, treinos livres, bem entendido, possam voltar a ser competitivos. Numa altura em que, na sua última volta, Earl Bamber, no Porsche, ultrapassou os 2 Audis e sagrou-se como o mais rápido nesta sessão de treinos livres.
So we're on the last lap. The checker flag is out. Some cars have already taken the checker flag, including Lawrence Vantor, who is currently third. Earl Bamber has gone quickest just before the flag, so he's got one more lap under his belt if he wants it. 2:19.362, but his teammate, Kevin Estra, has done the absolute best first sector on this lap, so Estra could go quicker than his teammate. He could go to the top of the times as he takes the checker flag. It's only free practice, but it's an indication of what's to come. So Porsche, at the moment, at the ascendancy, they're the quickest. Earl Bamber on a 2:19.362. But here we are, we're focused now on the number 912 Porsche, making his way down towards the Melco hairpin. And we'll get the second sector time, remember, as he comes out of the Melco hairpin. The second sector is just after that. He's got a queue of cars ahead of him, but I don't think they're going to get necessarily in the way. So wait for the second sector time to come up. It's a 1:28.2, which is not as quick as Eduardo Matara has done on an earlier lap. He may get held up before the end of the lap, but down towards Fisherman's comes number 912, Kevin Estra, the French driver, accelerating out of Fisherman's up to the right-hander at R Bend. He's going to get held up slightly as he by those slower cars ahead of him, but he's on course for an improved lap time anyway. Earl Bamber is also going very well in his first sector. Let's just first Estra across the line. Does he go quicker? Yeah, he does, but he stays fourth, a 2:20.078. So he stays fourth fastest, doesn't move up the times, despite doing a personal best in the third sector, an absolute best in the first sector, but still to come. Earl Bamber hasn't yet finished the lap. He didn't take the checker flag when he did what is currently the fastest time of 2:19.362. The question is, can he go faster still? So waiting for Earl Bamber to complete the lap. We're watching his teammate at the moment. 2:19.253 is another improvement. 2:19.253 by the New Zealander. Earl Bamber is the fastest time of the session by a quarter of a second from Eduardo Matara. The gauntlet has certainly been thrown down by Porsche to Audi. Eduardo Matara, 2:19.492 second, then to Earl Bamber's 2:19.253. Third quickest for in the second of the Audis, number 8, Lawrence Vantor, 2:19.682. Kevin Estra for Porsche, fourth in the number 912 car, 2:20.078. Richard Lyons, great job done by the Irish driver, the Northern Irish driver, number 88, Richard Lyons, to go fifth, 2:20.358 in his Porsche. Sixth is number 1, last year's winner, Mauro Engel in the Mercedes, only managing sixth quickest time, 2:20.687. Seventh, number 99, is Daryl Young's Trough Bamboo Porsche, 2:20.719. Nico Muller, very good effort by the Swiss driver, number 15, to be 8th fastest with his Phoenix Racing Audi, 2:21.756. Renger van der Zande, despite showing good pace at the start of the session, ends up only 9th in this first free practice session. Number 2, Mercedes, 2:21.856. Adelie Fong, 10th in the Bentley that didn't survive the session, but hopefully it'll be out on the track for tomorrow's free practice. Mirko Bortolotti, the quickest of the rookies, number 5 in his Lamborghini, is 11th quickest, 2:21.963. Frankie Cheng, number 11, 12th quickest in the number 11 Audi, 2:22.002. 13th, the faster of the two Ferraris, number 50, the Thai driver, Passin Lathoris, 2:22.240. 14th, number 16, Marchi Lee with his Audi, 2:22.463. 15th, number 28, is Fabian Plentz from Germany with his Audi, a time of 2:22.931. 16th, number 55, Andre Couto, not having the best of sessions with his Lamborghini, 2:23.950. We must expect better from him, I would have thought. 17th, number 9, Nicky Katzberg's BMW M6, the new BMW, but a long way down the times as Nicky Katzberg learns the circuit, 2:24.866. 18th, number 89, is Hiroki Yoshimoto's Ferrari, 2:25.149. 19th in the BMW Z4, number 17, Ricky Capo, 2:27.795. And 20th, number 98, Philip Ma, 2:28.381. Philip Ma at the wheel of his Porsche 911. So those are the top 20. A spectacular session, as I'm sure the GT cars will be continuing to be for the remainder of the weekend. Johnny.
Thank you，好啦，咁啊啱啱算咧就已經係完成咗嚇，今日呢一場賽事啦，咁啊屬於咧係國際汽聯 GT 世界盃嘅練習。咁啊暫時嚟講咧，我哋見到最快嘅時間就係啊班博喺第12個圈，即係最嬲尾呢個黑白格仔旗出事嗰一圈咧，咁佢就係喺呢一個練習時間之內咧，係第12個圈咧係做到同場最快嘅練習時間2分19秒253。咁就係一部咧，班博咧就有一部嘅保時捷啦，咁啊跟住咧就夾住兩部奧迪 R8喺度啦，分別就係7號車莫塔拿2分19秒492， 8號車雲科爾2分19秒682，咁啊呢兩部奧迪 R8咧就排喺第2、第3位，咁啊第4位咧就係班博佢嘅隊友呢一個班博嘅隊友咧應該係8號車雲科爾，咁啊911912係應該係阿斯提。阿斯提咧就係排喺呢個第4個位置2分20秒078，咁啊第5位咧就係88號車嘅查理內昂斯，咁啊一部保時捷，咁啊排喺呢一個第5個位置2分20秒358，咁啊第6位1號車晏高嘅 Benz 啦，咁啊亦都係咧時間唔差2分20秒咧係687，咁啊第7位99號車一架保時捷歐陽若曦啦，咁就係時間2分20秒719。第8位15號車一架奧迪 R8，尼高梅拿，咁啊佢嘅時間嚟講咧就係2分21秒756，咁啊第9位啦，我哋見到咧就係一架 Benz 啦，2號車嘅雲迪新特，咁啊時間2分21秒856，咁啊第10位咧10號車方俊宇呢架 Bentley 嚟㗎啦，咁啊時間嚟講咧就2分21秒935，咁啊前10位置嚟講咧就咩車種都喺晒度啦，係稍為欠缺咗嘅咧就應該係9號車呢架寶馬，咁啊9號車咧就排喺呢個第17位嘅，咁啊其實咧就1至到10位嘅距離咧相差2.6秒左右嘅時間，咁啊頭4部車包括咗2部保時捷、2部奧迪 R8咧，相差嘅距離咧唔過1秒，最遠嘅距離1至到4位嘅距離就係1秒都唔夠，係0.825。咁啊，所以咧，如果以今日呢一場嘅練習時間嚟到計數咧，係一場將會係好精彩嘅賽事，因為大家個距離咧係相差咁短嘅話咧，喺賽場上面咧係真係隨時咧可以咧係有好大嘅變化。好啦，咁啊完成咗今場嘅練習賽事啦，咁啊將會睇翻個時間表安排嘅時間咧係喺呢個1點嘅20分，將會係 CTM 澳門房車杯練習嘅賽事，咁啊一共咧係有呢一個40分鐘嘅時間係俾 CTM 澳門房車杯嘅練習賽事，1點20分再同大家見面。
Well, after the GT excitement, next cars to take to the track will be for the final free practice session before we move into qualifying with the Formula 3 cars for the Macau Grand Prix and then the motorcycles. So the CTM Macau Touring Car Cup cars will be coming out at 20 past 1. And they will be getting a 40-minute free practice session, all being well. These cars essentially what you might call showroom saloons, Group N. They're cars that are not very much modified from standard except for safety purposes and cater for 2-litre cars. So we have a mixture of the Chevrolet Cruze, the BMW type of Mini, which BMW like to spell with capital letters, the Mini Cooper S's, Ford Fiesta STs, Peugeot RCZs, and yes, there's no Volkswagens amongst them. although there could be. So those are the cars that will be coming out in just under 10 minutes' time.
Attention in the paddock. Macau touring cars, 10 minutes to start of practice. Macau touring cars, 10 minutes to start of practice. Attention in the paddock, Macau touring cars, 5 minutes to start of practice. Macau touring cars, 5 minutes to start of practice. Attention in the paddock, Macau touring cars, 3 minutes to start of practice. Macau touring cars, 3 minutes to start of practice.
好啦，大家欣賞完一場咁精彩嘅呢個 GT 嘅賽事咧，而家咧就喺今朝，而家當然啦都成點零鐘左右咁，但係亦都係喺早上嘅咁多項嘅項目咧，基本都已經完成晒㗎啦。咁呢項咧嚟緊 CTM 澳門嘅房車杯咧，就喺今日呢個時間嚇， 就係練習咧，就係各項嘅大賽亦都係可以大家睇過噶啦。因為下晝咧基本咧都係呢一個嘅三個方程式嘅排位賽啊，或者係格電嘅排位賽啊等等嘅。咁啊，而家喺呢個東望洋跑道上面進行緊嘅咧就係呢個 CTM 嘅房車杯。咁啊，而家進行呢個練習。咁啊 CTM 房車杯入邊咧就係主要咧就係澳門啊、中華台北啊同埋香港嘅車手咧，大家玩呢一場嘅賽事。咁入邊包括亦都有中國啊同埋新加坡嘅朋友㗎。咁啊，大部分嘅車咧都係以呢一個Mini Cooper 啊、Cooper S 啊，或者係標誌嗰隻 RC-Z 啊、Ford 嘅呢個 Fiesta ST 啊，基本都係用呢一紮車為主啊。咁入邊都有呢個雪鐵龍嘅呢個 Cruise 啊，咁嗰紮車喺度，亦都有雪佛蘭啊咁等等嘅呢一紮車。咁啊好多嘅車手咧就因為而家改晒例咧，就變咗咧就呢啲車嘅情況咧就係基本用晒呢一紮車㗎啦嚇。咁啊當然啦，呢啲車咧就冇乜話特別太過去改裝㗎。咁尤其是呢個 CTM 房車杯嘅呢個賽事咧就更加添。好啦，大家喺場上邊咧就係已經見到咧佢哋咧已經係喺我哋嘅車房出晒嚟。咁啊40分鐘嘅練習咧亦都會開始。咁啊因為咧今日嘅基本每一場嘅賽事咧差唔多預有成30或者40分鐘嘅賽事。咁啊亦都係足夠佢哋喺呢度做嘅時間啊等等嘅。咁啊好啦，大家欣賞過一場咁精彩嘅 GT 咧，而家咧就欣賞另外一場嘅呢個澳門 CTM 嘅房車賽事嘅 Pedro。
Obrigado, Lawrence. Estão em pista já os primeiros carros que participam nesta Macau Touring Car Cup. Uma corrida também sempre esperada com muita expectativa pelos pilotos de Macau, que vivem aqui todo o ano e têm esta oportunidade de poder participar em trajes de corrida numa prova no seu circuito, o circuito da Guia. 40 minutos de treinos livres para esta Macau Touring Car Cup. É a última sessão de treinos livres de hoje. Seguir-se-ão 2 sessões de qualificação no programa de hoje, quando acabar esta sessão de treinos livres da Macau Touring Car Cup. Uma corrida em que a maior parte dos carros são Mini Coopers S, Peugeots RCZ e Ford Fiesta ST. Têm que obrigatoriamente ser motores de 1600 centímetros cúbicos com turbo. Uma corrida em que participam, na sua grande maioria, pilotos de Macau e que estão aqui a fazer a sua primeira entrada em pista, a volta de entrada em pista. Só agora, na passagem pela linha de meta, poderão começar a ser cronometrados para a sua sessão de treinos livres. Amanhã, esta Macau Touring Car Cup já terá uma sessão de qualificação, essa, portanto, já mais interessante, porque será ela a ditar a posição na grelha de partida. Será amanhã à tarde. Paul Poon foi um dos pilotos mais rápidos do ano passado. Samson Fung também, um dos rápidos que estão presentes este ano. Alguns pilotos mudaram de corrida, não estão nestas, estão noutras, já estiveram em pista noutras corridas. Veremos se os Peugeot RCZ, que o ano passado se conseguiram impor, terão este ano a maior luta por parte dos Mini Cooper, dos Ford Fiesta ou também de alguns dos Chevrolet Cruze que este ano estão a participar nesta CTM Macau Touring Car Cup. Jan.
Thanks, Pedro. Right, so the session underway. Obviously, one to watch is number 27, last year's winner, Paul Poon. He drives one of the Peugeot RCZs. Second last year, Andy Yan, he's moved up into the gear race, so he'll not be seen in this. He was second last year. Kenneth Look, we saw in the China qualifying session at the start of the morning in the Chinese Racing Cup. Chow Chong-in was fourth last year, and I don't think he's entered this year either. So we've got the winner, but we don't have many of the other front runners. Oh, Felipe de Souza, I think he should be with us somewhere. He drives car number 26, Felipe Clemente de Souza. So the cars coming to the end of their first flying lap in this 40 minutes of free practice. And the Peugeots tend to have an advantage. The way that Peugeot has been cleverly designed, the RCZ, it makes it almost look as though it's a rear engine car, but it isn't, in fact. They're front engine, front wheel drive cars, as indeed all of them in this entry are. And as I said, very much closer to showroom specification than the cars that run in the gear race under the TCR regulations. So the first lap time we've had is from car 56, Ip Tak Meng with his Ford Fiesta ST of a 2:55.903, but we should be seeing lap times in the high 40s probably in the course of this session. Last year, Paul Poon went round at 2:47.826 in the first session, so that's the sort of time we should be looking for by the end of the 40 minutes. But so far, only Ip Tak, quite a few drivers came in at the end of their out lap, so they obviously haven't stayed out for a flying lap yet, but there's somebody else going straight through. That's number 8, completing his first flying lap, Wong Kian Kwan with his Ford Fiesta. And then Geronimo Badaraco goes quickest in car number 1. Badaraco with his Chevrolet Cruze does a 2:54.916, followed by Ip Tak Meng on 2:55.903 in his Ford Fiesta ST. Louis Man Fai, number 7, now third quickest with the Mini Cooper S, but not for long, because 77 Lam Hong Fai goes third quickest with his Peugeot RCZ. So Geronimo Badaraco, we'll just see the rest of them through, and who else does quick times. So yeah, the quickest of all now, number 23, Leong Chi Kin with his Peugeot does a 2:54.793. Badaraco is second, 2:54.916, and third is number 56, Ip Tak Meng with his Ford Fiesta still. Felipe de Souza, number 26, is fourth with his Chevrolet Cruze. So quite a good mixture at the moment, but if last year's any guide, then the Peugeots are going to be the cars at the top of the times before the end of the session. Leong Chi Kin then, still the quickest, number 23 with his Peugeot. Lawrence.
Thank you。咁而家咧就係進行緊嘅係CTM 澳門嘅房車杯。咁經過幾個圈嘅測試咧，1、2個圈之後咧，見到咧就係舊年嘅冠軍Paul Poon咧，佢今年亦都係揸翻個標誌嘅 RCZ 嘅，亦都會落場，咁進行呢個衛冕啦。另外咧就馮文偉Simon 咧，亦都會。Samson，sorry 唔係Simon，Samson 咧，亦都係揸翻個標誌。咁反而咧 Andy Yan 咧就已經晉升去揸呢個東望洋嘅賽事。咁其他澳門嘅車手咧都有係今年咧繼續係進行呢個角逐嘅。咁現時嚟講咧，就各車手咧大家都係一般嘅啫，因為啱啱落場啫嘛，2個圈左右咁嘅時間咧，肯定係唔係做得咁靚嘅。23號梁子健澳門嘅車手咧。做到2分4秒793都可以話係相當之慢嘅啦，因為啱啱落場梗係要吞下部車嘅。咁緊跟隨佢咧就23號嘅，首先係梁子健咧就剛剛講完咧排首位，而家咧變咗另外一位嘅56號車澳門葉德明咧，亦都係晉升咗2分4秒682咧排喺首位。第3位置咧，暫時係1號車澳門嘅車手巴特華高。巴特華高咧就揸架雪佛蘭嘅呢個 Cruze 㗎。咁佢哋咧呢一紮車咧，今年咧仍然大家基本上咧冇咩話大變動。喺暫時咧喺第4名方面咧，就係36號馮文偉Samson 啦。咁佢嘅揸呢個標誌咧排喺第4，都唔錯嚇。反而潘德俊咧，Paul Poon咧 可以話仲未上嚟呢部車，而家先至係2分57，即係仲有一排2分57、58嗰啲。咁啊見到咧就7號車咧，阿呂文輝咧做得幾好時間啦，2分54.850咧就排喺第3個位置。好啦，前幾位嘅咧暫時係咁樣。咁啊26號車啊蘇 Sir 咧就仲做得仲快啲，咁啊佢啊揸嘅雪佛蘭呢個 Cruise 咧做到2分53。咁啊第一部車咧可以做到2分53啊，其啲都係54啊、55啊等等嘅。交翻俾我哋旁文阿 Brad。
Numa altura em que entrou na boxe o concorrente com o carro número 1, o Chevrolet Cruze de Jerónimo Badaraco, ele estava com um ótimo tempo nesta sessão de treinos livres, mas o carro tinha um fumo muito estranho, um fumo branco muito estranho, quando saía das curvas. Não sei se foi por isso que ele foi à boxe. A verdade é que ele entrou na boxe e, portanto, neste momento não pode defender a sua posição e está já a ser ultrapassado por vários pilotos. Aquela previsão que tinha aqui deixado de que os Chevrolet Cruze podiam ser alguns dos carros a conseguir confrontar-se com os Peugeot RCZ está de algum modo a confirmar-se. Há aqui várias alterações volta a volta nos tempos da frente, mas normalmente há um Chevrolet Cruze metido na luta pelo primeiro lugar, nomeadamente o de Filipe Sousa, com o carro número 26, que agora está em terceiro, mas que já esteve em primeiro. O lugar de mais rápido agora é ocupado por Fung Man Waisam, com o carro número 36, que é um Peugeot. Depois, em segundo lugar, com o número 27 está outro Peugeot, e com o número 26 então está o Chevrolet Cruze, para depois com o número 56, Iptak Ming, aparecer o primeiro Ford Fiesta ST. Em quinto lugar está Leong Shikin, com o carro número 23, que é outro Peugeot. Em sexto lugar, Louis Man Fai, com o carro número 7, que é o Mini Cooper S, e que é o primeiro Mini a aparecer na classificação. E em sétimo, Jerónimo Badaraco, que continua parado na sua boxe. Oitavo para Patrick Chan, que é um piloto também de Macau em Peugeot. Nono, Chang Wengtong, com o carro número 12, um Chevrolet Cruze. E décimo, Cheong Xion, com o carro número 55, que é um Ford Fiesta ST. Portanto, as coisas estão ainda no princípio, faltam 27 minutos para terminar esta sessão de 40. Muita coisa pode ainda mudar. Confirma-se a supremacia dos Peugeots e também de que podem contar com luta direta por parte da Chevrolet, que acaba, aliás, de voltar ao primeiro lugar através de Filipe Sousa com o carro número 26, ao fazer menos 2 segundos e meio que Fungman Wai Samson com o carro número 36, que é um Peugeot RCZ. Filipe Sousa está à frente neste momento como o mais rápido nos treinos livres de um Chevrolet Cruze. Jan.
Session being stopped. There's been an incident in the vicinity of Maternity. We didn't actually see the incident. We saw the marshals waving drivers to one side of the track. So something's happened out of the camera view at the moment. Just looking to see whether on our... Yes, we can see a car, but can't make out the number that has stopped on the circuit. So the session being interrupted. We got through the GTs, well done to them, professional drivers getting through it, but I'm afraid we're back with a car hitting the barriers and causing the session to be stopped. We reckon it's number 12, the Chevrolet Cruze of Chan Weng Tong that has gone off. So whilst they're dealing with that, hopefully it won't take that long to deal with, but I think it's blocking the track. It looks as though it's somewhere out of the range of the cameras. Anyway, Philippe de Souza is the fastest in the number 26 Chevrolet Cruze. So it's not all about Peugeots at the moment. Philippe de Souza has done a 2:48.319, which is currently 2.5 seconds quicker than anybody else. But he's actually done 4 laps, whereas most of them have only done 3 laps when the flag was put out, the red flag was put out. Number 36, Samson Fung, who was second in the race last year, currently second quickest in this session on a 2:50.862 with his Peugeot. And then Paul Poon, who won the race last year, he's currently third quickest in his Peugeot number 27 on a 2:51.214. Then fourth fastest, number 7, is the best of the Mini Cooper S's. That's the car of Louis Manfai, 254.427. And fifth is 56. And that's the Ford Fiesta of Ip Tak Meng, 254.682. So, as I say, hopefully it won't take too long to resolve this incident. But as with the previous qualifying session, previous free practice sessions, of which this is a free practice session, the clock keeps on ticking away. So at the moment, we've got 24 minutes and 40 seconds to go to the end of the session. It'll be a little bit less than that by the time they get out on the track again.
Sessão, portanto, interrompida, com bandeiras vermelhas mostradas ao longo de toda a pista. É preciso desobstruir o local onde houve o incidente, com um carro que bloqueou a passagem dos demais. Paragem naturalmente aproveitada quando faltam 24 minutos para terminar esta sessão de treinos, para todos os pilotos virem até à sua box e poderem fazer correções nos seus carros que até agora tenham notado serem importantes ou poderem vir a influenciar a sua prestação. Quase todos os pilotos, portanto, na box. O carro que ficou a bloquear a pista é o carro número 12 de Chang Weng-tong, o carro número 12, que é um Chevrolet Cruze. E as imagens mostram exatamente a entrada dos pilotos restantes, dos que faltavam chegar às boxes para aguardarem aqui que a pista possa ser. Até ao momento, e quando os pilotos fizeram no máximo 4 voltas, 4 voltas no máximo, Filipe de Souza, num Chevrolet Cruze com o número 26, é o mais rápido. Deixou todos os outros a mais de 2 segundos e meio na sua última volta, a 4ª volta de Filipe de Souza, uma volta canhão até agora, já que em segundo lugar e com o número 36 está um Peugeot de Fungman Y Samson com mais 2.54. Em terceiro está Pun Tak Chun com mais 2.89. Em quarto e com o número 7 Louis Manfai, com o número 7 Louis Manfai no Mini Cooper S com mais 6.10. Depois em quinto Ip Tak Meng com um Ford Fiesta com mais 6.3. E em sexto Leong Shikin com o número 23, que é um Peugeot RCZ, mas com mais 6 pontos.
Attention in pit lane, Macau touring cars. Practice session will restart in 1 minute. Macau touring cars, practice session will restart in 1 minute.
好啦，1分鐘之後咧，又經過紅旗之後，1分鐘之後會重開噶啦，大家等等下，好快脆。
So the session will resume in just under a minute's time, and there'll be about 20 minutes after that. So we've got the battle between the Chevrolet Cruze of Philippe de Souza, number 26, and the fastest of the Peugeot, Samson Fung, number 36, Paul Poon, number 27, and then we have number 7, Louis Manfai, representing BMW and Mini, because of course BMWs, Minis are made by BMW. There's, see on the screen, Choi Chan-va, getting quite excited about the prospects of going out again or not in his Peugeot. And the green flag is shown, so the session resumes with just under 21 minutes to go. Lawrence.
Thank you。咁啊，1分鐘之後，哇，真係眨眼又搞掂。好，繼續。咁啊，仲有20分鐘左右，咁啊啲車輛咧，基本係 pit 嘅，就亦都係快快脆脆啲 mechanic 咧，睇下有啲咩要增加或者減少啊等等。咁啊，因為又要換胎啊，又要睇下電腦 check 個車頭而家個情況如何。咁啊，現時嚟講咧，就係暫時經過幾個圈嘅做到2分48秒319咧，就係呢個26號車Sosa 嘅澳門嘅車手咁啊，佢呢揸呢部咧雪佛蘭嘅 Cruze 都唔錯嘅時間。緊跟隨佢咧就36號車 30號馮文偉香港嘅車手揸嘅標誌 RC2Z 咧，亦都做到2分50.862嘅。咁啊第3位置咧就27號車嘅潘德俊，咁啊標誌揸部標誌 RC2Z， 咁啊可以話咧就係阿坡潘咧都做到2分51秒214，咁啊當然啦未達到高峰啊。好啦，第4位置咧就7號車嘅阿呂文輝揸嘅 Mini Cooper S 啊，都做到係呢一個嘅2分54秒427嘅。第5位置咧就係56號車嘅阿葉德明，澳門嘅車手揸個 Ford。呢個揸架 Ford 咧都唔錯啊，時間都做得幾好。咁啊第6位置咧就係23號嘅梁子健，澳門嘅車手揸架標誌嚟噶。咁啊第7位置咧1號車嘅馬達華高咧就揸個雪佛蘭咧就排第7位置。咁啊而第8位置咧就30號車嘅阿 Patrick Chan 咧陳文偉咧亦都揸部標誌排喺第8位。咁啊第9位置咧就10號車，頭先剛剛出現咗問題嘅呢個陳永彤咧，就係揸部雪佛蘭，咁啊已經停咗喺上邊嘅。咁啊第10位置咧就55號車，咁啊張志安，咁啊澳門嘅車手揸個 Ford 咧，亦都係前10名呢啲咧，基本咧都係以呢個標誌啊，或者係Ford 啊，或者雪佛蘭啊。咁啊，另外咧，或者係Cooper等等，咁啊都係排喺前10位置。咁啊睇嚟呢紮車咧，除咗1號車嘅阿巴達華高咧就入咗呢個 P 之外咧，其他都出翻晒嚟㗎啦。咁當然啦，唔見咗10號車嘅。咁頭先佢因為喺上路嗰方面咧已經停埋咗喺呢個豪江學校嗰邊嘅位置。好，交翻俾龐文斯先 ，Bredo。
Obrigado, Lawrence. Voltaram à pista os carros desta Macau Touring Car Cup, CTM Macau Touring Car Cup. Faltam 18 minutos para terminar esta sessão de treinos. Esta foi a volta de lançamento em pista e, portanto, só agora, ao passarem na reta da meta, o que está a acontecer para os primeiros que entraram em pista, passam os tempos a ser cronometrados. Não voltou à pista o carro número 1 de Jerónimo Badaraco, que há pouco tinha referido como tendo entrado na boxe com um fumo estranho, branco, no seu carro. Sim, era um fumo que fazia desconfiar de alguma coisa no motor e a verdade é que ele, depois de ter feito 2 ou 3 voltas, entrou na box e lá permaneceu durante a interrupção da sessão para retirar o carro número 12 e agora não regressou à pista. Poderá ser que ainda regresse ou que haja a decisão de não regressar, uma vez que ele tem um tempo até agora no top 10, está em 7º lugar. E poderá assim ganhar a sua equipa mais tempo para tentar a reparação do que tiver que ser reparado para a participação amanhã na qualificação. Até agora também o melhor tempo continua na posse de Filipe Sousa, mas como disse, só agora as voltas cronometradas vão começar a ser contadas. O circuito é muito longo, tem mais de 6 km. E, portanto, quando há uma interrupção, os carros voltam à pista, demora algum tempo até chegar cá. São cerca de 6 minutos para estes carros fazer a volta de entrada e depois a primeira volta contada, cronometrada. Mas Filipe Sousa dizia com o número 26 e um Chevrolet Cruze, aqui a impor-se à armada dos Peugeots, que normalmente faz uma boa prestação nesta Macau Touring Car Cup, e a ter feito um tempo canhão na sua última volta, exatamente antes da interrupção da corrida, deixando todos os outros a mais de 2,5 segundos. Fung Manuaisam com o número 36 é o segundo, Pun Takshun é o terceiro com o número 27, Luiman Fai é o quarto com o número 7, Ip Tak Meng com o número 56 é o quinto, Leong Shikin, com o número 23, é o sexto. Como disse, com o 7º tempo, mas não estando em pista, permanece Jerónimo Badaraco com a 6,5 segundos do mais rápido. Jan.
Thanks, Pedro. So we've got a car off the circuit, or trying to get off the circuit, one of the minis. But the one we're really interested in is the car that is currently the quickest, but is now on its first flying lap since the session resumed. Philippe de Souza in the number 26 Chevrolet Cruze has done a personal best in the first sector. He's now well into the second sector, just going through maternity. And the fastest time in that first sector has been done on this lap by Paul Poon. Now, he's ahead on the track, Paul Poon, in car 27, the Peugeot, of Philippe de Souza in the Chevrolet. There is number 26, the very smartly turned out Chevrolet Cruze. So Philippe de Souza at the moment with the fastest time. An improvement there for number 11, Celio Alves Diaz with his Mini Cooper S. He goes up to fourth fastest, 252.869. Also improving up to 11th quickest goes number 8, Wong Qian Quan with his Ford Fiesta ST. He's now 11th fastest. Now, how is in the second sector on this lap, Paul Poon has not been anything like as quick. Maybe he was held up by that incident involving another car. So he's not going to be able to improve his time this time around, despite having set the fastest first sector. So that's number 27, Paul Poon. Have to start all over again. Not that this decides grid positions. It's simply to give a driver the chance to learn the circuit, set the cars up for qualifying tomorrow. So Philippe de Souza down to the Melco hairpin. There's a replay of how that Mini went awry. Went straight on. And here down through Fisherman's, down towards Fisherman's, out of the Melco hairpin, comes number 26, Philippe de Souza. Personal best in the second sector. Absolute best in the second sector, just done by Samson Fung. So when he comes across the line, he'll be a little bit behind, I think, Philippe de Souza. Let's just see. Here is the number 26 Chevrolet Cruze coming up towards our bend at the completion of the lap, just passing the Ford Fiesta ST of Uricotis Jesus. And across the line goes Philippe de Souza, and the time that he does is a new improvement, a new fastest time of 2:47.187 by number 26, Philippe de Souza. But still, oh, there he is, Samson Fung, just behind him on the track. Samson Fung does a 2:47.629. There's just half a second between them. So we've got 26 Philippe de Souza. Then between the two of them is the Mini number 99 of Uricotis Jesus, and then somewhere in the background should be number 36 Samson Fung with the Peugeot. Lawrence.
Thank you。咁啊，現時嚟講咧，嗱見到咧，我哋26號車嘅Sousa啦，同埋呢個36號車Samson Fung咧，就大家咧都可以話個時間咧你追我趕，大家兩個都係做到2分47秒。47秒幾啦嚇，咁8分點後嗰啲咧，一個就187，一個就629，好近啊！兩部車嘅時間咧唔係爭得好遠，咁啊而喺排第3位置嘅潘德俊咧，亦都阿坡潘咧，亦都係虎視眈眈，已經係喺個時間上面咧，盡量去追趕翻佢哋。嗱2分47秒嚟講咧，已經咧就喺舊年嘅阿潘德俊咧就做過最快2分46秒29嘅，而家 Samson 咧。舊年亦都自己做過2分47秒591，今年咧就而家做到2分47秒629咧，好接近佢舊年呢一個嘅時間嘅。咁睇嚟咧，一紮車咧應該咧就仲會，因為時間仲有啊，仲有成10幾分鐘、11分鐘以上，咁係有幾個圈嘅，最低限度咧做嘅時間咧一定會比而家仲快。咁啊，其他位置咧都係冇乜特別大嘅變動。咁啊，只係7號車嘅呂文輝咧揸個 Cooper S 就進佔咗喺第4個位置。咁啊，其他一般咧都係有時係上即係比較慢啲，有時係落後少少。咁啊，視乎咧佢自己嗰個狀態如何。嗱，見到阿潘德俊啊，阿坡潘咧而家咧由第4位已經進佔喺第2位置，做到2分47秒211，緊追住頭車嘅呢個26號車係 Sousa。咁啊，第3位置咧先至係阿 Samson Fung， 咁啊時間咧就做到係2分47秒629，只係排第3。咁啊睇嚟2分47嘅咧，而家暫時呢3位咧就無可厚非啦。咁啊大家咁熟路面嘅情況，大家揸嘅車係亦都雖然話唔同牌子，但係啲車種咧基本咧同一個 class 嘅咧，應該咧就大家都係有得鬥㗎嚇，有得玩嘅。好，交翻俾你 Pedro。
Obrigado, Lawrence. Filipe Souza mantém-se na primeira posição, mas agora tem 2 adversários muito perto. O Poon Tak Chun que ficou a 6 décimos na última volta, e o Fung Manuai, que ficou a 1 segundo exato na última volta. Depois o fosso já se alarga com o Leong Shikin a 2.7. Concentraremos então nos 3 primeiros, os carros 26, 27 e 36, sendo que o 26, Filipe Sousa, é um Chevrolet Cruze, o 27, Tak Shun Pun, é um Peugeot RCZ, e o 36 de Fung Manuai é um Peugeot RCZ. Portanto, os 2 Peugeots aqui a mostrarem capacidade para disputar estes treinos em termos da volta mais rápida, mas não terem conseguido ainda bater o tempo de Filipe Sousa, embora estejam muito, muito perto. No setor 1, neste momento, o Pun Tak-shun fez um tempo 7 ou 8 décimos mais rápido do que o Filipe Sousa. Se ele se mantiver neste ritmo, é suficiente para chegar ao primeiro lugar desta sessão de treinos. Para isso é preciso não só que ele mantenha o seu ritmo, como também, nomeadamente no setor 2, que é o setor encadeado das curvas lá em cima, não apanhe muito trânsito que o impeça de fazer uma volta limpa, uma volta rápida. Mas, quando faltam 8 minutos, tudo pode acontecer aqui entre o Filipe Sousa, o Pun Tak-shun e o Fung Manuai. Jan?
Thanks. So 26 Philippe de Souza has done an improved time, 2:46.607, but about to go quicker than that, I suspect. In the Peugeot is Paul Poon, number 27. Waiting for him to complete this lap, on which he's done the absolute best first sector, personal best in the second sector. So number 27, Paul Poon. At the moment we're watching number 15, who improved last time around, Chong Chi-hu, to come up into the top 10. He is currently 10th quickest, in fact, in that number 15, but it's not to be confused. Yes, Paul Poon does go through and does go quickest, 2:45.980, 0.6 of a second quicker than Philippe de Souza, who mustn't be confused, as I say, with Chong Chi-hu, number 8, who goes up to, number 15, who goes up to 8th quicker. So the order now in this free practice session is the fastest time by number 27, Paul Poon, with the Peugeot, just coming down toward the purple Peugeot. So coming down into Lisboa now, 2:45.980. Second quickest in the Chevrolet Cruze, number 26, Philippe de Souza, 2:46.607. Third in the Peugeot, number 36, Samson Fung, 2:47.629. Fourth, number 23, Leong Chi-kin, in his Peugeot, with a time of 2:48.778. Fifth, number 7 in the best of the minis, Louis Manfai, 2:51.606. Sixth and currently in the pits, number 11, Celio Alves Diaz with his mini, 2:51.872. Seventh is number 45, seventh fastest number 45, Zhang Hian Biao with his mini, 2:52.311. Eighth, number 15 in the Chevrolet Cruze, Chong Chi-hu, 2:52.516. Ninth, number 30, Patrick Chan's Peugeot, 2:52.943. And 10th, number 20, Alvaro Morato with his Peugeot, and a time of 2:53.045. So those are the top 10. On this lap, Paul Poon, having already gone quickest last time around, on this lap, there he is now on the screen. He's done an absolute best first sector. He's in the middle of the second sector at the moment. So Paul Poon on a 2:45.980, winner last year, and going into Donna Maria now, looking as though he's going to set the fastest time. We've got 6.5 minutes to go. Lawrence.
Thank you。咁啊，哇！眨下眼咧，破盤嚟噶，我哋話佢車上力咧就嚟噶啦，2:45.980啊！咁啊，而家已經進展翻喺第一位噶，咁佢揸呢部嘅標誌咧，可以話非常之出神入化嚇。咁啊，而家前10名嘅位置咧，當然頭先剛剛講嘅27號車嘅破盤咧，已經係進佔喺第一位置。而第二位置阿蘇 Sir 咧，剛剛係入咗個 pit 嘅，佢都做到2:46.607嘅。咁啊，蘇 Sir 咧就揸呢一部嘅呢個雪佛蘭咧都揸得唔錯嚇。第3位置咧就係 Samson Fung，咁啊36號車，咁啊亦都係揸部標誌。咁啊，阿馮文偉嚟㗎，而第4位置咧23號呢個梁子健咧揸個標誌，咁啊排喺第4位置。第5位置咧就7號車嘅呢個呂文輝揸個一部嘅 Mini Cooper S。第6位置咧就係56號嘅咧就係呢一個嘅葉德明，澳門嘅車手揸個 Ford， 咁排喺第6。第7位置咧就11號車，11號嘅 呢位嘅車手咧就迪亞士嚟㗎，咁啊揸部亦都係迷你嘅高巴 S。咁啊第8位置咧就45號車嘅呢個張漢標，咁啊亦都揸呢部咧就高巴 S 排喺第7位置，而係第8位置，而係第9位置咧就55號嘅張志安咧，亦都係澳門車手揸嘅 Ford。咁啊第10位置咧就15號車嘅，咁啊呢一個嘅15號係張子豪啊，澳門嘅車手揸部雪佛蘭。咁啊現時嚟講咧，前10名咧都係呢一個位置係最快阿坡潘啦，2分45秒980。第2位置阿蘇 Sir 咧2分46，而家第3位置咧 Samson 風咧亦都做到2分47秒，其啲48啊、51啊等等咧都係喺前10名嘅位置。咁啊睇嚟咧呢一紮車咧，以阿坡潘咧做嘅時間咧都唔錯。咁啊其他唔係話做唔到啊，而係咧可能真係又要拖一段時間，因為時間咧就眨下眼仲有4分零鐘嘅啫。咁啊只可以一句啦，哎呀喺呢個上路上面咧，就係喺濠江呢邊位置咧。濠江嘅呢個位置嗰個附近呢，就係見到部車呢已經呢係56號車，咁啊已經呢，就因為可能呢頭先得唔切拱埋，哇坡潘喺後邊啊，機會拱埋去，係啊葉德明部 Ford 嚟嘅，拱咗埋冇事，咁啊應該都唔係話太大問題，咁啊而家坡潘呢亦都係啱啱立到出嚟呢，就基本上呢就問題唔大㗎啦，喺個位置呢都相當之，因為喺彎多啊，一上翻嚟呢，呢個摩羅園一上翻嚟扯上去呢，預備係去呢個 Donna Maria 呢邊嘅位置，咁啊快得滯啊！真係呢個彎呢，成日都好多車呢，因為快得滯就指咗埋欄，咁啊見到呢其他嘅車手呢已經呢就有啲埋撇嘅，咁啊呢個呢而家見到係鏡頭影住應該係阿蘇 Sir 嚟㗎啦，咁啊佢部車呢都唔錯啊，揸呢部雪佛蘭啊，好啦，前10名就剛剛講過好，交翻俾蒲文阿 Brad 添。
No momento em que vemos uma ligeira saída de frente do piloto com o Iptak Meng, com o carro 56, que estava em 6º, 7º lugar, a poucos minutos do final desta sessão de treinos, mas foi possível desobstruir a pista e todos os outros concorrentes passarem sem grandes incidentes. De salientar que há pouco, naquela volta que estava a começar-se muito bem no setor 1 para Poon Tak-chun, ou Paul Poon, ele manteve esse ritmo durante toda a volta e no final dessa sua volta, a 7ª volta, ultrapassou Filipe Sousa, finalmente Filipe Sousa, relegando o piloto Chevrolet Cruze para o 2º lugar. Lugar de onde já não vai sair, pelo menos para cima, pode sair para baixo, porque ele foi para a sua boxe e parou, não vai já regressar à pista. Filipe Sousa com o Chevrolet número 26, o melhor tempo, portanto, é do Peugeot de Paul Poon com o número 27. Jerónimo Badaraco, que esteve todo este tempo parado na boxe, cerca de 20 minutos, desde antes da interrupção de há pouco, voltou há 5 minutos para a pista e fez agora a sua primeira volta lançada e subiu imediatamente 14 lugares, ele chegou a ter o 2º, 3º tempo, estava em 17º agora, porque não estava em pista a fazer voltas, e nesta sua primeira volta lançada, depois de ter estado na boxe, fez o 3º tempo, a 1.4 de Paul Poon, Jerónimo Badaraco com o número 1 e um Chevrolet Cruze, portanto, a conseguir, nesta parte final dos treinos, o 3º lugar. Na 4ª posição está Fung Man Wai, com o carro número 36, que é também um Peugeot. E na 5ª, Leong Shikin, com o Peugeot RCZ, também igualmente um Peugeot, com o número 23. Depois, entre o 5º e o 6º, já há 3 segundos de diferença, é uma diferença já muito grande. Relativamente a esta sessão de treinos, o andamento semelhante resume-se aqui aos 5 primeiros. Paul Poon, o primeiro lugar com o Peugeot número 27, depois 0.6 Filipe Sousa, 1.4 Jerónimo Badaraco, 1.6 Fung Manuai e 2.7 Leong Chikin.
So still yellow flags up at Moorish because of the problem for the number 56 car of Iptak Meng, who is currently 8th quickest. Nobody's going to be able to improve before the end of the session now, though, with the yellow flag still up there, and the session is going to end in 10 seconds. So Paul Poon has the fastest time in the number 27 Peugeot RCZ, 2:45.980. Second quickest already in the pits, number 26 Philippe de Souza with his Chevrolet Cruze, 2:46.607. Third quickest, number 1 Geronimo Badaraco's Chevrolet Cruze, 2:47.401. And fourth fastest, number 36 Samson Fung. He's also retired to the pits, 2:47.629 with his Peugeot RCZ. Fifth fastest, number 23 Leong Chi Kin with his Peugeot. They've kind of risen to the top, haven't they, the Peugeots, although there are the Chevrolet Cruises up there as well. Leong Chi Kin's time, 2:48.778. 55 is sixth quickest and has taken the checkered flag, Chong Chion with his Ford Fiesta, 2:51.457. After him, seventh quickest, number 7 Louis Manfai's Mini Cooper S, 2:51.606. Eighth, number 56, the car that caused the yellow flags up at Moorish in the last few minutes of the session, Iptak Meng's Ford Fiesta ST, 2:51.651. Ninth, number 11, Celio Alves Diaz with his Mini Cooper S, 2:51.872. And 10th, number 77, Lam Hong Fai's Peugeot RCZ, 2:51.968. 11th, number 45, Zhang Hanbiao with his Mini Cooper S, 2:52.311. 12th, number 15, Chong Chi Hao with his Chevrolet Cruze, 2:52.516. 13th is number 30, Patrick Chan with his Peugeot RCZ, 2:52.619. And after him, we have 14th fastest, number 20, Alvaro Morato. And he has the Peugeot RCZ, which is 14th fastest, 2:53.045. After him, 15th fastest, number 63, Alexander Fung. And his time with the Peugeot, 2:53.365. 16th, number 9, Louis Mankit's Mini Cooper S, 2:53.464. 17th, number 99, Eurico de Jesus, 2:53.774. That's with the number 99 car, the Ford Fiesta ST. Rui Valent, a veteran of these races, number 2, is 18th fastest with his Mini Cooper S, 2:54.150. 19th, number 8, is Wong Kian Kwan with the Ford Fiesta, 2:55.450. And 20th, number 18, is Chen Chun Hua with his Peugeot RCZ, 2:55.557. There will be a few more. There's still the recovery of 56 taking place at Moorish. Let's just see how many more we had. There were, in fact, 7 more, most of whom have already taken the checkered flag if they weren't already in the pits. So that's the end of the free practice session for the CTM Macau Touring Car Cup. We'll talk to you about the Formula 3 qualifying session in a few minutes' time.
好啦，剛剛亦都係完成咗，咁啊27部車咧都係基本上咧已經喺呢個東望洋跑道完成咗呢個嘅澳門 CTM 杯嘅賽事嚟㗎啦。咁啊緊跟隨咁啊現時成績嚟講咧，就大家咧以阿坡潘咧做到2:45啊，當然呢個時間相當之快嘅。咁啊第二位置咧就係阿蘇莎。咁啊第3位置咧阿巴達華古，咁啊亦都係做得好。第4位置咧係阿Samson風，咁啊其他嘅車輛咧都係做到係以2:46啊至到48或者51。咁啊2:51嘅車咧就大部分喺隻較後嘅位置，喺第6、7位開始㗎啦。咁啊前面嘅車咧以坡潘嘅2:45就係比較喺前茅位置嘅。咁啊2、3、4、5咧都係2:46、47。咁睇嚟咧呢紮車咧。今日第一日試，當然咧就都叫做好靚嘅時間啦。咁啊要睇下聽日再試嘅時間先再有所決定。好啦，跟住落嚟咧，剛剛而家30分鐘嘅完成呢個 CTM 杯嘅賽事咧。好啦，下晝而家就仲有2場嘅呢個賽事，分別咧就係跟住落嚟咧就係而家仲有啲時間話，因為到2:20，即係2:4個字先係。 咁啊，太陽城集團澳門格蘭披治3級方程式嘅大賽，即係國際汽聯3級方程式嘅世界盃。嗱，呢一節係緊要啦，排位嘅呢一節嚇，咁啊大家要留意住啦，因為呢一節咧真係要攞到靚位置喺呢兩日咧，聽日練車都冇咁緊要啊。禮拜六咧就另外一節係for星期日嘅排位咧，就仲更加係有獎攞嘅。禮拜六嗰個應該就係。
Attention in pit lane, F3 World Cup cars, 15 minutes to start of qualifying. F3 World Cup cars, 15 minutes to start of qualifying.
好啦，剛剛大會亦都係公佈咧，15分鐘之後呢一個嘅國際汽聯3級方程式嘅世界盃嘅太陽城集團澳門格蘭披治3級方程式嘅大賽咧就會進行㗎啦。好，而家稍事休息，先交翻俾旁問先 Brad。
Pun Takshun, ou Paul Pun, com o Peugeot número 27, reafirmar aqui a supremacia da Peugeot e sobrepondo-se ao Chevrolet Cruze número 26 de Filipe Souza, que foi durante muito tempo o mais rápido nesta sessão de treinos, e também ao Chevrolet Cruze de Jerónimo Badaraco com o número 1, que fez muito poucas voltas, esteve muito tempo parado na sua boxe, mas das voltas que esteve em pista foram suficientes para ele fazer sempre tempos muito rápidos. Portanto, se descontarmos aqui a situação de problemas mecânicos que puderam prejudicar o piloto, poderá ser que amanhã ele esteja em condições de discutir um lugar melhor do que o que tem atualmente, que mesmo assim é o terceiro. O terceiro tempo para Jerónimo Badaraco. Filipe Souza a 0.6 de Paul Pun, Jerónimo Badaraco a 1.4. No quarto lugar, Fung Manuai a 1.6. No quinto, Leong Shikin a 2.7. Depois, a partir do quinto lugar, há 7 ou 8 pilotos muito próximos uns dos outros, que distam do primeiro tempo entre 5.4 e 6.3. E, portanto, estão todos dentro do mesmo segundo, na diferença para Paul Pun, mas têm 3 segundos de diferença quase para o quinto classificado. E, portanto, se esta sessão de treinos tiver alguma coisa a ver com a hierarquia de andamentos, haverá aqui uma primeira luta entre os 5 primeiros e depois uma luta entre os 8 seguintes, que estão todos muito próximos, com tempos dentro do mesmo segundo. Eles voltarão à pista amanhã para uma sessão de qualificação, que será amanhã, sexta-feira, penso que da parte da tarde. Sim, por volta das 2 da tarde. Agora, seguem-se mais 2 sessões de presença na pista, mas de qualificação. São as primeiras sessões de qualificação deste programa 2016. A primeira às 2h20 para os carros de Fórmula 3, de FIA Fórmula 3 World Cup, e depois até às 3 horas, portanto são 40 minutos de qualificação para a Fórmula 3 e depois 45 minutos de qualificação às 15h45 para o Grande Prémio de Motociclismo este ano na edição número 50. Até já.
Well, for the benefit of those of you that weren't here first thing to see the free practice session for the Formula 3 cars taking part in Sunday's Macau Grand Prix, we had quite an interruption to it caused by the car of Ferdinand Habsburg going off at Fisherman's. It took quite a long time he was all right, but the car took a while to get it pulled out of the barriers. And once that had been done, the barriers needed a bit of repair as well. So the session lost about 50 minutes, all told, although it was extended by 5 minutes. The total time the cars were on track was reduced by about 15 minutes of the originally intended 40 minutes. Well, they now get 40 minutes of qualifying, provisionally setting a grid for Saturday's qualification race, the way that as it has been the pattern for many years now, they have a qualification race on Saturday, and that decides the grid positions for Sunday's Grand Prix itself. And so the qualifying sessions decide the grid positions for the qualification race, which is on Saturday. I hope all that makes sense. Right, well, the times that were set in the free practice.
Attention in pit lane, F3 World Cup cars. 10 minutes to start of qualifying. F3 World Cup cars, 10 minutes to start of qualifying.
So just under 10 minutes before the cars will be out on the track for the qualifying session. They will have a second qualifying session tomorrow afternoon, having had a further free practice session in the morning. So for the drivers who know Macau of old, then obviously it's been better for them than it has been for the drivers new to the circuit. We've got 19 rookie drivers taking part in the Formula 3 Grand Prix this year. But up at the top of the times in the free practice session was a driver who's won the last two Macau Grand Prix. That's the Swedish driver Felix Rosenqvist, who hasn't been near a Formula 3 car for the best part of a year. He's done a little bit of racing, not done that much, in fact. He was very busy in Formula 3 last year, but this year has not had so much racing, but has raced in the Indy Lights series in the USA, amongst other categories. A bit of DTM, German Touring Car Championship as well. Anyway, his time was a 2:13.099, which is a very good time indeed for the first time the cars have been on the track over the weekend. And he was 0.4 of a second quicker than the young British driver here for the second time, number 20, Callum Eilert, in the Van Amersfoort Dallara Mercedes. Felix Rosenqvist driving for the Prema team as he drove for them last year. Callum Eilert in Van Amersfoort Racing's leading car, 2:13.511. Then third quickest, this year's Japanese Formula 3 champion, Kenta Yamashita, in car number 11. He did a lap of 2:13.547. Fourth fastest, former winner of the Macau Grand Prix, Daniel Juncadella, returning to Formula 3, driving for the High-Tech GP team, number 9. Again, a Dallara Mercedes, 2:13.628. And then fifth fastest, the best rookie, perhaps not a great surprise, he's only just turned 17 a week ago. Number 26, Lando Norris, driving one of the Carlin cars. He did a 2:13.948. He's already won 3 single-seater championships this year. Won the Toyota Racing Series at the beginning of the year in New Zealand, and since then has won 2 Formula Renault championships in Europe. And so Lando Norris, very promising young British driver indeed. 2:13.948, his best lap, on his last lap of the session, in fact, that was. And also driving for Carlin, and also a rookie driver in Macau, another British driver, Jake Hughes, in car number 28. He did a very good lap of 2:14.158. He's been racing this year in the GP3 series. Jake Hughes, car number 28. Then seventh quickest, number 29, another former winner of the Macau Grand Prix, Antonio Felix da Costa, the Portuguese driver, also in the Carlin team. And he did a time of 2:14.302. That's seventh quickest. Eighth quickest, another returning driver for the 7th time to Macau, Alexander Sims in the RR Racing Dallara Mercedes number 30. Third last year, Alexander doing a time of 2:14.547. Ninth, number 23, the 16-year-old David Beckman, obviously on his first visit to Macau to drive in Formula 3. Number 23, David Beckman, driving for Muka Motorsport and doing a time of 2:14.702. George Russell, third in the European FIA Formula 3 Championship this year, driving for the High-Tech team, teammate to Daniel Juncadella. George Russell doing car number 8, doing a 2:14.912, again making his first visit to Macau, as is another young British driver, Dan Ticktum, in car number 31, driving for RR Racing, and doing a time of 2:15.119, but doesn't have the advantage like George Russell of having been racing much this year, and has only done one Formula 3 meeting before this weekend. Arjun Maini, the Indian driver, number 17, 12th quickest for Motor Park, with a lap of 2:15.151. And then the Frenchman, Antoine Hubert, for Van Amersfoort Racing, car number 21, 13th quickest, 2:15.343. 14th, the driver who set the fastest lap in the race last year, number 27, Sergio Sete-Camara, again a Carlin team driver from Brazil, doing a time of 2:15.440. 15th, number 32, Sam McLeod for Fortec, 2:15.616. 16th, number 16, Joel Eriksson, 2:15.806, 1,000th of a second quicker than number 3, Nick Cassidy, who was third here 2 years ago, and he is also in the Prema team, SJM Theodore Racing by Prema, doing a time of 2:15.807. And his teammate, number 2, Maxi Gunter, is 18th quickest on a 2:15.875. 19th, number 5, Jan Mardenborough, who was going well at the start of the session, but then didn't really sustain the progress on his first visit. Second in the Japanese Championship this year, the Welsh driver, and Jan Mardenborough doing a time of...
Attention in pit lane. F3 World Cup cars. 5 minutes to start of qualifying. F3 World Cup cars. 5 minutes to start of qualifying.
So 5 minutes before the qualifying session gets underway. After Jan Mardenborough, 20th, number 18, Zhu Guan Yu for Motor Park, doing a time of 2:16.855. 21st, number 22, Pedro Piquet, son of 3-time Formula 1 world champion Nelson Piquet, 2:16.896. 22nd, number 10, the Russian driver, Nikita Mazepin for High Tech, 2:17.520. 23rd, number 12, Andy Chang, 2:17.576. 24th, number 15, Sho Tsuboi Delara Toyota, 2:17.799, driving for Team Toms. 25th is number 25, another Muka Motorsport car for Kevan Andres Suri, 2:17.925. Yi Hong Lee, 26 in car number 7, 2:18.157. And there's 3 more. 27th is number 19, Tadasuki Makino, who came a cropper at Lisboa during the course of the session, went into the barriers, so I think the damage to the car was beyond repair in time for this session. 2:19.041. 28th, number 6, Daiki Sasaki, 2:22.083. And finally, only doing 3 laps, I'm afraid he came to grief on his 4th, Ferdinand Habsburg, the cause of the stoppage of the previous session. As I say, he's okay. We'll have to wait and see whether that car, number 29, comes out. Number 33 comes out. He is 29th. So those are the cars we expect to see, -1 probably, when the session gets underway in 3 minutes' time. Lawrence?
Thank you。咁啊，跟住落嚟呢個3個方程式大賽入邊。
Attention in pit lane. F3 World Cup cars. 3 minutes to start of qualifying. F3 World Cup cars. 3 minutes to start of qualifying.
大會亦都啱啱公佈咧，就仲有3分鐘咧呢個嘅太陽城集團澳門格蘭披治3個方程式嘅大賽呢個車輛咧，同埋國際汽聯3個方程式嘅世界盃嘅車手咧，就係3分鐘後就會進行呢個排位賽事。原來今日同聽日咧都係排位嘅，都係好重要嚇。喺禮拜6咧更加有個選拔，然後禮拜6咧。禮拜日咧又另外一個正式又係一個大賽，咁啊禮拜6嗰個選拔賽咧都係有可以話捧杯有一樣嘅咋，咁禮拜日嗰個更加添一個榮譽大獎添，咁啊今日同聽日排位有分2節入邊咧，加埋咧我相信呢2節加埋先至係禮拜6嘅呢個呢個選拔賽事，咁大家要留意住啦嚇。咁啊但係睇入邊嘅車手咧，有4位嘅車手咧24至到28歲嘅啫，其啲基本咧全部係17至到21歲入邊嘅。咁啊而排喺呢個24歲嘅咧，就係中國嘅車手啊葉宏力咧已經24歲，25歲嘅車手咧有嚟自日本嘅佐木大樹啦，同埋咧另外一位嘅25歲嘅車手咧係葡萄牙嘅車手啊達哥斯達，而28歲最大嘅咧就嚟自英國嘅呢個森斯咧，就呢4位咧係全部係20幾字頭，即係20歲以上嘅係啦，差唔多20歲以上。咁基本上咧，全部一紮嘅車手咧都係17至到21下邊嘅啫。你話所以佢哋咧係相當之快嘅，佢唔理你哋噶啦。呢啲後生仔肯定咧，哇！一落到個跑道入邊啊，話知你啦。咁啊幾大都要攞個榮譽先嚇。好啦，咁啊講下應該咧仲有1-2分鐘，1分鐘左右啫。先交翻俾龐文先。阿 Brett。
Prestes a iniciar-se esta sessão de qualificação dos monolugares de Fórmula 3, da FIA Fórmula 3 World Cup, a corrida principal do cartaz do Grande Prémio de Macau deste ano e, normalmente, todos os anos, já que se espera sempre da corrida de Fórmula 3 a descoberta de novos talentos ou a confirmação de outros que já estiveram em Macau e que fazem questão de ter no seu currículo uma prestação, uma boa prestação no circuito da guia. Rosenqvist, que ganhou há 2 anos e o ano passado, está presente de novo, exatamente para tentar um tri consecutivo, 3 vitórias consecutivas na corrida de Macau. Ele começou bem nos treinos livres, porque foi o mais rápido, apesar de ter feito menos voltas que os outros pilotos. Ele partiu mais tarde para a pista, mas foi o suficiente para se impor, ficando Callum Ilott a 0.41 de Félix Rosenqvist, Kenta Yamashita a 0.44 e Daniel Juncadella a 0.52. Depois, em quinto e sexto lugares, os 2 primeiros rookies, Lando Norris a 0.84 e Jake Hughes a 1.05, e em sétimo o português Félix da Costa a 1.2. O top 10 fecha com Alexander Sims a 1.44, David Beckman a 1.60 e George Russell a 1.81. Portanto, nos 10 primeiros, e entre alguns deles diferenças mínimas que não vão com certeza permanecer assim. Vai haver aqui alteração da ordem dos tempos entre estes pilotos. Veja-se que, por exemplo, de Yamashita para Callum Ilott há 36 milésimos de diferença e de Juncadella para Yamashita há 81 milésimos. Portanto, isto são tempos completamente insignificantes que poderão a qualquer momento cair ou a ordem ser trocada. Esta sessão começou agora às 2h20 e vai acabar dentro de 40 minutos às 3 da tarde. Estamos na volta de entrada em pista, que é feita a uma velocidade relativamente lenta, uma vez que é uma volta que não é cronometrada e serve apenas para que os pilotos passem pela reta da meta e aí sim seja iniciada a contagem ao cronómetro para a qualificação. A Juncadella com o número 9, que tem exatamente o 4º tempo, aqui numa situação complicada, mas vai conseguir sair. Não sei se não fez pouca marcha atrás, pois pareceu-me que sim, exato, fez pouca marcha atrás. Era preciso ter feito mais 1 metro e meio para conseguir sair, e isto depois meter a marcha atrás nunca é assim tão fácil. Foi um pouco confiante demais, já está engrenada a marcha atrás, de novo, vá mais para trás, Daniel, exatamente, muito bem, e assim sim vai conseguir sair dali e entrar na sua volta. A partir de agora, as voltas começam a ser cronometradas com o carro número 1, Félix Rosenqvist, tinha o melhor tempo, hoje de manhã, agora na qualificação, vai com certeza querer marcar posição, veremos se é isso que acontece. Jan.
Number 9, Daniel Juncadella, causing problems for himself up at Moorish. He spun round, it's a little bit too much power to that sharp right-hander, spun round, and there was an awful lot of traffic behind him before he could get back pointing in the right direction with more than a 3-point turn. It was about a 25-point turn. Anyway, he's back on his way. No damage done, except to his position in the line of cars going around the circuit. Obviously, it helps to have a clear run. And Felix Rosenqvist, by virtue of being number 1 last year, running as number 1 this year, is out front, and he's the one setting the pace. So we're going to get a replay here of this Daniel Juncadella. The car spinning around, that's a replay on the screen, and how he got himself into the predicament of being unable, because it's a blind corner. The marshals doing the best they could to slow the other drivers down. Anyway, no damage done. All is well. Just interesting to see that last year, after the first qualifying session, in other words, the equivalent session to this one, fastest was Felix Rosenqvist, and second quickest was Callum Ilott. And that's how it was at the end of the free practice session this morning. So the same 2 drivers in the top 2 places in the free practice session there, as opposed to qualifying last year. We'll see whether it turns out that this time. We're riding with Felix Rosenqvist, some onboard camera here going through Donovan. Well, it was good until we get the cut back to looking at his face. It's rather more fun watching where we're going. Coming down towards the Melco hairpin now, where of course there's the usual yellow flag situation where you can't overtake. Going into now, you see he's dropping back a bit. He's going to build up speed now as they accelerate down through the left-hand kink after Melco hairpin, and they build up speed. It's been causing problems with various drivers in the past where they've slowed right down and caused a bit of an obstruction. But anyway, it looks as though they've now got a clear run. So through Fisherman's and heading towards the final corner of the lap, it is Felix Rosenqvist we're riding with. There it is through our bend and accelerating along the pit straight. Goes over the line, followed by Nick Cassidy, who goes quicker, in fact. Nick Cassidy goes to the top of the times, 2:24.928. Jan Mardenborough second quickest, number 5, 2:25.004. These times are of no great consequence. They're going to be much quicker times. Callum Ilott, I see, going very quickly. He's had the absolute best first and second sectors of anybody on this lap. So Callum Ilott, number 20, he's the one to watch out for when he comes through, which he will do fairly shortly. Yes, he goes through there now, but I think he was held up. Yes, he was one of the ones in the queue caused by Daniel Yukadella's spin. Yi Hong Lee has gone quick as number 7. So number 7, Yi Hong Lee at the top of the times, 2:21.124. But now going, yes, Callum Ilott does go up to the top of the times. Callum Ilott at 2:18.911. 2:18.911 for Callum Ilott. Antoine Hubert, number 21, is second quickest. So those two at the top. Arjun Maini goes third quickest, number 17, on the 2:21.057. Zhu Guan Yu was fourth. He's now fifth because we've got Lando Norris going second quickest. Keep an eye on that young man, 26. Number 26, Lando Norris, just turned 17 years of age and is third quickest. So, David Beckman, just 16 years of age. David Beckman goes fastest now, number 23, 2:17.225. And then Daniel Tictum goes second quickest, 2:17.768. So certainly the young rookies are doing a very impressive job indeed. Alexander Sims, not a young rookie anymore, no disrespect to Alexander, 28 years of age he is. Alexander Sims in his 7th visit to Macau, he's gone fastest, number 30 at 2:16.339. Lawrence?
Thank you。咁啊，啱啱出嚟咧就用咗幾分鐘嘅時間咧，佢哋已經咧就最快嗰位嘅車手咧就30，啲年紀最大嘅一位森斯嘅英國嘅車手嘅，揸呢部咧特拉拿嘅呢個梅賽德斯嘅呢位車手。咁啊，佢已經係做到2分16秒幾嘅。咁啊，睇嚟咧2分11啊、12嗰啲啊，一陣間啊等閒啦嚇，幾個圈之後就會晉升上嚟。哇！而家話口未完啫，呢個30號車咧暫時仲喺呢個排首位。第二位置29號嚟自葡國嘅車手咧，呢個葡萄牙車手咧係達哥斯達咧，話佢今朝真係好表現啊！哇，後尾1號車嘅呢個上屆嘅冠軍咧羅辛基斯啦，已經上嚟啦。佢嘅隊友3號車嘅，亦都係卡斯特咧，卡斯德咧亦都係上埋嚟添。13現時咧2分14秒幾，都係一熱身之後咧。話知你㗎啦，冇得傾㗎啦！呢啲10零歲嘅真係話都冇咁快嚇。跟住喺第3位置咧就5號車嘅，嚟自英國嘅馬頓保治嘅。咁啊，其他嘅車咧緊住喺後邊，咁啊做到2分14、15、16咧，仲有真係有10部車好多。咁啊，其中咧1、2、3號車咧全部係同一個隊嘅。咁啊，根拿咧就2號車咧亦緊係排喺第5嘅，即係1、2、5位置咧都同一個隊。咁啊，羅辛基斯啊、卡斯德啊同埋根拿呢站咧就全部已經喺前5位置。Pedro。
Animação nestes 10 primeiros minutos dos treinos de qualificação, qualifying, practice, aqui para os monolugares de Fórmula 3, com os pilotos separados na pista e entre os favoritos, cada vez que um passa na reta da meta há um tempo que cai e as posições relativas mudam constantemente. Portanto, isto começou com os pilotos a rodarem 2:18, 17, 16, 15, 14:9 e Félix Rosenqvist acaba de fazer 14:0. 14:0. Ainda é 1 segundo a mais do que o melhor tempo desta manhã dos treinos livres, mas por aqui se vê a sequência de tempos que estão a ser feitos aqui nesta sessão de qualificação, com Félix Rosenqvist mais uma vez até agora à frente, tem apenas a 3 décimos segundo Lando Norris e a 4 Nick Cassidy, que hoje de manhã esteve bastante longe daquilo que se esperava de um piloto com as suas credenciais. Isto para dizer que acaba de cair mais uma vez o melhor tempo e por 8 décimos de segundo e a favor de António Félix da Costa. O piloto português com o número 29 é o mais rápido neste momento, com 8 décimos de segundo de vantagem sobre Félix Rosenqvist. 2:13.25 para Félix da Costa, 2:14.04 para Rosenqvist, 2:14.08 para Nick Cassidy, 2:14.37 para Lando Norris, 2:14.91 para David Beckman e 2:15.52 para Callum Ilott. Neste momento, Félix da Costa é o mais rápido em pista, tem 8 décimos de segundo de vantagem sobre Félix Rosenqvist. Jan.
Red flag is stopping the session. We're not quite sure why at the moment. Looking around the circuit at the various cameras, can't see what the reason for that red flag is. But anyway, the session is having to be stopped because presumably a car has hit the barriers somewhere. And we may well catch up with a picture of it in a moment. But meanwhile, the fastest time has been set by, this is after, because this is a qualifying session, of course, the clock is stopped. So they won't lose any qualifying time, track time as such, although of course they've all got to come back into the pits, then go out again, so they effectively lose the lap that they were on when the red flag was put out. So still no sign of what the reason for this is. So Antonio Felix da Costa has set the pace in the early going, and car number 29, he's done a 2:13.251 from last year's winner, Felix Rosenqvist, on a 2:14.043. Third quickest, number 3, Nick Cassidy, 2:14.083. So just 0.04 of a second between the two teammates for Prema, Felix Rosenqvist and Nick Cassidy. Lando Norris, fourth fastest, the best rookie, number 26, on a 2:14.372 from David Beckman, number 23, on a 2:14.916. Sixth is number 20, Callum Ilott, 2:15.523. Right, well, there's certainly a car without a wheel. We've just seen on the screen there a wheel being handed over the fence. But what the wheels come off, we haven't yet seen. It's heading down towards the Mare hairpin. So just carrying on. So Callum Ilott then 6th, 2:15.523. 7th is number 5, Jan Mardenborough, 2:15.532. 8th is number 28, Jake Hughes, 2:15.565. 9th, number 2, Maxi Gunter, 2:15.880. 10th, number 27, Sergio Sete Camara, 2:16.150. 11th, number 30, Alexander Sims, 2:16.339. 12th, number 31, Dan Tictum, 2:16.366. 13th, number 10, Nikita Mazepin, 2:16.515. 14th, number 17, Arjun Maini, 2:17.038. 15th, number 18, Zhu Guan Yu, 2:17.218. 16th is number 16, Joel Eriksson, 2:17.768. 17th, number 32, Sam McLeod, 2:18.199. 18th, number 22, Pedro Piquet, 2:18.546. 19th, number 7, Yi Hong Lee, 2:18.747. 20th, number 15, Shou Tsuboi, 2:18.762. And then 21st, number 25, Kayvan Andres Sori, 2:18.778. 22nd, number 33, so he did get the car repaired. He is.
Attention in pit lane. F3 World Cup cars qualifying session will restart in 1 minute. F3 World Cup cars qualifying session will restart in 1 minute.
Session to restart in 1 minute, then just carrying on. So Ferdinand Habsburg's car was repaired and he is out there. Number 33, 2:19.911. 23rd, number 21, Antoine Hubert, 2:20.188. 24th, number 19, Tadasuki Makino, 2:20.285, also with a repaired car from the free practice session this morning. 25th, number 12, Andy Chang, 2:21.214. 26th, number 6, Daiki Sasaki, 2:22.456. And no time yet seen from either George Russell, number 8, number 9, Daniel Junkadeya, or number 11, Kenta Yamashita. So that's how things stand. And the session is about to resume. So whatever was the cause of the red flag has now been dealt with. So the restart any moment now. And cars beginning to make their way down the pit lane back onto the track. So Antonio Felix da Costa with the faster time, 2:13.251. But by the end of first qualifying session last year, Felix Rosenqvist had the fastest time at 2:11.841. So we should expect to see lap times getting down to there or below. There's 30 minutes to go. Johnny?
Thank you。好啦，咁啊現時嚟講咧，就係頭先紅旗啊，咁啊所以咧就停咗個賽事，咁啊而家啲車咧已經係陸陸續續咧係再次係出嚟呢個跑道同大家見面啦。咁喺紅旗之前呢，我哋見到咧就達哥斯達啦，29號車啦，咁就係做到嘅時間係2分13秒251嘅。咁啊跟住咧就係1號車嘅羅辛基斯啊2分14秒043。咁啊第3位咧就係3號車卡斯德。咁啊時間咧係2分14秒083嘅。咁啊呢幾部車咧都好快啊，跟住排第4位咧26號車洛利斯啦。咁啊時間2分14秒372，2分14秒，另外仲有一部車嘅23號車嘅碧曼。咁啊時間嚟講咧就係2分14秒916。咁啊當然啦嚇，咁啊係啱啱算咧就係完成咗3個圈嗰陣時候咧就出示紅旗啊，咁所以咧而家咧佢哋出嚟咧又要再熱身啦，咁啊再做好晒個熱身動作，我相信又要個零2個圈之後咧，然後先至可以見到一個比較快啲嘅時間出現。暫時以達哥斯達29號車嘅2分13秒251，咁啊我哋見佢咧仲喺裏邊咁啊停咗喺度。咁我頭先都今朝早我都想講嘅就話啦，嗱而家佢架車咧，當然啦，我哋又唔見佢有咩嗰啲廣告商嗰啲印紙或者係黏晒喺度，咁啊但係咧，如果佢經過咗今日呢一場嘅排位賽，今朝早嘅練習賽之後咧，我相信聽日佢部車應該花啲㗎啦，即係佢又唔係話坑花嗰啲，係即係周身嗰啲廣告咧，就應該會多少少黏翻晒喺架車度啦。好啦，咁啊，而家嚟講咧，就見到咧好多車咧都陸陸續續咧係出翻嚟呢個賽道啦。咁啊，而家頭車嚟講咧就去到呢個漁翁街嗰邊㗎啦嚇。咁啊，亦都係咧見到咧就係經過法甲灣，咁啊向呢一個咧水塘灣進發啦。咁啊，現時嚟講咧就第一個圈咧個時間就會慢啲嘅。咁啊等佢啲胎一熱溶咗之後咧，咁就即刻咧個時間咧就會好快㗎啦。咁啊頭車應該就係達哥斯達呢一紮車咧，我哋都係會比較集中，同埋1號嘅羅辛基斯咁啊仲有咧佢自己嘅隊友3號車嘅卡斯德啦，咁啊亦都係咧好快嘅幾部車26號我亦都見佢出翻嚟啦，洛利斯咁啊2分14秒幾嘅，咁啊其實1至5位嘅車輛咧喺呢一個紅旗之前咧都係做到2分13同埋2分14。去到第6位一路數到去至到第9位都係2分15，咁啊所以大家其實咧都可以諗得到啊，其實每部車嘅距離咧係非常非常之短嘅。咁啊當然啦，佢哋係分開咗唔同嗰個時間出嚟呢個賽道，咁啊所以咧好多時咧都睇見佢哋唔係話走埋一堆喺度鬥時間，因為賽道係分散咗，咁啊佢哋自己咧就要喺嗰個佢哋自己嘅teamwork 嗰度啦，就係佢成 team 人嘅，咁啊就係咧俾翻啲時間俾翻啲數據啲車手，咁呢啲車手咧就根據咧佢哋自己嗰個指示個隊嘅指示咧，咁啊去繼續咧係做時間，咁佢哋自己咧都好清楚佢哋而家喺邊個位置，咁所以咧有陣時咧我哋見到咧去到臨尾嗰2-3個圈咧，有某2部車咧突然間咧會係踩進佢，即係做一個最快嘅時間出嚟，咁希望喺呢個排位賽攞到一個咧係有利嘅位置。咁啊達哥斯達羅辛基斯，咁啊而家呢紮車咧都已經係開始咧即係計緊時咁啊應該見到啦，佢哋咧係經過咗1個圈嘅熱身之後咧好快脆，我哋可以咧係睇到咧佢一個比較快啲嘅時間。咁啊而家交俾阿蒲文先
Johnny, obrigado. Faltam 26 minutos para terminar esta sessão de treinos de qualificação. Felix Rosenqvist ainda não saiu da pista, da pit lane da boxe, depois da corrida ter sido durante breves instantes interrompida para ser desbloqueada uma situação lá junto ao ramal dos Mouros. E António Félix da Costa também se demorou um pouco, mas saiu, foi talvez dos últimos a sair, está na sua volta de lançamento para a primeira passagem na reta de meta e assim começar a cronometragem. Entretanto, outros pilotos já passaram pela reta da meta em volta lançada e Lando Norris, que é um dos rookies deste grande prémio de Fórmula 3, com o número 26, acaba de fazer o melhor tempo com 2:12:96, seguindo-se Arjun Maini com o número 17 com 2:12:98, portanto a 18 milésimos de segundo, destronando ambos António Félix da Costa, que fica em terceiro a 0:28 de Lando Norris. Nick Cassidy é o quarto, Joel Eriksson é o quinto e Félix Rosenqvist é o sexto, mas como disse, Rosenqvist continua na sua boxe. Yeah.
Well, that's not the last word on who's going to be on the provisional pole position, but a magnificent lap. We watched it all on the screen. Remember, this guy's only done 14 laps of Macau in his life. So Lando Norris takes pole position for the moment at 2:12.963. He's a rookie. He's just turned 17, and that was a fantastic lap. Never got too close to the walls. So smooth, so fast, absolutely in control of the situation. Lando Norris, 2:12.963, has pole position by 18 thousandths of a second from Arjun Maini, the Indian driver, number 17, also on his first visit to Macau. So the Indian driver there, number 17, second quickest, 2:12.981. But as I say, this isn't the last word on who's going to be on pole position, because Antonio Felix da Costa, almost a Macau veteran, former winner, third quickest, number 29. He's coming towards the end of the lap now. He's done an absolute best middle sector. This is number 29, Antonio Felix da Costa, heading towards top of the times, I think, in the number 29 car. Nick Cassidy is fourth, number 3. Fifth is number 11, Kenta Yamashita. Here comes Antonio Felix da Costa then through our bend up towards the timing line. Is it going to be the quickest time of the session so far? As he goes over the line, the time comes up as, yes, the fastest at 2:12.151, 8/10 quicker than Lando Norris. So it's Antonio Felix da Costa at the top of the times, number 29, from 26 Lando Norris, from 17 Arjun Maini, from number 3 Nick Cassidy, fourth is now early spinner, number 9 Daniel Junkadeya. He's recovered from that and he's gone fourth fastest, another former winner, number 9 Daniel Junkadeya, fourth fastest. Fifth is number 3 Yellow Flags. We've got out at Lisboa. We may see pan back in a moment and see, oh, there's a car that's kind of stopped heading into the corner. So we can't see which one it was. It was just a brief glimpse of it. But yellow flags for the moment at Lisboa. Nick Cassidy, 5th. Kenta Yamashita is 6th. 7th is Joel Eriksson. He's moving up now. Alexander Sims, number 30, is 8th. 9th is number 1, Felix Rosenqvist, currently in the pits. 10th is 23, David Beckman. 11th is 28, Jake Hughes. Then Sam McLeod, Dan Tickton, Pedro Piquet, Antoine Hubert, Sergio Seta Camara, Nikita Mazepin, Zhu Guan Yu, Callum Eilert, long way down for him at the moment, and Jan Mardenborough is 21st now. So Antonio Felix da Costa, he has the fastest time, 2:12.151. Lando Norris is second, 8/10 slower. And the red flag being put out for the session to be stopped. I think it's because that car has kind of stopped on the track. It's not so much damage, it's just had a mechanical failure, I think. So it may not take long to resolve it. I'm kind of guessing here, but that's what we thought we saw a glimpse of as other cars went past, turning into Lisboa. So a second red flag, I'm afraid, and hopefully it won't take long to resolve it. And the clock is stopped at 22 minutes and 38 seconds still to go in the session. Johnny?
Thank you。好嘛，啱啱算咧就係話哇，即係入晒局啦！佢哋啲車手，因為點解咧？頭嗰4部車已經係2分12啊，咁啊諗住咧一路咧就越走越快啊，可以即係有啲2分11啊，咁啊睇下啊！但係估唔到咧，跟住咧同場第二支紅旗咧，亦都係再次出現。咁啊，我哋再睇翻個賽道咧，其實就會係邊度咧？咁啊，因為頭先之前啊，我哋立過眼咧，就喺呢個葡京灣嗰度咧，就大直路尾嗰度咧，有部車係擺咗喺度嘅。咁啊，啱啱算係入灣之前嘅重要嘅位置。咁啊，唔知會唔會係，但係部車又唔喐得喎。咁啊，所以咧可能要停咗個賽事，又推開部車先得嚇。咁啊會唔會係呢度咧？我哋亦都唔夠膽肯定。咁啊，但係咧就立下眼咧，見到個係呢部車係稍為阻住個賽道嘅啫，咁啊，但係咧就賽會出示咗紅旗，咁亦都係咧所有嘅車手咧乖乖地啦嚇，聽話，咁啊將部車咧駛翻入 pit 先。咁啊現時嚟講咧先同大家講翻啦，喺呢個第二次紅旗之前咧，我哋見到29號車嘅達哥斯達咧做出今日喺呢個排位賽最快嘅時間2分12秒151，咁喺呢個頭車嘅位置。第二位呢就係27號車，咁啊嚟自巴西嘅車手啊卡馬拉，咁啊時間嚟講呢2分12秒648，咁啊第三位呢係26號車嘅洛利斯，咁啊時間2分12秒963， 咁啊第4位呢係17號車嚟自呢一個印度嘅車手馬伊尼，咁啊時間嚟講呢就係2分12秒981。咁啊頭4位嘅車手呢全部做出嚟嘅時間係2分12秒㗎。咁啊第5位呢，然後先至去到2分13嘅啫。咁就係9號車，咁啊嚟自呢一個西班牙嘅真卡迪拿。咁啊時間嚟講呢係2分13秒195。第6位3號車嘅卡斯德，時間係2分13秒579。第7位係11號車嘅山下健太，呢個日籍嘅車手啦，2分13秒630。咁啊呢位日籍車手咧都唔慢啊！好啦，咁啊去到第8位，我哋見到咧就係16號車嚟自瑞典嘅約艾力臣，咁啊時間嚟講咧就係2分13秒716。第9位2號車嘅根拿，時間係2分13秒779。第10位係30號車嘅森斯，時間係2分14秒037。哇，非常之接近啊！咁啊1至到10嘅。
Attention in pit lane, restart of qualifying session, 30 seconds. Restart of qualifying session, 30 seconds. Please stand by.
好啦，即刻好趕咁咧就要出翻嚟啊！咁啊30秒咧就將會係開始咧係跟住落嚟餘下嘅排位嘅時間。咁啊剩翻落嚟係16分鐘左右啊嚇，咁仲有係16分鐘嘅排位賽。咁啊頭先都係講到咧就係話一去到第10。大家個距離咧，頭車同去到第10位嘅車輛個距離咧，時間只係相差1.886秒，2秒都唔夠。咁就可想而知咧，嗰個競爭係非常之大。去到第11位咧，然後先至見到1號車嘅羅辛基斯啊。咁佢今日喺呢場排位賽嘅時間咧，都比較係失色少少啊。2分14秒043。咁啊當然啦。咁啊，跟住落嚟會係點嘅情況呢？咁樣會唔會係一間呢？喺今次紅旗佢出翻嚟之後呢，個成績係會有大躍進啊！因為頭車做到2分12秒151呢，都已經係好快㗎啦。咁啊，仲有16分鐘嘅時間13分幾就而家剩翻。咁啊，睇睇咧會唔會係有一個呢係比較快啲嘅時間再同大家見面。
E Félix Rosenqvist, antes de uma nova paragem da sessão de treinos de qualificação, nova e breve, já que os pilotos já voltaram à pista, tinha o primeiro tempo e em poucos minutos passou a ter o 11º. É verdade, bastou poucos minutos para que Rosenqvist, que parou na box, fosse ultrapassado nada menos que por 10 pilotos, e ele é o vencedor da prova do ano passado e de há 2 anos e um dos mais rápidos em pista, mas isto à medida que o tempo passa, que a sessão vai decorrendo, que os pilotos vão habituando à pista, que vão os pneus aquecendo, etc. Tudo isso contribui para que os tempos vão caindo, as voltas vão sendo mais rápidas. 10 pilotos ultrapassaram Rosenqvist, ele ainda está, neste momento também ainda está na boxe, não saiu depois desta paragem da sessão de treinos, e entre aqueles que estiveram em pista na mesma volta, Arjun Maini foi segundo, Lando Norris foi primeiro, à frente de Félix da Costa. Ele vinha mais atrás, o piloto português, e quando passou na linha de meta foi ele o mais rápido nessa volta, que era a 5ª volta para todos eles, e portanto Félix da Costa, que está ainda no pit lane, na box neste momento, tem o melhor tempo com 2:12.151, seguido do brasileiro Sérgio Sete Câmara, também inscrito pela equipa Carlin, que é a mesma de Félix da Costa, tem o número 27, Félix da Costa tem o número 29, 0.497, e um terceiro piloto da equipa Carlin, Lando Norris, com o número 26, a 0.812 de Félix da Costa. Depois, Arjun Maini está a 0.830, Daniel Juncadella a 1:04 e Nick Cassidy a 1:42, Kenta Yamashita a 1:47, Joel Eriksson a 1:56, Maximiliano Gunter a 1:62 e a fechar o top 10, Alexander Sims a 1:88. Como já disse, mantém-se com o 11º tempo Félix Rosenqvist, que permanece na boxe com 1,89 de diferença para o mais rápido, que é neste momento António Félix da Costa, piloto português. Em segundo lugar, e da sua equipa, Sérgio Sete Câmara, piloto brasileiro. Os dois primeiros mais rápidos até esta altura falam português. E em terceiro, Lando Norris, da mesma equipa, Carlin Volkswagen, com o número 26. Ian.
Thanks, Pedro. So Antonio Felix da Costa sets off into the third segment of this qualifying session. We've had 2 red flags now, so hopefully we'll have no more. He has the fastest time, Antonio Felix da Costa, number 29, at 2 minutes 12.151. Going second just before the red flag was put out, another of the Carlin drivers, number 27, Sergio Sete Camara, on a 2:12.648 for the Brazilian. Lando Norris third, number 26, on a 2:12.963, the first rookie. Arjun Maini here for the second time, in fact. Arjun Maini, number 17, fourth fastest, 2:12.981. Daniel Juncadella, number 9, 2:30.195 is fifth. Sixth is number 3, Nick Cassidy, 2:30.579. Seventh, number 11, is Kenta Yamashita, 2:30.630. Eighth, number 16, Joel Eriksson, 2:30.716. Ninth, number 2, Maxi Gunter, 2:30.779, and 10th, number 30, Alexander Sims, 2:14.037. So that's how the land lies as far as the top 10 are concerned. George Russell yet to make an impression. He's outside the top 20 even. Callum Ilott just in the top 20 as 20th quickest. So at the moment, looking at sector times, improving their sectors, Maxi Gunter gone quicker on this lap, so he may improve by the... In fact, he has... No, on the previous lap he did a 2:30.779. So Maxi Gunter currently is 9th quickest. And on this lap, Alexander Sims doing personal bests in the first and second sectors in car number 30. So he may well be in a position when he ends this lap to move up the times a little bit from 10th at the moment. So Alexander Sims waiting for him to complete the lap, which he will do in 10 seconds time in car number 30. He's the one looking likely to improve. Kenta Yamashita may also improve a little bit later. So Alexander Sims should be through now. He does a 2. He goes fourth fastest, Alexander Sims, 2:12.697. 2:12.697 by number 30, Alexander Sims. Now we've got Daniel Juncadella doing an absolute best in the first sector, but it's really the middle sector that matters. Kenta Yamashita's gone quickest of all. Kenta Yamashita, the Japanese champion, number 11, 2 minutes 12.130, is 21 thousandths of a second quicker. 21 thousandths, that's all it is, quicker than Antonio Felix da Costa, number 29. And Daniel Juncadella, I say, has done the absolute best first sector. He is currently 7th fastest. The order now, 11 Yamashita, 29 da Costa, 27 Camara, 30 Sims, 26 Norris, 17 Maini, 9 Juncadella, 3 Cassidy, 16 Eriksson, and number 2 Gunter complete the top 10. Johnny.
Thank you。好啦，見到11號車嘅山下健太咧，哇，好犀利啊！咁啊喺呢一個賽事再重開咧，喺呢場嘅排位賽事咧，就做到2分12秒130，進佔喺呢一個排位賽嘅頭車嘅位置。咁啊第二位先係29號車嘅達哥斯達，2分12秒151。咁啊第三位咧係27號車嘅卡馬拉，時間係2分12秒648嘅。咁啊森斯30號車2分12秒697，排喺呢一個第4嘅位置。第5位係26號車嘅洛利斯，2分12秒963，去到第6位都係2分12秒嘅，就係17號車啊！哇，呢個印度籍嘅車手啊，馬伊尼啊，咁啊今日嚟講呢個表現係非常之好啊！咁啊第6位17號車馬伊尼，時間係2分12秒981，進佔喺呢一個第6嘅位置。咁啊第7位呢係32號車，咁啊嚟自英國嘅麥克勞德。咁佢時間嚟講啦，2分13秒184。咁啊第8位呢係9號車嘅真卡迪拿，時間係2分9號車個位置亦都係變咗啦嚇。咁啊啱啱算真卡迪拿啦，做到佢自己最快嘅時間啦。咁啊係喺呢一個2分12秒180進佔咗上去喺呢個第3個位置，而卡馬拉呢27號車呢就落咗個位置排喺第4啊。咁啊再同大家講埋啦。咁啊原本頭先都講緊呢就係真卡迪拿嘅，咁啊排喺呢個第7啊、第8位嘅，咁啊而家進佔去第9位，咁啊而家咧就變咗咧就係第8位咧就係32號車麥克勞德，咁啊喺呢一個時間嚟講咧，佢做嘅時間係2分13秒184，咁啊前面呢一紮車手嚟講咧，山下健太就犀利啦嚇，咁一出嚟之後咧，一個圈熱身之後咧，跟住咧就做出啦同場最快嘅排位時間2分12秒130。 達哥斯達啱啱先至出翻嚟嘅啫。咁我相信佢時間嚟講呢，係以喺呢個紅旗之前做出嚟2分12秒151呢，係喺呢個守住喺第2位啊。而呢一個真卡迪拿9號車呢，啱啱算喺呢一個圈第7個圈嗰陣時候2分12秒180進佔喺第3位。27號車卡米拉呢係喺呢一個第4個位置，森斯係排喺第5。咁呢一紮車手嚟講呢，嗱跟住落嚟呢，剩翻落嚟嘅時間約莫係14分鐘。咁應該呢，佢哋呢就會係啦應該仲有一個呢係比較快啲嘅時間同大家見到嘅。咁而家呢就2分12秒130啊，會唔會係2分左右都會有機會俾大家見到呢？咁樣亦都係咧要睇下呢係邊位車手呢係可以做到呢咁好嘅時間啦。
Obrigado, Johnny. Félix da Costa e Rosenqvist já estão em pista, já podem defender as suas posições. Rosenqvist, que tinha sido ultrapassado por 11 pilotos, e Félix da Costa, que tinha sido ultrapassado por 3, mas no seu regresso à pista ele voltou a repor as coisas a seu favor, acaba de ser cronometrado na 7ª volta com o melhor tempo, seguido de Lando Norris, Kenta Yamashita, Daniel Juncadella, Sam McLeod. Volta a volta os tempos vão diminuindo, vão sendo muito próximos entre estes pilotos da frente. Esperamos todo momento que Félix Rosenqvist, que está agora a ser seguido nos ecrãs com o carro número 1, passe pela reta da meta para ser cronometrada a sua volta lançada, portanto a primeira volta depois da sua paragem no pit lane. Até lá mantém-se com 2:11:53 Félix da Costa, 2:11:94 Juncadella, 2:11:99 Lando Norris. Callum Ilott acaba de se intrometer entre os da frente e é agora segundo atrás de Félix da Costa. Vamos ver o que nos traz Rosenqvist, que tempo é que ele traz aqui, que vai terminar a sua volta e vai trazer o terceiro tempo. Terceiro tempo para Rosenqvist. Félix da Costa primeiro, Callum Ilott segundo, Rosenqvist terceiro, Juncadella quarto, Lando Norris quinto, todos em 2 minutos e 11, separados por breves décimos de segundo.
Another red flag, I'm afraid. We've got more cars in the barriers. So this is the 3rd red flag of this first qualifying session. There's one of the cars. That is Lando Norris. So Lando Norris with damaged front suspension. You can see, if you can see on the screen, you can see the damaged wishbone. So Lando Norris, 5th quickest, but no longer able to take any further part in the session. But I think there's more than just his car that's been involved. So the positions are Antonio Felix da Costa, who was circulating right behind Lando Norris. He has the fastest time. Here's a replay of what happened coming into San Francisco. He just clipped a tyre wall, and it's done a bit of damage to the left-hand side of the car, hasn't it? So, well, if you're going to do it now rather than in the race on Sunday. So Lando Norris then 5th quickest, but out of the session. Callum Ilott, meanwhile, has gone 2nd quickest, just run down the times. And Felix Rosenqvist, who dropped right down the times, has come back up to 3rd quickest just before the red flag came out. There is Trevor Carlin, the man behind the Carlin team, looking with slight concern on his face at what he can see on the screen. So Antonio Felix da Costa, 2:11.535 is the fastest. Callum Ilott, number 20, is 2nd quickest, 2:11.761. And there's the other reason for the session being stopped. And Felix Rosenqvist, number 1, is 3rd, 2:11.871. 4th, number 9, Daniel Juncadella. The other car involved is Joel Eriksson, number 16, who is out of the session. He having hit the barriers in the Solitude S's. There's a replay of Lando Norris's accident. A lot of midnight oil going to have to be burnt by the Carlin team to fix that one. So Daniel Juncadella 4th, or 2:11.948. 5th, number 26, Lando Norris, 2:11.996. 6th, number 11, Kenta Yamashita, 2:12.130. 7th, number 32, Sam McLeod, 2:12.536. 8th, number 30, Alexander Sims, 2:12.600. 9th, number 27, Sergio Sete Camara, 2:12.648. And 10th, number 17, Arjun Maini, 2:12.981. 11th is number 31, Dan Tictum, 2:13.102. 12th, Andy Chang, number 12, 2:13.392. 13th, number 16, Joel Eriksson, the other car that's had an incident, 2:13.479. 14th number 3, Nick Cassidy, 2:13.579. 15th number 8, George Russell, 2:13.761. 16th number 2, Maxi Gunter, 2:13.779. 17th number 21, Antoine Hubert, 2:13.937. 18th number 22, Pedro Piquet, 2:13.952. 19th is number 7, Ye Hong Lee, 2:14.012. 20th number 23, David Beckman, 2:14.062. 21st is number 18, Zhu Guanyu, 2:14.278. Who'd actually on the lap that is, yes, he did the absolute best first sector time, but that's obviously helped by running very little wing down the straight towards Lisboa. 22nd, he's dropped right down, number 28, Jake Hughes, who was going well earlier on, 2:14.325. 23rd, number 25, Kayvan Andres Suri, 2:14.803. 24th, number 5, Jan Mardenborough, 2:14.913. 25th, number 15, Sho Tsuboi, 2:15.051. 26th, number 10, Nikita Mazepin, 2:15.201. 27th, number 6, Daiki Sasaki, 2:15.714. 28th, number 19, Tatasuki Makino, 2:15.731. And 29th, number 33, the casualty of this morning, Ferdinand Habsburg, but he is out there, but the car clearly not to his liking yet, 2:17.009. But of course, he lost a lot of track time following his accident. So that's the situation at the moment, but 2 cars to be cleared up, as it appears, just to confirm what we think they are. There is certainly number 26, Lando Norris, and the other one, number 16, Joel Eriksson. They're the 2 out of the session. Johnny?
Thank you。啱啱算我都仲想講緊即係我哋抌低個咪嗰陣時候就話2分12.130都應該會見到2分11㗎啦。咁一交咗俾葡文嗰陣時候咧，咁跟住嘭嘭聲咧有5部車咧就走晒入嚟就2分11嘅。哦，全部係進佔晒喺呢個頭1至到5位，包括咗啱啱算咧喺呢一個上過咗葡京灣之後上呢個吉山之前咧，哼咗埋欄，包括咗係排喺呢個第5位26號車嘅洛利斯。咁洛利斯咧就2分11秒996咧，就係以呢一個最快嘅時間喺排位賽排喺第5位嘅。咁頭嗰4位分別喺邊幾位咧？咁第1位咧就係29號車達哥斯達2分11秒535。咁第2位咧就係20號車嘅伊洛特2分11秒761。咁第3位呢個犀利呢個轉頭一出嚟咧就已經係做到咧佢自己最快嘅時間，因為頭先我哋數一數咧佢係排18嘅。咁喺經過咗2支紅旗之後咧，佢啱啱算一出翻嚟之後咧，即刻就又做一個咧係佢自己個人最快嘅時間，就係1號車嘅羅辛基斯。咁2分11秒871排喺呢個第3個位置。9號車真卡迪拿2分11秒948排喺第4。咁第5位頭先講過啦，就係26號車嘅洛利斯啦。咁呢部車咧都撞咗啦咁睇下咧，大家咧有冇機會咧係守住喺呢一個第5位。好啦，咁啱啱算再睇翻咧，就係頭先睇到嘅就應該。
Attention in pit lane. F3 World Cup cars qualifying session will restart in 2 minutes. The qualifying session for the F3 World Cup cars restart 2 minutes at 15:04. Thank you.
好啦，咁稍後時間啦，2分零鐘左右咧，咁我哋可以咧再次咧係見到咧所有嘅車輛係出嚟咧係仲有12分鐘時間嘅排位賽啊。咁頭先我哋係睇翻喺松山上路應該係啱啱算過咗呢個火藥局轉落去呢一個碧瑤灣嗰個位置之前呢，就見到就係16號車嘅約艾力神呢，就係咧係直指埋欄啦。咁睇佢咧慢，雖然話慢鏡重播都好快喎，直指埋去咧直情係收唔到嘭一聲嘅，真係好犀利。咁成半邊身冇晒啦咁呢部車咧就亦都係咧暫時嚟講佢係排13位嘅，咁佢真係唔慢㗎，2分13秒479咁同頭車嚟講咧相差係1.94秒咁你計條數啦，由第1去到第13位2秒鐘都唔夠。咁你話咧嗰個競爭幾大幾激烈啦？咁頭先就一個唔該咁紅旗出翻嚟之後咧，即刻有5部車走翻入去啦，2分11好，仲有12分鐘，睇一睇個時間咧應該剩翻 1分鐘左右咧，就嗰個賽事將會係重開㗎啦。咁啊，剩翻落嚟咧係12分鐘嘅排位賽事。咁啊，大家咧係欣賞緊嘅就係呢個國際汽聯3級方程式世界盃嘅排位賽。咁啊，今日有一節排位，咁啊，聽日咧有一節熱身，再加一節嘅排位賽事嚇。咁啊，如果係喜歡睇車嘅朋友咧，聽日都要早啲入場啦，因為聽日咧我哋今日咁多嘅賽事咧，聽日都會係見晒嘅。咁亦都係咧聽日咧就唔大部分咧都唔係練習賽事，大部分係排位賽事。咁啊，換言之咧係更加精彩嘅賽事咧，喺聽日咧將會係同大家見面㗎。咁啊，先交翻俾我哋嘅葡文阿 Brad 先。
Numa altura em que recomeça a sessão de qualificação, haverá duas neste programa de Fórmula 3, depois da terceira paragem por bandeiras vermelhas, no caso os despistes dos carros 16 e 26, o carro 16 Joel Eriksson, que tinha o 13º tempo, e o 26, o carro de Lando Norris, que tinha o 5º tempo e que é da equipa de António Félix da Costa. Esta interrupção deixa agora 11 minutos e meio ainda para treinos de qualificação, mas como é sabido, cada vez que a sessão de treinos para, há uma volta que os pilotos perdem, que é aquela em questão, e esta de lançamento também não conta para a cronometragem. Entre aquelas que já contaram, Félix da Costa, com 7 voltas, conseguiu por 3 vezes impor o tempo mais rápido, e é ele que o guarda agora com 2:11.535, é ele que guarda este tempo, apesar de ainda estar na box neste momento, mas tem muito perto de si Callum Ilott a 22 centésimos e Félix Rosenqvist a 33 centésimos. Depois Daniel Juncadella a 41 e Lando Norris a 46, sendo que Lando Norris não pode já alterar este seu tempo. Poderá a diferença ser alterada se os da frente melhorarem, como é evidente. A seguir, Lando Norris, Kenta Yamashita, depois Sam McLeod, Alexander Sims, Sérgio Sete Câmara, que é também da equipa de António Félix da Costa, e a fechar o top 10, Arjun Maini. Entre os primeiros, portanto, diferenças mínimas: Félix da Costa 2:11.535, Callum Ilott a 22 centésimos, Félix Rosenqvist a 33, Juncadella a 41, e os 4 primeiros podem ainda trocar de posições relativas. Jan.
Thanks, Pedro. So it'll be a little consolation to Lando Norris to know that he's the only rookie in the top 10 at the moment, but whether he'll be able to stay 5th, I rather doubt, because there's a few quick drivers behind him. At the moment then, Antonio Felix da Costa is the fastest, but there you can see on the screen Felix Rosenqvist going through to start his first flying lap. We've got now just under 10 minutes, 9 3/4 minutes to go to the checkered flag at the end of the session. Hopefully there'll be no more interruptions, but it does seem these days as though 1 or 2 red flags, in fact we've now had 3 in this session, are the order of the day. And I think I'm right to say they're always, all the red flags have involved rookie drivers making their first visit to Macau and finding out that the circuit does bite. It is a very tricky circuit, and the drivers who've been here a number of occasions, like Antonio Felix da Costa, know how to handle that. Callum Ilott, very impressive there to be second quickest, 2:11.761, just a quarter of a second slower than the former winner of the Grand Prix, the Portuguese driver Antonio Felix da Costa. Third, the winner of the last 2 races, number 1 Felix Rosenqvist. In fact, we've got the winners of the last few years, the last 4 years, in fact, in the top 4 places. Antonio Felix da Costa, Felix Rosenqvist and Daniel Juncadella. Only Callum Ilott is splitting them up. He's second quickest at the moment. Lando Norris is 5th, and we'll see how far he drops. Perhaps not very far, we'll see. 6th, number 11, Kenta Yamashita. 7th, number 32, Sam McLeod. 8th, number 30, Alexander Sims. 9th, number 27, Sergio Seta Camara. And 10th, number 17, Arjun Maini. Dan Ticktum, the next rookie, he's 11th, number 31, 2:30.102. Andy Chang, number 12th, 2:30.39. A rookie. So the 3 fastest rookies have now got rather damaged cars. Joel Eriksson, 13th fastest on a 2:30.479. Now on this lap, Andy Chang, who learned about racing, comes from Macau, learned about racing in the British Formula 3 Championship a few years ago. He's going very well here, 12th quickest, number 12, and he's just done a personal best in the first sector on this lap. So apart from that, nobody else is going quicker than previously on this restart lap, as it were, but this is a flying lap. We may get an improvement or 2 coming through. Incidentally, Joel Eriksson had just done his personal best lap, as had Lando Norris on the lap before, the one on which they crashed. So a bit of teamwork going on, I think, amongst the Prema team, the SJM Theodore Racing by Prema. Theodore Racing, of course, the team now presided over by Teddy Yip Jr., but it was started by Theodore Racing by Teddy Yip himself. Now, coming down into our bend is number 1, Felix Rosenqvist. He's not going to go quicker on this lap. Nick Cassidy moves up. Nick Cassidy, number 3, goes up to 10th quickest, 2:12.801. And lower down, do we get an improvement? No, that's waiting for Andy Chang to come through, number 12. But for the moment, anyway, not that many improvements in the offing, but Nick Cassidy up to 10th quickest, number 3. Johnny?
Thank you， 好啦，我哋見到咧，而家3號車嘅卡斯德咧喺前邊啊，咁啊跟住後面咧就1號車嘅羅辛基斯，咁啊再排喺第3嘅位置咧，我哋見到咧就係29號車嘅達哥斯達，咁呢3部車咧就係前列咧係比較快嗰幾部車啊，咁啊啱啱算經過咗1個圈嘅熱身之後咧，咁啊而家翻嚟咧就3部車咧都好快啊，咁啊當然啦就以呢個3號車嘅卡斯德喺前面做開路啊，咁啊見到咧就羅辛基斯咧同埋達哥斯達2部車咧就應該喺度做時間啦，咁啊跟住落嚟咧嚟緊呢2個圈咧應該會係有一個係更快嘅時間咧可以同大家見下面啦嚇，咁啊最快嘅時間暫時就係2分11秒535， 29號車嘅達哥斯達喺第7圈咧係做到嘅時間嚇，咁啊當然啦一定啊，咁啊因為車嘅引擎啊，同埋個車架嘅 setting 咧，年都變啦。咁啊越變就只會係越好嘅啫。咁啊舊年嚟講咧，就佢做到嘅時間咧都係2分10秒474啊，最快嘅時間啊！攞冠軍嗰場賽事嚇，最快嘅時間2分10秒474。咁啊而家係2分11秒535，咁啊相差咧係1秒左右嘅時間。我相信咧就稍後嘅時間啦，應該會係仲有啲稍為快啲嘅時間可以同大家見面。好啦，咁啊講翻啦，現時個位置咧都有少少變化。咁啊以29號車達哥斯達咧頭車個位置排位賽計數啊，咁啊跟住落嚟咧就係20號車伊洛特，咁啊第3位咧就係1號車嘅羅辛基斯，咁啊第4位咧係9號車嘅真加迪拿，第5位咧就係撞咗嘅26號車嘅洛利斯。好啦，咁啊見到3號車翻咧，換言之後面咧有2部車咧亦都係到啦，冇錯啦。咁啊3號車嘅卡斯德啦，跟住後面咧就羅辛基斯同埋咧達哥斯達。睇睇嘅時間，呢個圈唔得，咁啊要落翻去咧，要等啦要等啦下一個圈嘅時間。咁啊見到仍然個排位仍然係呢個達哥斯達啦，咁伊洛特啦，同埋咧呢個羅辛基斯，咁啊第4位咧係9號車嘅真卡迪拿，咁啊現時嚟講咧就哇所有嘅車咧都出晒嚟㗎啦，咁啊我相信咧好快脆咧有一個快啲嘅時間咧可以同大家見面，咁啊現時嚟講咧就見到出嚟呢2個圈咧，暫時就冇乜特別嘅冇乜特別嘅好成績。好啦，咁啊喺呢一個雙龍灣嗰度咧，我哋見到咧15號車呢一個平井長咧，亦都係咧係呢個日籍嘅車手啊。現時嚟講咧，由於係喺呢個摩羅園個位置咧係撞咗埋去，咁但係咧已經好快脆，已經係掉嚟呢一個咧賽道㗎啦。好啦，現時交翻俾我哋嘅葡文
Obrigado, Johnny. Faltam 4 minutos praticamente para terminar esta primeira sessão de treinos a contar, a sério, qualificados para o Grande Prémio de Fórmula 3, a corrida de qualificação, porque assim funciona, 2 sessões de qualificação que qualificam para uma corrida e uma corrida que qualifica depois para a corrida final. António Félix da Costa fez a sua última volta agora com pior tempo do que tinha registado, mas continua a ser o mais rápido. Ele procurou um sítio no pelotão em que garantisse que tinha uma volta limpa, mas não o conseguiu. Félix Rosenqvist já fez uma volta lançada, a 9ª volta dele, está com 2:11.79. Callum Milot é segundo com 2:11.76 e Félix da Costa mantém o primeiro com 2:11.53. Neste momento, uma curiosidade, há 0.000 de diferença entre Félix Rosenqvist e Kenta Yamashita. O terceiro e o quarto têm exatamente o mesmo tempo, 2 minutos, 11 segundos, 797 milésimos. Parece impossível, mas é assim. Em quinto, Daniel Juncadella com 2:11.821. Em sexto, Sérgio Sete Câmara com 2:11.994. Em sétimo, Lando Norris que não está em pista porque teve um despiste, foi por causa do despiste de Lando Norris que a sessão esteve parada uma das vezes. Em sétimo, portanto, dizia Lando Norris. Em oitavo, Nick Cassidy, que tem vindo a melhorar. Em nono, Jake Hughes.
And we've got the red flag again.
Bandeira vermelha de novo.
So I'm afraid another car off at Fisherman's, and there you can see it in the barriers. The session being stopped. There's still 2 3/4 minutes to go. That is time enough to get out, a few of them to get out and do another lap. So whether they'll call it a session or whether we'll have the session restarted for all of 2 minutes and 42 seconds, we'll have to wait and see. This is the order then, as things stand at the moment. Antonio Felix da Costa with the fastest time, number 29, 2 minutes 11.535. Second quickest, number 20, Callum Eilert, 2:11.761. Third is number 1, Felix Rosenqvist, 2 minutes 11.797. And that time matched to the thousandths of a second by number 11, Kenta Yamashita, also doing 2:11.797. The one who did it first gets priority. So Felix Rosenqvist did it first, but Kenta Yamashita matched it to the thousandth of a second. There we get a replay. That was number 15, Sho Tsuboi, going off at Police. So just carrying on with the times then. Daniel Juncadella, 5th quickest, number 9, 2:11.821. 6th, number 27, Sergio Sete Camara, 2:11.994. The car that's gone off for Fisherman's incidentally is Daniel Juncadella. So he at the moment is 5th quickest. That's where Lando Norris was, wasn't he? When he went off, he was 5th. So Daniel Juncadella 5th, and he's gone into the barriers. Sergio Sete Camara 6th. 7th is Lando Norris, number 26. So he's not dropped out of the top 10. 2:11.996, and I think I'm right in saying, yes, he is still the quickest rookie. 8th is number 3, Nick Cassidy, who actually moved up to 6th at one stage after the session resumed, but he's dropped back down to 8th on 2:12.123. 9th is number 28, Jake Hughes, so that makes him the second quickest rookie, 2:12.360. 10th is 32, Sam McLeod, 2:12.536. Very good effort by Sam. And then 11th is number 30, Alexander Sims. Alexander Sims with a time of 2:12.600. 12th, wasn't it at the start of the session? It was Daniel Juncadella who spun up at the top of the circuit, wasn't it, at Moorish? So he's topped and tailed the session in a rather unsatisfactory way, but in between times he's been 5th quickest. Alexander Sims then, 11th quickest, number 30, 2:12.600. 12th, number 17, Arjun Maini, 2:12.657.
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. F3 World Cup cars. There will be no restart to this qualifying session. F3 World Cup cars. There will be no restart for this qualifying session. This session has now ended.
Right, so everybody, that's the end of the qualifying session. The officials deciding that it's also not worth restarting for 2 minutes and 42 seconds because that's almost an out lap time anyway, so wouldn't be worth it. So the times I've gone through are effectively what the provisional grid positions will be for the qualification race on Saturday, but there is a second qualifying session tomorrow afternoon, and that could shuffle the whole lot up a good deal. So I got as far as George Russell, 13th he is, number 8, 2:12.670, and I think I'm right in saying he is the third rookie. So the British drivers, Lando Norris, Jake Hughes, and George Russell are the top 3 rookies. 14th is number 21, Antoine Hubert. It's all rookies really from now on, 2:12.727. 15th, number 2, Maxi Gunter, 2:13.017. 16th, number 31, Dan Ticktum, 2:13.102. 17th, number 22, Pedro Piquet, 2:13.276. 18th, number 12, Andy Chang, 2:13.336. 19th, number 10, Nikita Mazepin, 2:13.438. 20th, number 16, Joel Eriksson, 2:13.479. Then the remainder. 21st, number 7, Yi Hong Lee, 2:14.012. 22nd, number 23, David Beckman, 2:14.062. 23rd, number 5, Jan Mardenborough, 2:14.174. 24th, number 18, Zhu Guan Yu, 2:14.278. 25th, number 25, Kivan Andris Suri, 2:14.803. 26th, number 15, Sho Tsuboi. He's the one who went off up at Police. Sho Tsuboi, 2:15.051. 27th, number 6, Daiki Sasaki, 2:15.261. 28th, number 33, Ferdinand Habsburg, 2:15.336. And 29th, number 19, Tadasuke Makino 2:15.618. So those are the 29 times. We got everybody with a lap time, but I'm afraid quite a few have damaged cars, no more so than Daniel Junkadeya. So he has given some work to the high-tech team and work for the Carlin team, courtesy of Lando Norris. Joel Eriksson driving for Motor Park. Just about every team has picked up some repair work to do overnight, and they'll be out again in the morning because the Formula 3 cars will have their second free practice session tomorrow morning. The cars will be coming out at 9:35. Well, with 1 or 2 Formula 3 cars to be collected, that's the end of cars for today. We move on now to the motorcycle first qualifying session, and Chris Kinley will be here to, he's not here yet. Oh, yes, he is, he's behind me, yeah. Right, so Chris, when I've signed up all the paper, over to you. Bye for now.
好啦，咁啊，剛剛咧就紅旗之下咧，呢個太陽城集團澳門格蘭披治3級方程式嘅大賽，呢個國際汽聯3級方程式嘅世界盃嘅排位賽事咧，就亦都係因為仲有2分鐘左右，咁大會亦都係宣布咧，就呢一個排位賽事已經全部完結。好啦，跟住落嚟咧就係今日嘅最後嘅一項賽事咧，就係排位賽，呢個就係太陽城集團澳門格蘭披治電單車嘅第50屆大賽嘅所有嘅電單車咧排位賽事。咁啊，今朝早咧已經見到佢哋嘅呢個練習，咁啊而家呢一節咧又係排位賽事。咁啊3級方程式咧，聽日亦都有上午有一節練習，下晝亦都有一節排位。咁啊同埋呢個電單車咧，格電亦都係一樣噶。咁啊聽日咧亦都係有呢一個嘅呢個練習先㗎。咁啊所以咧就呢一節咧亦都係非常之重要。咁啊聽日嘅電單車咧，一開始咧就喺7點半咧就係進行呢個排位，即係今日同埋聽日今日就最後啦。聽日嘅早上7點半咧，中意睇電單車嘅朋友啊，唔好錯過啦！亦都係一節嘅排位賽事，即係話今日同埋聽日第一場嘅賽事咧都係排位。咁啊，大家中意睇電單車嘅朋友咧，因為聽日咧淨係得朝頭早呢一節嘅排位嘅啫，咁大家要留意住啦。聽日嘅賽事仍然咧維持喺朝頭早嘅7點半開始，咁啊大家要留意啦。咁啊其他咧就係一早去6點鐘啊風跑道啊等等檢查賽道，7點半開始就會進行呢一個嘅格電第50屆大賽，亦都係第2日嘅排位賽事，咁啊大家要留意啦。另外其他嘅所有嘅項目嘅車輛咧，只係有3方程式咧作為呢個練習，咁其他基本咧都係排位賽事，大家要留意啦。咁啊，聽日中意睇賽車嘅朋友咧，聽日千祈唔好錯過。交翻俾我哋嘅蒲文師先 Bredo。
E de automóveis por hoje é tudo. Seguem-se para uma última presença em pista as motos. Grande Prémio de Motociclismo, edição 50 anos de motos no circuito de guia. Primeira sessão de qualificação, já houve uma sessão de treinos livres de manhã a abrir o programa e agora haverá a fechar o programa a sessão de qualificação de motos. Sun City Group Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Das 15h45 às 16h30, portanto, dentro de cerca de 23 minutos, iremos ter as motos na pista para fazerem o seu treino de qualificação. A última sessão de automóveis foi ocupada com os carros da Fórmula 3 e não será demais lembrar, até porque estamos em língua portuguesa, que a pole position fala português, provisória naturalmente. Na sessão de hoje, António Félix da Costa com o carro número 29, o carro número 29 da equipa Carlin, que é um Dallara Volkswagen, foi cronometrado em 2:11.535 e, portanto, teve a pole position provisória à 7ª volta. Outros pilotos fizeram 9, 10, 11 voltas. Félix da Costa não foi dos pilotos da frente que fez mais voltas e, mesmo assim, conseguiu conquistar esta pole position provisória. 2:11.535 para Félix da Costa. Em segundo, Callum Ilott com 2:11.761. Em terceiro, Félix Rosenqvist com 2:11.797. E em quarto, Kenta Yamashita com 2:11.797 também. Exatamente o mesmo tempo entre Rosenqvist e Yamashita. Em quinto lugar, Daniel Juncadella, 2:11.821. Em sexto, Juncadella, que teve um despiste na sua última volta, que ditou, aliás, que esta sessão de treinos terminasse cerca de 3 minutos antes do tempo. Sérgio Sete Câmara, da equipa de Félix da Costa, com o carro número 27, é o sexto, com 2:11.994. Lando Norris, também da equipa de Félix da Costa, é o sétimo, com 2:11.996. Em oitavo, Nick Cassidy, com 2:12.123. Em nono, Jack Hughes, com 2:12.360. E em décimo, a fechar o top 10, Sam McLeod, com 2:12.536. E é tudo, um pequeno intervalo agora, às 15h45, diz o horário oficial, vão entrar na pista as motos desta 50ª edição do Grande Prémio de Motociclismo de Macau. Até já.
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. GP bikes, 10 minutes to start of qualifying. GP bikes, 10 minutes to start of qualifying.
So here we go with the qualifying for the Sun City Group Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix 50th edition. Now let's give you the qualifying or the practice times from this morning. Quickest, and he left it to very late, was Michael Rutter on the number 2 Batham's SMT Racing BMW, 2 minutes 27.022. Martin Jessup, number 40 on the Riders Motorcycle BMW, second place, 2 minutes 27.358. Third, number 8, Horst Seiger on the Seiger Racing Kawasaki, 2 minutes 29.291. Then it was Ian Hutchinson on the Tyco BMW, 229.513. Fifth, number 12, John McGuinness on the Honda Racing Honda, 229.994. Then Stuart Easton, he's sixth, the number 3 machine, the Batham's SMT Racing BMW, 231.687. And then Gary Johnson on the Pens13.com BMW by MGM Special Olympics Macau. That's machine number 13. And that, of course, was 2 minutes 31.777. Then in eighth, good story this, on newcomer Glenn Irwin, number 67 on the BYD Ducati race team, obviously on the Ducati, 232.11. And ninth place, last year's winner Peter Hickman on the Batham's SMT Racing BMW, 232.33. And the top 10 rounded out by Connor Cummins, number 22 on the Honda Racing Honda, 232.959. Just about 6 seconds separated the top 10 through the qualifying, through the practice session, which was earlier on this morning. Then we had Steve Merson, number 17. He was 11th. 20, Dan Cooper was 12th. 26, Didier Grams was 13th. In 14th place, number 7, Dan Neen. Then in 15th place, another newcomer, debut here for number 82, Derek Shields. In 16th place, number 6, Ivan Linton. 17th place, number 54, Steve Hennigan. 18th place, number 39, AJ Ventnor. 19th place, not feeling so good, number 111, Brian McCormack. 20th place for number 65, Michael Sweeney. 21st place for another man still a bit under the weather, number 62, Sam West. 22nd place for number 71, David Morgan. 23rd place for the number 10 machine of Mark Miller. Another newcomer in 24th, number 99, Danny Webb. 25th place, another newcomer, Marek Saveni. He's on number 45. 26th place, number 14, Andrea Perez. 27th place for number 88, newcomer again, Daniel Hegarty. And then we've got Ben Wiley there in 28th place on the final position, number 34 on the Bimota. But the time to beat, 2 minutes 27.022. And that, of course, is by Michael Rutter. Looking forward to this. It's a 45-minute session. 45-minute session. The conditions perfect today. But a few incidents with the cars. Hopefully all the dust and everything's been cleared away. But yeah, I think we're looking ahead for a pretty good session. That'll be getting underway in round about 7 minutes' time. Lawrence.
Thanks。好啦，咁啊，趁又仲有少少時間呢，就係呢一節嘅係今日喺所有嘅練習嘅入邊呢，就最後同埋一個排位賽事呢，喺今日最後一個項目呢，就係太陽城集團澳門格蘭披治電單車第50屆大賽嘅排位賽事。咁啊，今朝早呢已經進行咗呢個練習啦，同埋而家進行排位嘅呢，可以話呢就會比較刺激好多噶啦。咁啊，前10名嘅位置呢，就或者同大家講講先。咁啊，今朝做得最好嘅咧就係2號車嘅阿路達啊，揸下呢個 BMW 做咗2分27秒022。第二位咧就係呢個40號車嘅謝索普，亦都係寶馬車隊揸呢個寶馬嘅2分27秒358，哇，兩個都係2分27嘅。咁第3位置咧就8號車嘅呢個薩加。呢個8號車嘅係阿薩加啱啦。咁啊，薩加咧就係揸架呢個川崎2分29秒291。咁啊，第4位置咧就4號車嘅呢個黑捷神。黑捷神咧亦都係揸部寶馬2分29秒513。第5位置咧就12號車嘅呢個麥堅尼斯，咁啊揸架本田。咁啊佢揸本田咧都相當快嚇，2分29秒994。咁啊，第6位置咧就3號車嘅伊斯頓。咁啊，伊斯頓咧就係揸，亦都係揸 BMW 嘅，2分31秒687。第7位置咧就13號嘅 Johnson，咁啊揸嘅亦都係 BMW。哇，今年
Attention in pit lane, GP bikes, 5 minutes to start of qualifying. GP bikes, 5 minutes to start of qualifying.
好啦，5分鐘之後咧，大會亦都係公佈咧，5分鐘之後呢個排位賽事係正式嘅。咁啊，第7位置咧就係呢個13號車嘅阿 Johnson 咧揸呢部寶馬。咁頭先講緊咧，寶馬哇今年都好殺食啊，2分31秒777。第8位置咧就67號車，67號嘅歐文咧就揸呢個杜吉迪。咦，第一部杜吉迪上名喎嚇，咁啊揸到係2分32秒100。咁啊而第9位咧就1號車嘅克爾文咧就揸部川崎。咁啊呢一個嘅哇點解寫出嚟佢就揸川崎，但係印出嚟佢揸寶馬喎 BMW 嘅喎。咁一陣間大家留意下啦嚇，2分32秒330。咁啊最後一位咧就22號車22號車嘅金明斯咧就揸架本田嘅。咁啊呢位係前10位嘅位置，2分呢個32秒959嘅。咁啊睇嚟咧呢前10名嘅位置咧，基本以寶馬、川崎啊，一部康達，咁啊一部杜吉迪，咁啊其他都基本咧就以寶馬為主。好，呢個時間咧先交俾我哋嘅蒲文師阿 Brad。
Obrigado, Lawrence. Faltam 4 minutos, sensivelmente, para se iniciar esta última sessão do programa de hoje, dedicada à qualificação do Grande Prémio de Motociclismo. Os pilotos terão uma nova sessão de qualificação amanhã de manhã, fecham, portanto, o programa de hoje e abrem.
Attention in pit lane, GP bikes, 3 minutes to start of qualifying. GP bikes, 3 minutes to start of qualifying.
Três minutos foi anunciado para começar esta sessão de qualificação, que dizia eu que fecha o programa de hoje, das 15h45 às 16h30, e uma nova sessão de qualificação para as motos abre o programa da manhã às 7h30, também com 45 minutos, das 7h30 às 8h15 da manhã. Na sessão de treinos livres que abriu o programa de hoje foi Michael Rutter numa BMW o mais rápido, mas Martin Jessop, também a BMW, ficou apenas a 33 centésimos de segundo. Depois, diferenças maiores, 2,26 para Horst Seiger numa Kawasaki, 2,49 para Jan Atkinson numa BMW, 2,97 para John McGuinness numa Honda, 4,66 para Stuart Easton numa BMW, 4,75 para Gary Johnson numa BMW, 5,07 para Glenn Irvin numa Ducati, 5,30 para Peter Ekman numa BMW e o top 10 a fechar com uma diferença de 5,93 de Conor Cummins numa Honda para Michael Rutter. Portanto, nesta sessão de qualificação, muitas alterações vão aqui existir, muitos tempos vão ser alterados, as posições relativas dos pilotos também. Há pilotos separados por muito poucos centésimos ou décimos de segundo. Mesmo os dois primeiros, em duas BMW, Michael Rutter e Martin Jessop, têm apenas 33 centésimos a separá-los e, portanto, tudo isto foi conseguido na sessão de treinos livres, em que não há claramente o objetivo de fazer o melhor tempo, mas sim de preparar tudo para que depois seja possível na qualificação fazer o melhor tempo. É isso que agora eles vão tentar nesta sessão de qualificação de 45 minutos que está prestes a começar. Estão entre os 28 pilotos classificados, está um piloto português, André Pires, com o 26º tempo em bimota, 12 segundos do mais rápido. Veremos também até que ponto com mais tempo em pista, o piloto português conseguirá melhorar o seu tempo e também encurtar a diferença que o separa dos pilotos da frente. Os pilotos que tradicionalmente participam nesta corrida em Macau conhecem este circuito de cor e fazem desta participação na corrida uma festa do motociclismo. Neste ano de 2016, uma festa que celebra 50 anos. E aí estão os pilotos em pista. Começou a sessão de qualificação. Cris.
Pedro, thank you. Michael Rutter, Ian Hutchinson, Horst Sager, Gary Johnson, Dan Cooper, Michael Sweeney, Glenn Irwin, Derek Shields, Daniel Hegarty, as fast as I can say that. Michael Sweeney also out there too, all getting out early here. 45-minute session, so time is key. The forecast for tomorrow is not the best from what we're hearing, but you never know out here. I know there's a lot of people listening to this a little bit further afield than here at Macau around the circuit. And I can tell you it is very, very hot today. A lot of the riders have all been back to the hotel just to get out of the heat and trying to get into the shade to try and get themselves cool. All the gear's been taken off and, well, kind of dried out, shall we say. It's been a tough old day for the boys here at Macau. Well, a tough morning so far. So we ran through those qualifying times a bit earlier on, just seeing Ben Wiley on the Bimota heading out. And also his teammate, Andrew Perez, number 14, also on the Bimota. What are we looking for lap times then? Well, we got this morning a 2:27.022 for Michael Rutter. I think we're going to be down into the 2:26s, maybe even the 2:25s. A bit more rubber down now with the cars being out today. And, well, a little bit dusty out there in places first thing this morning, but there wasn't. The temperature on the track was pretty good, and temperature out in the air is also pretty good. Ian Hutchinson with Horst Sager, Dan Cooper we can see there, Glenn Irwin just got Brian McCormack just behind it, but it's Michael Rutter. We'll be keeping a little eye out as we go on this session. Just a quick change there, and we'll just find out, make sure everybody's out on track. 22 riders of the 28 are out of 23 of the 28 are out at the moment. I'm sure that will change. Peter Hickman, I believe, is also just gone out, so we've seen him on camera a few minutes ago there now, and everybody out on track. The leaders are just on the top of the track now at Police, heading down in towards Moorish. I can see 99 Dan Webb is there too. Number 3, Stuart Easton, is just out on track also, as is number 12, also gone out there, John McGuinness. He's just ahead of Stuart Easton there now, but the man at the front, coming into Fisherman's for the first time just on this outlap, is Michael Rutter. Number 13 is there, Gary Johnson, in that little group just behind him as well. And be interesting about track time. I mean, he's very wily, is Michael. I think he wants to get away and just see exactly what everybody else has got now, as Michael Rutter just about crosses the line. Just leaving the pit lane and heading down towards Mandarin is, I would suggest, one of his main rivals, Martin Jessup, who's down through Lisboa. Connor Cummins, you're just going out of pit lane also, number 10. But I think Connor is going to be passed by Michael Rutter. Yes, he is also, number 10. Oh, that's Mark Miller. Connor's normally, I beg your pardon, that number 10. But it's Mark Miller that is at that number this year. I can tell you Martin Jessup's got a little bit ahead of Michael Rutter there now. Jessup already heading up San Francisco as Rutter goes into Lisboa. So it'll be interesting to see what he does on this first lap, Michael Rutter here. But the first sector this morning, we were looking about 24s or 25s for the times. Hopefully we'll get that up for you in a moment. We just seem to have lost that for a minute. We'll hopefully get our screens back. John McGuinness, 25.094. 25.094 for John McGuinness there for the first sector, which is pretty good for him. Who's on the S there? 25.121 for Rutter, 25.546 for Hutchinson, 25.750 for Saiger, 25.744 for Stevie Mercer, and 26.768 for the newcomer there, Marek Cerveni. So we'll keep a little eye on exactly what is happening here with these times, etc. In a moment. If I can just get these back onto my screen, I'll be quite happy. But I just lost them at the moment. We'll see if we can get it back onto there. And we'll just hand to Johnny for a second.
Okay, thank you. 時嚟講咧，我哋見到咧就係啱啱算下其實冇幾耐嘅時間嘅啫。咁啊出車嘅咧就係第50屆大賽啊，呢個格蘭披治電單車啊。咁啊今年咧就係50屆啦。咁啊所以咧我哋見到咧好多歷年啊係嚟過澳門賽事嘅稍為係年長嘅車手咧，亦都會係重臨咧呢個澳門嘅。咁啊，但係佢哋咧就當然啦係一個VIP 嘅嘉賓啦。咁啊，但係今日嚟講咧係現時啊喺呢一個排位賽嘅 嘅賽事裏頭咧出現嘅車手咧，其實咧大部分咧都係咧係對澳門咧係非常之熟路㗎啦。咁因為咧佢哋真係咧係嚟過澳門好多屆嘅賽事係參加呢個比賽。咁啊，包括咗我哋大家咧都好熟悉嘅路達啦、伊斯頓啊、克捷臣啊、麥堅尼斯啊、莊信啊，咁啊仲有金明斯啊、加林斯、謝索普啊呢啲揸車手，咁啊隨口咧都噏得出嚟咧，佢近呢幾年咧呢一揸車手都係會係嚟到澳門咧係參加呢一個格電嘅賽事。咁啊，格蘭披治單車大賽咧第50屆啦，咁啊現時嚟講咧就進行緊咧係一場嘅排位賽事啊。咁啊，所以咧所有嘅車手咁啊都盡量係爭取啊，係喺呢一節嘅排位賽裏頭咧係做一個好嘅時間。咁啊，今朝早咧就以呢一個路達咧揸架寶馬2分27秒022咧。係個時間嚟講呢，就係喺今朝早嘅練習賽事呢，係暫時呢係最快嘅。咁啊現時嚟講呢，路達出嚟第2個圈呢，做出嚟嘅時間2分27秒525呢，就同佢今朝早嘅時間呢係非常之接近㗎啦。咁啊暫時呢，就經過咗2個圈嘅排位賽事呢。2號車嘅路達咁啊喺呢一個頭車嘅位置啦，咁啊第2位呢13號車嘅莊臣啦，咁就2分29秒349排喺第2位，咁啊第3位呢係67號車嘅歐文，咁啊揸架杜卡迪啊，咁啊2分31秒333，咁啊第4位呢就係4號車嘅克捷臣，咁啊時間呢係2分31秒824，而金明斯22號車牌咧第5位2分32秒682。咁啊第6位呢係20號車嘅古柏，時間2分33秒021。去到第7位係6號車嘅林丁，時間係2分37秒747。第8位7號車嘅尼爾，時間係2分35秒018。咁啊第9位啦，我哋見到呢就係82號車嘅薛爾斯，咁啊時間嚟講呢就係2分35秒756。第10位54號車漢拿根，時間係2分36秒249，咁啊同呢個頭車嘅距離呢，第10位呢都相差超過8秒幾啊，接近9秒，咁啊所以呢，前面啊路達都係會比較快啊。好，咁啊路達呢嚟緊呢一個圈進入第3個圈嘅賽事裏頭嚟講呢，我相信佢時間呢都應該會係有一個呢係更快嘅時間。咁啊13號車暫時排第2位嘅莊信呢，應該都唔慢啊，因為連續呢係嚟緊呢，佢哋2位嘅車手嘅時間呢都好快啊。咁啊2分27秒525，哇係好快嘅。咁啊路達呢已經呢係暫時都係喺呢個頭車嘅位置。完成咗2個圈，第3個圈啦。咁啊2分26秒403啊！我哋見到2號車嘅路達呢，又一個新嘅時間啦，2分26秒403。咁啊見到40號車謝索普2分28秒308，係進佔喺呢一個第2個位置。第3位就係呢一個13號車莊臣。莊臣咧2分28秒548，咁啊其實咧佢呢一個時間咧都比佢上2個圈咧都快，咁啊但係咧就唔夠謝索普嚟啦，因為頭先咧莊臣咧就喺呢個第2位，而家謝索普啊進佔咗上嚟第2位，莊臣就跌咗1位，排喺呢個第3。第4位4號車嘅克捷臣2分29秒899，古柏排喺第5位，20號車2分30秒877，咁啊呢紮車手嚟講嗱一路快㗎，咁啊睇一睇啦，阿路達呢就已經係快過咗今朝早2分27秒022嗰個練習嘅時間啦，咁啊現時嚟講啦2分26秒403，暫時喺第3圈呢係做出最快嘅時間，交翻俾你 ，Fred。
Obrigado, Johnny. E com o tempo quentinho, como está agora o tempo durante o dia de hoje e agora à tarde, muito mais agradável do que de manhã, quando as motas estiveram neste alcatrão do circuito da guia, também com a evolução das motas e dos pilotos, é normal que os tempos baixem e que dos 2,27 desta manhã se chega aos 2,26 pouco ou 2,25 muito. Aliás, Michael Rutter acaba de fazer 2,26,40, cá está, já bateu o tempo de hoje de manhã, o seu próprio tempo, que era 2,27,02, e Martin Jessop também em BMW faz 2,28,30, com Gary Johnson ainda em BMW e com o número 13, Gary Johnson, a fazer 2,28,54. Portanto, Michael Rutter a manter nestas primeiras 3 voltas dos treinos de qualificação a supremacia que tinha mostrado hoje de manhã, de alguma maneira, mas agora com uma diferença maior, que provavelmente não irá ficar assim. Os outros pilotos que perseguem um melhor tempo, o absoluto, como o Gary Johnson ou o Martin Yesop, vão com certeza diminuir a sua diferença para Michael Rutter, que nesta altura se cifra em praticamente 1 segundo para Martin Yesop e em 2 segundos para Gary Johnson. Veremos entre estas 3 BMW como é que vai evoluir a classificação nesta sessão de treinos. Cris.
Thank you, Pedro. Michael Rutter then still top of the pile. Practice this morning at 2:27.022. This 2:26.403 for him, but it's Jessup again. Jessup this morning at 2:27.358. A little bit slower today so far at 2:27.397. Michael Rutter though on this lap is on the quickest first sector, 24.765, quicker in the blue numbers or the purpley bluey numbers that they have in the screen in front of me. Gary Johnson's in third. The number 13 bike, 2:27.959. Into the pit, Ian Hutchinson, he's fourth, 2:29.899. Fifth place, number 20, Dan Cooper, down at 2:30.877. Then Glenn Irwin, the newcomer there, going very well. Glenn this morning did a 2:32.11. He's done a 2:31.333 so far this afternoon. So Glenn Irwin moving up to sixth. Just ahead of Connor Cummins in seventh, number 22. Connor's actually into the pit, as is number, can't actually see who that was. I think it was their newcomer, Dan Hegarty. 8. John McGuinness in 8th, number 12. In 9th, number 17, Steve Mercer. Top 10, headed out by Dan Neen, number 7. But Jessup, at the moment, keep a little eye on what he's done. Sector 1 for him was 24.992. And 1 for him on that lap. Rutter was 24.765 and Gary Johnson 24.841. So maybe Gary Johnson's on a pretty good lap here now, and we shall keep those guys there. So the top 10 then, Dan Neen, then it's Diddy Grams, number 26th, Ivan Linton, number 6 and 12th, then Steve Hennigan, number 54 and 13th, Stuart Easton, number 3, he's in 14th place to Stuart. Then we've got Peter Hickman in 15th. He's in the pit, as is Ivan Linton. Then it's Michael Sweeney, Derek Shields, Danny Webb, Brian McCormack, and Marek Saveni, our top 20 that we have here now. Just keep an eye on the line. Jessup, Rutter, we won't be too far away from that lap. We've got Martin Jessup, I think, just about to overtake John McGuinness into the final corner here at the Fisherman's, yes, at the R-Bend, should I say. Yeah, and he's got past John there now. Has he improved? No, he hasn't. 2:27.926. John McGuinness on that lap, 2:42.897. So maybe John just trying a little bit. Number 3, we will keep a little eye on him. Stuart Easton, he's now going out. He's out on this lap is Stuart. Who else are we looking for there? Gary Johnson, is he improved? No. 2:28.057 for Gary Johnson. And there's number 2 there, Rutter, back out on track. Quickest again, well, quickest in the first sector. He was a little bit earlier on. He was a couple of seconds slower on that lap. Maybe got a little bit of traffic. The problem for Michael Sweeney, he's okay. The bike's, I think, it's just a problem with it. He's just pulled over. Not exactly sure on track where that is, but he has stopped out on circuit there somewhere. Just maybe a problem with the BMW. Hopefully they will get that sorted there, but we'll keep an eye on Rutter now as he climbs up the hill. He's heading up towards San Francisco through the little squiggly bit. Then they get to Maternity, 24.972. Not improving on that lap. Anybody else making any moves as of yet? I can see in there. No, still a top 10. Headed out by number 7. Down there. No update on Michael Sweeney as of yet. See anything come on the screen? No, we don't. Having a look down to the top 20 as we did. It was Marek Saveni who was in 20th. 21st, Sam West. 22nd, Andrew Perez. 23rd, number 34, Ben Wiley. Then Dan Hegarty in 24th. He's in pits, as we know. 25th is 10, Mark Miller. 26th, 71, David Morgan. Then Horseiger, number 8, who's been in the pits. He's John has outlap now, as is AJ Ventnor, number 8 and 39, respectively. Then 22nd, 27th and 28th position. Quick check on the times. Don't think anybody has improved. No, but it's still Michael Rutter. 2 minutes, 26.403, who is at the top of the pile there. And Johnny.
Thank you. 好，見到咧，哇，路達咧一路咧就越走越快啊！咁啊，而家咧啱啱算咧就去到呢個法甲灣之前嘅位置啦。咁啊，見到路達咧呢個2號車咧就喺第3個圈嗰陣時候咧都做到咧係同場啊最快嘅時間啦。咁啊2分26秒403排呢個頭車位置啊。咁啊第2位咧就係40號車嘅謝索普2分27秒397。咁啊其實咧就相差咗同阿路達相差咗幾乎1秒啊。 咁啊，但係咧就大家唔係走埋一齊咁，所以咧大家咧變咗喺個車嗰個身位嗰度咧係冇辦法只可以比較嘅啫。咁啊，第3位咧13號車嘅莊臣啦，咁啊時間係2分27秒959。黑捷神4號車排喺呢個第4位，2分29秒899。伊斯頓3號車排第5，2分30秒608。啊，跟住啊20號車嘅古柏啦，2分30秒877。咁啊，魯達都好努力啊嚇，真係好努力啊，真係砌到好盡啊。咁啊，因為我見佢啲線位都用得好盡啊，同埋咧你睇個彎位咧，佢瞓身嗰陣時候你就知㗎啦。咁如果佢係用得盡嘅話咧，就好貼地㗎。咁啊，真係咧佢壓晒啲彎位，食晒啲線啦已經。唉，總之咧，基本上個膝頭哥係可以掂到地下嗰隻㗎啦嚇。好啦，咁啊排第6位咧，20號車嘅古柏啦，2分30秒877。咁啊第7位咧，我哋見到咧就係呢一個67號車阿歐文啊，咁啊2分31秒333。咁啊歐文之後咧就係排第8位，我哋見到26號車加林斯啦，加林斯就係時間2分31秒786。咁啊佢嘅時間都唔慢，咁但係如果係同頭車嘅比較咧，已經係拉開超過5秒鐘有多，咁啊所以咧要真係努力啲啦。咁啊第9、第10位啦，咁第10位咧就係12號車阿麥堅尼斯，咁啊時間嚟講咧就係2分31秒808。咁啊仍然係以阿魯達咧喺第3圈已經係做到係今場呢個排位賽最快嘅時間。咁啊而家咧頭車嚟講，我哋睇下已經係完成咗6個圈嘅賽事啦嚇。咁啊排位賽6個圈啦，咁啊進入去呢一個第7個圈嘅賽事。魯達跟住就謝索普、莊臣、黑捷神、伊斯頓、古柏，咁啊仲有咧就係67號車咧歐文咧就係排喺呢個第7位。咁啊，金明斯排第8啊，第9啊，金明斯排第9啊。咁啊，而呢一個加林斯咧就20號車咧排喺呢個第8位啊。咁啊，第10位啊12號車嘅麥堅尼斯。咁啊呢紮車手我相信咧就聽名啊，大家都耳熟能詳㗎啦。咁啊真係熟晒路啦嚇。咁佢哋都係熟晒路。咁啊但係咧熟路還熟路啊，因為每一年咧澳門個街道嘅變化咧都係有㗎。咁啊佢哋帶嚟嘅車咧亦都係有唔同。咁啊所以咧年年都要重新係再適應嘅。咁啊現時嚟講喺呢一個排位賽仲有係27分鐘有多嘅時間。咁啊睇睇稍後嘅時間會唔會咧係可以有一個更快嘅圈速俾我哋大家係見到啦。咁啊交翻俾我哋葡文啊 Pedro 先。
Johnny, obrigado. E com 16, 17 minutos de treinos de qualificação, começam as primeiras paragens no pit lane, nas boxes. Entre os 12 primeiros, 3, 5, 7, 8 estão neste momento nas boxes, 9 neste momento, portanto, todos a parar entre os da frente e é a altura, portanto, de tirar lições do que já se passou até agora e tentar corrigir para voltar à pista e melhorar ainda mais. Nestes minutos em que os pilotos estiveram em pista e fizeram 5, 6, 7 voltas, não mais do que isso, Michael Rutter mantém-se como o primeiro, o mais rápido, com 2:26.403. Como eu tinha dito há pouco, era muito provável que os tempos viessem para 2:26 pouco, 2:25 muito. Presumo que isso ainda vai acontecer durante o decorrer desta primeira sessão de qualificação, que tem sido, de resto, uma sessão de classificação em que os primeiros são todos pilotos da marca BMW. São os 3 primeiros, Michael Rutter, Martin Yosop e Gary Johnson. Depois também o Ian Atkinson, que está em 5º lugar, e com o número 3 o Stuart Easton, que é também um piloto BMW. Entre eles, intrometeu-se o Horst Zeiger com a Kawasaki, com o número 8, que tem desde o início, desde esta manhã, quando eles estiveram pela primeira vez em pista, sido o único a mostrar-se capaz de incomodar a armada BMW. Portanto, nos 6 primeiros, 6 motos BMW, 5 motos BMW, Michael Rutter, Martin Yesop, Gary Johnson, os 3 primeiros, depois o 4º uma Kawasaki e volta a BMW com Ian Atkinson e Stuart Easton a fechar os 6 primeiros. continua, faltam 25 minutos nesta altura para esta sessão de qualificação, quando vemos nos ecrãs que estão espalhados pela pista Michael Rutter, esse piloto que desde o início, desde manhã, tem mostrado estar aqui para impor a sua lei, tem sido o mais rápido, claramente acima de todos os outros. Cris.
Thanks, Pedro. Well, Michael Rutter's about to go out on his ninth lap. He's already done 8 laps over the line here now. He's not been in the pit once. Neither is Didier Grams, as hasn't John McGuinness either. They've all been out since the start of this session, some 20 minutes ago. The order we have it then, Rutter 226.403, Jessup in the pits, but I think just about to leave us now, 227.397. Michael Sweeney's has got back to the pits, which is good. They're working on that bike, and Dale and the team are working on that. Gary Johnson in third, 227.95. John McGuinness up to 4th place now is John at 228.649. Horst Seiger, he was in the pit earlier on. In fact, Horst had been in the pit once. He's done 4 laps so far in this session, 229.145. Then Hutchinson, number 4, he's in 6th. At the 229.899. Stuart Easton, he's in the pit. He's in 7th, 2 minutes 30.608. And Horst Seiger's just put in another quick lap there, 228.328. Up to 4th he goes, and sector 3 he did in 28.866. So he's on the quickest 3rd sector. He's just gone over the lines to set that time, but he's just coming up on the South African rider, AJ Venter, who's down in 19th place on that Yamaha. So it's a Yamaha and a Kawasaki battle as they head down towards Mandarin for the slap. Well, past Mandarin, I should sort of say, past into the intermediate one and Lisboa. And what's Horst done this time through sector 1? 26.2. So yeah, he's recognised the fact that he's just... No disrespect to AJ, but just slowed up through that fast corner there and just adjusting the front brake, maybe the front brake bias on that there, just playing around with it. Hopefully he hasn't got a problem here. He's managed to get it up the hill. So Easton in 7th. Good luck from Stuart there, 236.08. Diddy Grams in 8th place. Diddy is now in the pits. And the only men who have been out and haven't come into the pits, as we mentioned, was Rutter and McGuinness. Then we've got Dan Cooper in 9th. Glenn Irwin's dropped himself down to 10th place. But he's on his he's in the pits at the moment. Connor Cummins in 11th, Dan Neen in 12th, then Hickman, Shields, Mercer, Linton, Hennigan, Sweeney, AJ Venter, and Danny Webb. They are the positions that we have here as of now. And then we're going to go to over the page in 21st place. We have Brian McCormack, then Marek Cerveny, Sam West, Andrew Perez, Ben Wiley, Dan Hegarty, Mark Miller, and Davey Morgan. And Davey is on his outlap. Cerveny, West, Perez, and Miller all out in the pits at the moment, should I say. So no changes at the top there now. Still rotated at 227.54, and Rutter is now coming into the pits there now. So on an outlap is Jessup and Johnson. They're 2nd and 3rd respectively, and they've got to find about 1.5 seconds to get to the top of the pole. But then if you have a little look all the way down to 20th place, very similar to this morning, only 10 seconds separates the top 20, 10 seconds that's all, and the top 10 only separated by under 5 seconds. So we knew it was a world-class field, and it's none better than this. It's going to be an absolute fascinating race come Saturday. But don't forget, tomorrow morning we have second qualifying, and that, of course, is on from 7:30 until 8:15. But this qualifying session now has 22 minutes to go.
Thank you。好啦，咁現時啦嚇，咁時間剩翻落嚟啊，1分1秒咁過啦，咁21分鐘左右嘅時間呢，係將會係完成今場嘅排位賽。咁見到呢頭車呢，仍然係以路達2分26秒403，保持住喺呢個排位賽嘅首位嘅。咁第2位呢，就40號車嘅謝索普啦，2分27秒397。咁第3位呢，Johnson， 咁13號車2分27秒959排第3。咁第4位呢，哇犀利啦！咁12號車嘅麥堅尼斯，咁頭先呢喺第10位㗎嚇，咁而家一路咧就上咗嚟，去到呢個第4個位置，2分28秒208。薩加8號車2分28秒328排喺呢個第5嘅位置，而黑捷臣呢個4號車呢，就排喺第62分28秒542。伊斯頓3號車排第7位，時間係2分30秒608。咁而呢一個26號車嘅加林斯呢，就排喺呢一個第8嘅位置，2分30秒661。第9位啦，咁20號車個古柏，咁時間2分30秒877。好啦，咁去到第10嘅位置啦，我哋見到咧67號車嘅歐文啦，咁時間2分31秒333，咁頭10嘅位置啊， 其實喺呢幾個圈咧都冇乜大變化，只不過係見到咧12號車麥堅尼斯咧就進佔咗上嚟咧，喺呢一個第4個位置咧就比較顯眼少少嚇。咁其實咧跟住落嚟咧應該有位兄弟咧都會做得個時間都會比較快少少，應該係13號車嘅莊臣。咁睇睇啦，因為莊臣而家就排喺呢個第3個位置，2分27秒959。咁同呢一個第2位40號車嘅謝索普咧係相差1秒鬆少少嘅啫。咁我相信咧稍後嘅時間應該係有啲好嘅時間咧係同大家見面。咁而呢個路達咧因為佢我哋見佢入翻去啦喺個 pit 嗰度嚇。咁入黑車。黑爾文嚟嘅 ，OK，sorry， 係啦，咁現時咧，其實路達架車都入咗去 pit 㗎，咁跟住咧就係麥堅尼斯又入埋去，咁喺頭5位咧有2位車手已經係喺呢個修理站裏頭㗎啦，咁而呢一個13號車莊臣咧就已經跌咗位喎，邊個上咗嚟啊？4號車。咁進佔喺呢個黑切神啦，咁時間嚟講咧係2分27秒314進佔入嚟呢個第2個位置，但係都要比路達咧係幾乎慢1秒。咁路達現時喺呢一個咧佢自己嘅修理站嗰度嚇，咁時間嚟講咧就剩翻係19分鐘啦。咁睇睇嚟緊嘅4號車啦，莊臣咧唔係應該係排喺呢個第4位13號車莊臣係冇錯。咁嚟緊咧就係喺佢嘅時間會係點樣呢 ？OK 㗎，因為個頭2段咧都好快下㗎。咁跟住落嚟睇睇嘅時間有冇變化先嚇。哎呀，爭少少啊，爭啲咁多。665 27秒665 2分27秒665，暫時仍然都係守喺呢個第4位13號車嘅莊臣。好，交翻俾 Brad 先 ，Brad。
Obrigado. Faltam 18 minutos para terminar esta sessão de qualificação. Na frente, praticamente quase tudo na mesma. De salientar apenas aqui a intromissão de John McInnes, que foi o 5º mais rápido hoje de manhã, nos 6 pilotos da frente. O John McInnes é o piloto com a moto número 12, uma Honda, e que vem também, portanto, intrometer-se aqui juntamente com Kawasaki de Horsteiger entre a armada BMW. Portanto, agora são em BMW Rutter, Atkinson e Jessop, Stuart Easton, mas Gary Johnson e Gary Johnson em BMW, portanto, mas ficaram entre os BMWs John McInnes e Horsteiger. Eles subiram para o top 6, estes 2 pilotos. Stuart Easton é o mais lento das motos BMW e esta diferença de 7º para 6º é já bastante grande, enquanto todos os outros estão relativamente curtas distâncias uns dos outros. O Stuart Easton está já a 2-2 do 6º classificado. Relembrando, o Michael Rutter é o primeiro com 2:26.403, o tempo ainda não baixou. Ian Atkinson é o segundo agora, antes de entrar para o pit lane, com 2:27.314, portanto praticamente a 0,911, portanto quase a 1 segundo de diferença. Em terceiro, Martin Jessop com 2:27.397, muito pouca diferença entre os dois, apenas 83 milésimos de segundo. Em quarto, o Gary Johnson, 1:262. Em quinto, John McInnes a 1:805. Em sexto, Horsteiger a 1:925. Mas depois, em sétimo, Stuart Easton a 4:205. É, portanto, já aqui um fosso enorme entre os 6 primeiros e os demais, que são comandados neste momento por Stuart Easton. Isto numa altura em que os pilotos voltam à boxe, quando falta um quarto de hora, praticamente, para terminar esta sessão. Nomeadamente, os 2 da frente, Michael Rutter e Ian Atkinson, estão neste momento no pit lane. Cris.
Thank you, Pedro. Still Michael Rutter on provisional pole. Of course, another qualifying tomorrow, but he's in the pits at the moment, as is Ian Hutchinson. We've got John McGuinness in the pit, Horsteiger, Diddy Grams, Connor Cummins in the top 12. Then Peter Hickman also in there. He's in 14th at the moment. Then we've got Connor's on his outlap now. Michael Sweeney's got back, got back to the pits. They're working on that. And AJ Venter also in the pit. But Ian Hutchinson, he's jumped up to second place. Rutter 2:26.403. Hutchinson 2:27.314. Jessup on this lap now. He's been out. Not sure if he's gone and put a qualifier in, but he's out there now, just crossing the line. 2:27.085. It didn't look a quick lap, and you always say the laps that don't look very quick are quick. So he's now only just over half a second behind Michael Rutter, who's in the pits, and he's got a clear track ahead of him, Ed Jessup. Let's have a little look. We'll go to the long shot in a second. He's got, really squirrely there was Martin Jessup through Mandarin on that lap. Let's see what that equates to when he goes across. Yeah, he's lost about 300th of a second there, we'd have to say, because I reckon he'd have had to just shut the throttle off a little bit there just to control that once more. Hopefully he might be able to get that time back as he's about to climb now up San Francisco Hill. But it is Rutter, Jessup, Hutchinson, Johnson, McGuinness, Seiger, Easton, Grams, Cooper and Neen, your top 10. 4.732 separates them. That's all. 14 minutes to go in this session. Having a look who's out on track and doing the business. Let's look at our newcomers. We've got in 11th place, number 67, Glenn Irwin. He's done a 2:31.333. I think this will be Glenn's second lap after, of course, his outlap a little bit earlier on, so he could improve on this one. Derek Shields, 15th place for Derek. We've got number 82 there, 2:32.498. Hutchinson on this lap through the first sector, 24.7. Oh, that was earlier on, was it? Yeah, 24.727. So back to the newcomers. We mentioned Derek Shields. We've got Dan Hegarty up to 21st at a 2:35.97. Danny Webb, number 99, 22nd. He's at 2:36.008. And Marek Cerveny, number 45 and 23rd, the newcomer. He's 2:36.322. Let's go back to the top then and find out exactly what's happening there. I don't think there's been any changes. Jessup, how's he going to make any improvements? Let's see where he is out on track now. He's right at the top of the circuit there now. Heading towards, Donna Maria, that will be. Morris, that sort of area, right to the top. He's just got newcomer, just up the inside. Managed to get round and find. He's now at the Melco hairpin. Let's see what he's doing at the Melco. About a 1:33 and an 8. I reckon that will probably be any second. 1:38.28. So he's lost a fair bit of time there, has Martin Jessup on this lap. I don't think anybody else is going to make any significant improvements. John McGuinness is on his outlap. Stuart Easton. Now, what's Stuart going to do? He's done a 2:30.516. In fact, Stuart has come into the pit, so Stuart does not improve on that lap at all. Glenn Irwin is out at the moment. 25.118 for Glenn through the first sector. We'll be coming up to the second split any moment now. Doing a great performance is Glenn in 8th place, just ahead of Didier Grams, who's in 9th, and Dan Cooper in 10th. Are we going to see anything else from Peter Hickman today? Yes, we are. He's just been rolled back out on track. He crosses the line, and the computer tells me that he is now out on track. John McGuinness on that outlap. He is there now. John 1.8 seconds back off Michael Rutter, but Rutter still leads 2:26.403. 12 minutes and 40 to go in this session, but we've got to keep an eye on Gary Johnson. Gary just lost a little bit of time on that first sector there now, and we'll just see if we can get the little bit of time from Glenn Irwin here. Michael Rutter back in the garage, just speaking to the guys now. Remember, Michael did 9 laps on the spin and then came into the pits. So a pretty good performance there by Michael to do those 9 laps and then coming into the pits. Maybe just doing a little bit of tyre testing or something on there, but he must be happy with his work so far. Watching Gary Johnson now. Always looks very, very smart through Donna Maria, does Gary Mola riders do. And now he drops down into Melco. So what's Gary going to do on this lap through the... Just after the Melco hairpin where the intermediate 2 split is? Does he improve? What does he do? 1:38. So Gary losing a little bit of time there too. Now John McGuinness, got no time for John up there yet. 2:28.208. He stays where he is. We have no movers at the moment. So Rutter, Jessup, Hutchinson, Johnson, McGuinness, Seiger, Easton, Irwin, Grams and Cooper, your top 10 with Steve Mercer just popping into the pitch. Johnny.
Thank you. 咁啊，現時嚟講咧，我哋見到前3位嘅車手咧，都已經係入翻晒去佢哋嘅修理站啦。有啲啊除晒帽添啊。咁啊，我相信咧，剩翻落嚟係11分鐘左右嘅時間。咁佢會唔會係再出咧就未知啊。咁啊，包括咗入咗去，哇！講一講就剩翻頭1至到7位啊，有6部都已經係喺呢個修理站。咁啊，路達、謝索普、黑切神、莊臣、麥堅尼斯、薩加。哇！呢啲車手全部都除咗麥堅尼斯之外嘅呢5位車手咧，都已經係全部係喺呢一個 pit 場裏邊啦。咁啊，麥堅尼斯繼續係作戰啊。咁佢而家啱啱算咧係已經係完成咗10個圈嘅排位嘅賽事。麥堅尼斯現時係喺呢一個第5嘅位置，2分28秒208。咁啊，頭4位嘅車手喺呢一個修理站裏頭啫，但係佢哋做出嚟嘅時間咧係一啲都唔慢啊。咁所以現時咧佢哋可以真係可以唞一唞啦。 咁啊，包括咗咧係頭車嘅2號車啦，阿路達啦，2分26秒403。咁啊，第2車咧就係40號車嘅謝索普，2分27秒085。4號車黑捷神排第3，2分27秒314。13號車莊臣2分27秒505，排喺呢一個第4個位置。第5位仍然喺賽道上面見到佢嘅12號車嘅麥堅尼斯，2分28秒208。8號車嘅薩加排第6，2分28秒328。跟住就係67號車歐文排喺呢個第7嘅位置，2分29秒690。22號車嘅金明斯咁啊排喺呢個第8嘅位置，2分29秒692。20號車嘅古柏排第9，2分30秒137。伊斯頓3號車排喺第10嘅位置，2分30秒516。咁啊頭呢一紮車手呢，都有4位呢係喺呢一個修理站裏邊。啱算呢，就見到謝索普呢係出翻嚟嚇。咁啊謝索普40號車，咁啊跟住落嚟呢，有部分嘅車手呢，入咗去架車調校過之後呢，而家係再次係出翻呢個賽道上面呢，係同大家見面。咁啊排位賽賽事呢，剩翻係9分鬆少少嘅時間，9分鐘左右嘅時間。咁啊睇睇車手會唔會係有一個好啲嘅時間，再同大家呢係可以係見得到呢，同埋呢佢可唔可以係突破自己個人嗰個時間呢？仍然係以路達2號車2分26秒403，暫時守喺今場排位賽嘅頭車嘅位置。Brad
Obrigado, Johnny. Poucas alterações. Ainda há 2 ou 3 minutos entre os 7 primeiros, 6 tinham permanecido no pit lane. Agora já estão na volta de saída 3 deles, nomeadamente Jessop e Jan Atkinson. Michael Rutter continua no pit lane, tal como Gary Johnson. Há pouco Stuart Easton fechava os 7 primeiros, onde estavam 5 motos da BMW, mas entretanto, e sim houve uma alteração. John McInnes e Horst Seiger vieram juntar-se, Glenn Irwin, Connor Cummins e Dan Cooper, fazendo tempos mais rápidos que Stuart Easton, que fecha agora o top 10, uma vez que foram 3 pilotos que vieram intrometer-se nos 7 que tinha referido. Muito apagado relativamente às expectativas está o outro piloto da equipa BMW, Peter Hickman, vencedor do ano passado com o número 1. Ele já hoje de manhã tinha estado praticamente a fechar o top 10, foi o 9º, e agora à tarde na qualificação ainda não saiu de 15º, com 2.32, 2.88, o que significa praticamente 6 segundos de diferença entre ele e Michael Rutter. Espera-se que Peter Hickman a todo o momento, uma vez que ele está prestes a acabar mais uma volta, melhore o seu tempo. Peter Hickman com o número 1, 2.29, 9.35, portanto tinha 6 de diferença para Michael Rutter, passou a ter apenas 3,5 de diferença e entrou no top 10, é de novo 9º, tal como foi hoje de manhã nos treinos livres. Michael Rutter é o mais rápido, continua no pit lane. Martin Jessop é o segundo a 0.68. Jan Atkinson é o terceiro a 0.91 e Gary Johnson é o quarto a 1 segundo, ponto 10. Todos estes 4 pilotos tripulam motos BMW. Cris.
Yeah, thank you, Pedro. Michael Rutter on his outlap, Gary Johnson on his outlap, Glenn Irwin on his outlap too. I was going to tell you about who was in the pits, but they've all sort of come out together. Now, that could play against them if they get a little bit of traffic, but looks like Michael Rutter, as he goes from the little link road from Lisboa to San Francisco, does have a little bit of a clear track, so I think he's timed that quite well. Dan Cooper on outlap, Stuart East on an outlap, Mercer also on an outlap. Hickman's moved into the top 10 at 2:29.9354. Hickman there, so he's finally put in a time respective there to chuck him into the top 10, and it is quite important to get a good grid position. So we might have a bit of rain tomorrow morning, so you never know. You never know. But it's Michael Rutter, 2:26.4, still quickest, and he's now on that outlap there. Jessup, 2:27.085 for him. 0.682 separates the top 2 there. Then Hutchinson only 0.229 back off Jessup in third with a 2:27.314. Then it's Gary Johnson In 13th place, just seen him looking very animated in the pits was Gary there. To his mechanics, obviously being in, made a couple of changes, and he's headed back out there now. 2:27.505. John McGuinness in 5th. 2:28.208. John had lost a little bit of time on that first sector there now, and there's Rutter. He's just about through maternity there now, and he'll be heading through my favourite part of the track, all the twisty little bits that kind of he puts together every lap and seems to do well. However, Martin Jessup on the second sector has done the quickest purpley sector there, 1:32.202. Now Michael Rutter breaking down to the Melco hairpin. What we're going to see if Michael's done this is Michael's out lap, so we won't see anything this lap. Expecting Jessup through any moment now. What's Jessup going to do on this lap? 2:25.783 for Martin Jessup. So we have a new provisional pole man, and it's number 14, Martin Jessup on the Riders BMW. 2:25.783, 0.620 ahead of Michael Rutter in second place. He's just coming to catch Dan Neen. Dan Neen down in round about 12th place at the moment is Dan. So Dan not good out in here on the Martrain Yamaha as of yet, but he's not been here for a couple of years, and it is good to see Dan back to fitness after an incident earlier on this year. Of course, I think Jessup just looking for a way past him there in the San Francisco, and it just didn't happen. So I think this lap could be gone. Now Jessup on this lap, he's got past him. What a move that is up the top of the hill as they drop over the rise there now and into maternity. He's got past Dan Neen there. Jessup, first sector, the quickest one so far, 24.667 for him. Glenn Irwin's just dropped the place. What a good lap there by Derek Shields, the newcomer, the Irish Superbike champion, number 82. Derek Shields has jumped up to 7th place. That's a great lap for Derek. 2:29.418 for him. Rutter on this lap, 24.497 through Sector 1. So Rutter could be a man to watch out for. We know how good he is on this last couple of laps here at Macau Grand Prix. The guy circuit has made his home. So Jessup now climbing to the top of the circuit there now, heading very, very shortly. Be heading to a cracking. He's through Pleason. Any moment now, be through Pleason Moorish, heading up the hill to Donna Maria, then the drop down into the Melco hairpin to complete that little sector that you do, that little squiggly, to one of the tightest sectors around this circuit. Reminder that lap time, 2:25.783. John McGuinness stays 5th, goes over the line at a 2:44.619. Who's moved there? Horst Seiger's jumped ahead of John McGuinness, 2:27.743. So, 3 minutes to go. Horst Seiger jumps up to 5th place. Hutchinson in the pits. Stevie Hennigan also in the pits. Jessup through the second sector, 1:32.461. He's just coming up behind another rider there. Just didn't see who that was. Hopefully he's going to get past him there now, but we're expecting Rutter through that second sector any moment now just to try and equate these times. And it's number 62 he's coming up behind, and this lap's going to be gone, I would say, for Jessup now. He's been held up there, unfortunately, through the R-bend. And I don't think he's going to get past. It's BMW Power against BMW Power. Sam West it is. And does he get past? He does. Now Rutter, 2:26.541. Still a pretty good lap. He was held up a little bit. Now Rutter, where is Rutter on track? We want Rutter through that sector. We'll hopefully get him about 20 seconds through sector 2. Jessup still leads by just over 0.620. Now Rutter's backed off. Rutter has backed off on this lap, but he's got plenty of time to get back into here. But the leader is Jessup now. He's through Sector 1. Now, looking at that, what's that, 25 seconds, 2 minutes. I tell you what, he's going to be pretty tight to get another lap in here. No, he's called it. Yeah, he's held his hand out there, and he's let number 62, Sam West, through. So, who's made a move there? Glenn Irwin, 2:27.787. Glenn Irwin up to 6th place. The newcomer, Glenn Irwin, fantastic lap ahead of John McGuinness. Didier Graham's 8th, Derek Shields 9th, Connor Cummins 10th, Stuart Easton makes a move. Stuart Easton up to 11th place for Stuart, knocking Dan Cooper down to 20th. Hickman in 12th place. Yeah, it does look like that man there, Jessup has called it, so yeah, he's not going to get another lap now. It's Michael Rutter we're following now as we go through Mandarin. This will be his final lap with 1 minute and 21 to go in the second in this first qualifying session. Remember, we have another one tomorrow morning. Rutter, 24.604, a little bit slower than what he did a little bit earlier on, so no improvement there for Michael. Let's hope if he's got any traffic, he's not going to catch them up through there. I don't think he's going to get any traffic. It did look pretty clear. Just a rider going out of shot up towards maternity, so Michael will have a little bit of traffic through the twisty part of the section, and hopefully Michael will be able to get past him here now. He doesn't want to wreck this lap. He's got to find 600th of a second to get past Martin Jessup. John McGuinness makes a late move there, and John will actually get, he's getting another lap in anyway, 2:27.344 for John McGuinness, moving himself up to 4th place. Gary Johnson 5th, Horst Seiger in 6th, Glenn Irwin 7th. That is such a great performance. Didier Graham's in 8th, and another great performance. And in the pit for Derek Shields on the number 9 bike. Connor Cummins in 10th place. He normally runs a number 10, but he's up to 8th. Connor is now number 22, just as a 2:28.054. So John McGuinness, good performance by the 2 Honda men there. So it's Jessup, Rutter, Hutchinson, McGuinness, Johnson, Seiger, Irwin, Cummins, Grams, and Derek Shields, newcomer. 2 newcomers here at Macau in the top 10. Irwin in 7th, and of course, excuse me, well, he's just been moved down because Peter Hickman has just jumped up tonight. So as fast as I've said it, we've got Hickman now. I'll hand to the boys in a second, but Gary Johnson just through the second sector now as a checkered flag goes out to spell the end of this session. Jessup comes into the pit lane. Gary Johnson's on a bit of a good lap here as well, maybe a little bit quicker for Gary. His previous lap was a 2:29.067, and his quickest of this qualifying session. Rutter, wow, sector 2, 1:31.506. Are we going to see something special from the 8-time winner around the Gaia Circuit? Are we going to see that from Michael? He's just through Fisherman's. He'll be coming to our view any moment now. 3rd gear, 4th gear, 5th gear, top gear now, flat out. Behind the bubble he goes, down 1, down 2, just backing it in a little bit. Into the R-bend he comes, past the line, over the line, 2:25.78 to beat. And does he do it, Michael Rutter? Oh, does he? 2:24.793 for Michael Rutter. Absolutely incredible for him. Brilliant, brilliant lap. Michael Rutter takes provisional pole. Remember, another session tomorrow morning. We were glad we stayed with that. The sector 2 is where he made up all the time. 2:24.793. What an end to the session. We'll run through the times in a few minutes' time. Johnny, wow.
Thank you. Wow，好精彩啊！唔該晒 Chris， 係啦，咁啊現時嚟講咧，我哋見到咧就啱啱算啦嚇，喺最後一個圈嘅排位嘅時間咧，路達咧就係成功進佔喺排位賽嘅第1嘅位置啊！咁啊先頭咧就已經係俾40號車嘅謝索普咧係進佔咗上嚟係頭位㗎，謝索普2分25秒783。2分25秒783排喺呢個第2嘅位置啫，因為路達喺最後一個圈嘅排位賽事裏頭做到2分24秒793，咁啊幾乎1秒嘅時間呢係領先呢一個40號車謝索普，咁所以2號車嘅路達呢係喺今場嘅排位賽係排喺呢個頭位，咁啊第2名呢就係40號車嘅謝索普，第3位係4號車嘅黑捷神，時間2分27秒314。第4位12號車嘅麥堅尼斯2分27秒344，第5位13號車嘅莊臣2分27秒505，8號車嘅薩加排喺呢個第6位，而歐文67號車排喺呢個第7，金明斯22號車排喺呢一個第8位，咁啊第9位呢係赫爾文係1號車排喺呢一個第9。第10位呢係3號車嘅伊斯頓，咁啊時間呢係2分29秒095啊，咁啊好緊張嘅一場嘅排位賽事，去到最後一個圈衝線，然後先決定得到呢今場排位賽係由路達跟住謝索普同埋黑捷神呢3位呢車手呢係分別呢係喺今場賽事嘅頭1、2、3位嘅。好啦，今日嚟講呢就全日嘅賽事呢都已經係圓滿結束，咁啊喺聽日呢。同樣嘅賽事呢，將會係再次安排喺7點30分將會係有第一場嘅排位賽，就係同呢一場一樣啦，就係太陽城集團澳門格蘭披治電單車第50屆大賽嘅排位賽事。咁啊，其實呢，聽日呢就係大部分嘅賽事呢都係排位賽事嚟㗎。咁啊，中間呢係加插咗佢哋有嘅係一場嘅練習賽事呢，跟住就稍後嘅時間呢係會安排所有嘅都係呢個排位賽事。咁如果喜歡睇電單車也好，房車賽也好，或者係3級方程式嘅朋友呢，就一定要留意啦。聽日最早一場賽事喺7點嘅30分係舉行嘅，將會係格電嘅第50屆嘅排位賽嘅賽事。好啦，今日嚟講呢，就已經係 正式係嘅賽事已經係圓滿結束啦。咁亦都係要多謝晒我哋英文電單車評述嘅 Chris 啦。咁仲有咧就係咧係英文房車組嘅 Teachman 啦。咁仲有咧就係我嘅好拍檔啊郭寶全。咁另外咧當然啦，仲有我哋葡文嘅 Pedro， 而家交翻俾你。
Obrigado, Johnny. Terminou então esta sessão de qualificação para o Grande Prémio de Motociclismo e os tempos de que tínhamos falado, 25 alto, foi na verdade conseguido por Martin Jessop, só que ficou durante cerca de 10 minutos como o melhor tempo. Na última volta de Michael Rutter, uma volta em canhão em que correu tudo lindamente para o piloto da moto BMW número 2. Ele deixou Martin Jessop a quase 1 segundo. 2:24.793 para Michael Rutter e 2:25.783 para Martin Jessop, ou seja, uma diferença de 990 milésimos. Depois, em terceiro, Ian Atkinson, na outra BMW, a 2 segundos e 52. Em quarto, John McGuinness a 2:55. Em quinto, Gary Johnson a 2:71. Em sexto, Horst Seiger a 2:95. Em sétimo, Glenn Irwin a 2:99. Em oitavo, Connor Cummins a 3:26. Em nono, Peter Hickman a 3:52. E em décimo, Stuart Easton a 4:30. Ou seja, os dois primeiros, Michael Rutter e Martin Jessop, separados por 1 segundo, quase 1 segundo, e depois 2 segundos e meio para o terceiro e por aí fora até fechar o top 10. Tudo indica que desta vez, amanhã na qualificação que abre o programa da manhã, veremos se isso se confirma, mas a luta para já está restringida a estes dois pilotos da BMW, a luta pela vitória, claro. Michael Rutter e Martin Jessop são eles que se perfilam para ocupar os 2 primeiros lugares por esta ordem, a ordem inversa da grelha de partida para a 50ª edição do Grande Prémio de Motociclismo de Macau. De referir a presença do piloto português André Pires, que fez 2:37.549 e ficou na 27ª posição, portanto a penúltima posição. São mais 2:37, são mais 13 segundos do que Michael Rutter. Conta, obviamente, a falta de experiência do circuito, para além de uma moto também menos competitiva. Mas terminou a sessão e está, portanto, presente nesta pole provisória que foi conseguida através da primeira sessão de qualificação. E é tudo da minha parte por hoje. Amanhã, às 7:30 da manhã, estaremos aqui de novo para mais uma sessão de treinos e de treinos livres e treinos de qualificação, a abrir exatamente as motos com mais uma sessão de qualificação para o Grande Prémio de Motociclismo. Boa tarde.
Michael Rutter then on provisional pole ahead of tomorrow's second qualifying session tomorrow morning, 2:24.793. Then it's Martin Jessop, Ian Hutchinson, John McGuinness, Gary Johnson, Horst Seiger, Glenn Irwin, Connor Cummins, Peter Hickman and Stuart Easton, your top 10. Then it's Diddy Grams, Derek Shields, Dan Cooper, Steve Mercer, Dan Neen, Steve Hennigan, Ivan Linton, Brian McCormack, Danny Webb and AJ Venter. Then Michael Sweeney, Daniel Hegarty and Mark Miller, Marek Saveni, Sam West, Ben Wiley, Andrea Perez and Davey Morgan. What a qualifying one we've had. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 7:30 local time. Have a good rest of your evening. Speak to you then. Good night. Goodbye.